Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see second part, what if Harry Potter defeated Dumbledore in a duel of destiny. Here is short summary. Harry Potter steps into a high-stakes duel against Dumbledore, testing his magical prowess against the greatest sorcerer of their time. As spells clash and secrets unravel, Harry's victory reshapes the course of destiny forever. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. The letter dropped from his hands as Harry's guilt surged up, the pain threatening to overwhelm him. He put his hands over his face, leaning his elbows on the table. He heard Hermione reach over and pick up the letter. There was a pause as she read it. "Oh, Harry, we should have expected this after Skeeter's article," she said sadly. Harry just sat with his head in his hands. He knew that people were probably looking at him right now, and he just didn't care. How could he possibly live up to the expectations of the prophecy? He heard a few more letters being opened. "They're all like that," Ron said. "Bloody hell, look at this one. The bloody git is demanding that you walk out of Hogwarts and duel you-know-who right now," he said lividly. Ron's outrage on his behalf made him feel a little better, but he still couldn't seem to look at anyone. He felt a soft hand on his shoulder and someone whispered in his ear. "It's all right, Harry," Ginny whispered. "Don't read any more of them. Don't worry about what they say. You can only do your best." Harry finally looked up and saw Ginny giving him a worried smile. He forced a tiny smile to his face and nodded. He noticed Seamus and Dean whispering to each across the table. They appeared to finish their conversation and looked over at him. "Harry, mate, we have an idea," said Dean. "Yeah, how about if we screen your mail? At least until this calms down," said Seamus. Harry was stunned that they would do that for him. "The DA has to stick together, right? You'll go nutters if you have to read this stuff every day," said Dean. Thanks, really," Harry said gratefully. "Not to worry, Harry. Let us take care of it," Seamus said firmly, reaching across the table and pulling the stack of letters toward them. Harry felt a stab of guilt over his thoughts of Dean the previous night. He really didn't deserve friends like this. Harry finished his breakfast in silence. Hermione was right. He should have figured this would happen after that article was published. It was hard enough having to deal with the responsibility without seemingly the whole world watching what he was going to do. He felt a tug on his robes and noticed Dobby next to him. "Welcome back to Hogwarts, Harry Potter, sir," he said excitedly. Harry smiled at him. "Hello, Dobby. It's good to be back, and it's good to see you, too." "Harry Potter is too kind to Dobby. I have a message for you from Professor Dumbledore," he said, handing Harry a note. "Thanks, Dobby," said Harry. "Anything for Harry Potter. And if you need anything this year, you let Dobby know and Dobby will do whatever he can," said Dobby. "All right, Dobby, I will," Harry said. Harry read the note. It simply said, "Mr. Potter, please meet me in my office after breakfast and bring your pensieve. Professor Dumbledore. P.S. The password is Toffee Coconut Cluster." Harry felt some fear surge up in him. He really didn't want any more bad news this morning. He tried to tell himself that if anything really bad was afoot then he would have been summoned immediately, but he seemed to expect the worst of everything these days. "Dobby just gave me a note to meet Professor Dumbledore after breakfast," said Harry to Ron and Hermione. "Does it say what he wants?" said Hermione curiously. "No, it just says to bring the pensieve." "Well, I'm finished, so I guess I'll head up there." "No use putting it off," Harry said. "All right, mate, let us know later," mumbled Ron through a mouthful of food. Harry sighed and got up from the table, terrible thoughts going through his head about what the meeting could possibly be about. He walked slowly up to his dormitory, trying to avoid the inevitable meeting. He pulled his pensieve out of his trunk and walked slowly down the spiral stairs, his anxiety growing by the minute. The fat lady seemed to notice his mood and gave him a cheerful smile as he opened up the portrait hole. Harry smiled wanly, which lasted until he was down the corridor when his face reverted back to a worried frown. Inevitably he reached the stone gargoyle that guarded the entrance to Dumbledore's office. Drawing a deep breath, he gave the password. The gargoyle seemed to shake itself as it became animated, and then jumped aside, revealing the wall beginning to open with a noisy rumbling. Harry stepped onto the moving stone staircase, which spiraled up the round chamber towards Dumbledore's office, bringing him to the beautiful polished door. He reached out toward the brass knocker, and then paused, remembering the last time he had been in that office. He had learned the prophecy after his ordeal at the ministry. Gathering his courage, he knocked on the door, feeling his knees growing rubbery from his nervousness. "Enter," he heard Dumbledore say, as the door swung open by itself. "Ah, Harry, good to see you," said Dumbledore affably, as if they had just shared scones the previous day. Hello, Professor," said Harry. Dumbledore's office appeared to have been put back together since his last visit when he had smashed several things. The portraits on the wall were sleeping peacefully, as well as Fawkes, who was sitting on his golden perch with closed eyes and slow breathing. In fact, the whole room seemed to radiate a quiet tranquility. Dumbledore was sitting back in his chair, looking calmly at him. Harry waited for something else, but Dumbledore seemed satisfied with the greetings. Finally Harry couldn't take it anymore. Professor, did you want to see me?" said Harry. "Yes, Harry, I did. Please have a seat. First, I suppose I should give you personal birthday wishes. I'm sorry I couldn't have come to your party in person. I had other duties," said Dumbledore. "But I heard it was quite a success." "Yes, it was. Thank you so much for the pensieve," Harry said, feeling like a simple "thank you" wasn't enough, based on what Lupin had said about rarity of pensieves. Not at all. I hope it was helpful," said Dumbledore, with eyebrows raised. "Yes, sir, it helped a lot," said Harry. Part of him wanted to tell the professor that it had helped him more than he could know, but it was difficult to find the words. "As I said, I would be happy to keep it safe for you." "I have just the place in mind," said Dumbledore. All the small talk was driving Harry mad. He needed to know what was going on. Sir, if I might ask, why did you ask me up here? Is something wrong?" Dumbledore chuckled. "Heavens, no, Harry. I apologize. I suppose I should have put that in my note." He looked at Harry compassionately and sighed. "I suppose you are getting used to receiving bad news, and this morning was no exception," I noted. Harry guessed he heard about the letters. "Yes, sir. It's hard when I know that they're right, even when they don't know they're right. They want me to defeat Voldemort, and I don't know how to do it." Dumbledore nodded. "I won't go over territory that we discussed before, but perhaps you begin to understand why I was so reluctant to give you the burden before now. Keeping things from you was a costly mistake, Harry, one that I won't repeat, but with a caveat. I will tell you what I can, but there are some things I simply cannot tell you. It's too dangerous for you to know, if Voldemort was somehow able to break into your mind. We know that Voldemort cannot possess you, and we know that you have natural defenses against him. But he is clever, and he is resourceful. There are certain keys to this whole thing, keys that you are not ready to use. It's imperative that he not find out about them. Can you trust me to tell you when the time is right?" Harry thought about it, and nodded, not completely satisfied. "Thank you, Harry. I hope this demonstrates to you that I don't keep this from you because I don't think you can be trusted, but because of strategic reasons. Now then, let me tell you what I can tell you," Dumbledore said. Harry leaned forward. As expected, Voldemort is beginning to amass an army. He is making a lot of promises in certain quarters. We believe that this army will be used when he is ready for the final showdown. His numbers are still small, which is fortunate for us. It will take him some time to put it together. I would estimate at least a year, and more likely 2 years, before he is ready. He will not make the mistake of striking too early. But that is not our immediate problem. While he is building his army, he is working to destabilize our side at the same time. You've no doubt heard about the Ministry murders. The targets were not randomly chosen. They were specifically designed to spread terror and weaken the Ministry in key positions, Dumbledore said gravely. Harry felt a chill. Was Mr. Weasley a target? We believe so, although ironically his closeness to you probably spared him. Everyone connected to you has extra security, so he is quite difficult to get to, said Dumbledore. Harry felt a bit of relief at that. I believe Minister Ragnarok talked to you, Dumbledore said, with a smile. Yes, he did, Harry said, feeling embarrassed about his conversation with Ragnarok. As he told you, we are also concerned about some sort of plan that Voldemort has hatched. We really have no more information about it than that. All we know is that it may, but may not, involve the goblins. It's not much to go on, but Ragnarok is intelligent and a trusted source, said Dumbledore. Harry was tempted to tell Dumbledore about Ragnarok's other concerns about Harry, but it just seemed too absurd to mention. Unfortunately, that's about all for the news, Dumbledore said apologetically. It's not much, I know. But Voldemort has hidden himself away, and he's difficult to find if he stays low. The good news is that the Ministry is being much more cooperative these days. Harry nodded. Thank you, sir, for bringing me up to date. You're welcome, Harry, said Dumbledore, smiling kindly. Sir, can I continue the DA this year? Said Harry. I think it would be an excellent idea, Harry, although I think it should be restricted to 4th years and above. Also might I suggest having an advisor this time? Said Dumbledore. I guess that would be a good idea. Who? Said Harry. As defense professor, I believe Professor Snape would be the logical choice. Dumbledore started. Harry gritted his teeth as the headmaster continued. But I believe the professor is too busy to take on additional duties at this time. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, it is politically difficult to allow Professor Lupin to visit the school. I took the liberty of asking Miss Tonks to oversee your meetings, and she agreed, quite enthusiastically, I might add. You should know that she graduated among the top in her classes at the Auror Academy, with the exception of stealth and tracking, he said, chuckling. That would be great, Professor, Harry said. I'm sure she'll be able to give us some good practical experience. There is just one more thing, said Dumbledore. Harry looked at him curiously. Come with me, I want to show you something, Dumbledore said, rising from his chair. Harry rose as well and walked with him across the office. Dumbledore approached a part of his stone wall and tapped it with his wand. It slid open, revealing a large, dark chamber. As they entered, torches lit up, bathing the room in bright light. The room held several large bookcases, with what appeared to be very old and dusty books. Several large, carved oak tables were in the middle of the room, apparently set up for study. He noticed an odd-looking sunken platform at the other end of the room. What is this place, Professor? Asked Harry. This is my personal library, Harry. There is quite a bit of information here that is not even available in the restricted section of Hogwarts Library. I want you to have access to this place. You will find it very interesting, I dare say, said Dumbledore. Why aren't these books in the restricted section? Asked Harry. Harry, the restricted section is intended to keep information that is potentially dangerous to students. These books contain information that is potentially dangerous to anyone that is not ready to use it. Some information is so dangerous that it is restricted by the Ministry. To be perfectly frank, my preference is that you not have access to books like these at this time, but Voldemort has forced our hand, said Dumbledore grimly. Harry nodded, intensely curious about what the books contained. This will also be an ideal place for you to keep your pensieve. I will teach you some advanced techniques for using the pensieve to organize information. You will find that you can learn spells much faster and have much quicker recall. You see, not only can the pensieve retrieve memories, but it can put them back into your head more efficiently. It can organize your memory, said Dumbledore. What is that area over there? Harry said, gesturing toward the sunken platform. That is a spell testing area. You see, Harry, it's difficult to practice very powerful spells for the obvious reason that powerful spells tend to be, damaging to the surrounding area. That space has a very powerful indestructibility charm. You can cast your most powerful spells, and they will not penetrate the area. Allow me to demonstrate, Dumbledore said. Harry noticed a large pile of stone blocks next to the testing area. Dumbledore took out his wand and levitated a block into the sunken area. He then mumbled a long spell that Harry couldn't quite make out. A powerful purple beam of light erupted from Dumbledore's wand and made contact with the block. The stone loudly exploded, causing Harry to flinch at the noise. He peered into the space, now filled with smoke. The block had shattered, but all the pieces were confined to the testing area. Even the dust seemed to stay within its confines. "Wow," Harry said, impressed. "Yes, it's quite useful, I must say," said Dumbledore, his blue eyes twinkling. "Now then, let me show you the entrance. There is another door that leads to a secret stairway. Why don't you go ahead and leave your pensieve here?" Harry placed his pensieve on one of the tables. "The password is Nutrimens Dulci," Dumbledore said, tapping the stone and giving the password. The wall slid open, revealing a spiral staircase. Dumbledore led the way down the staircase, until they came to a blank wall. He gave the password again, and the wall slid open, revealing a dead-end corridor behind a blind corner. "The wall will not open if someone could potentially see the opening," Dumbledore said. "Thank you, Professor. Is it all right if I give access to Ron and Hermione?" said Harry. Dumbledore smiled. "I thought you might. By all means. I would imagine that Miss Granger would never forgive us for hiding a special library from her." "No, sir, she wouldn't," said Harry, grinning, as he said goodbye to the professor and headed down the corridor to find Ron and Hermione. Harry walked into the Great Hall, feeling very nervous that morning as he sat down with Ron and Hermione. He loaded up a bowl of cereal, but couldn't seem to find much interest in his food as he picked at it distractedly. Today was to be the first class with Snape as the defense against the dark arts teacher. "Harry, when would you like to start DA meetings again?" Hermione asked. "Well, I dunno. Dumbledore gave permission. I suppose we could start anytime," Harry said. "Shall I post a notice on the bulletin board? I would think we can continue to use the room of requirement as well," Hermione said. "All right, maybe we should set a schedule, and then I can check with Tonks and make sure it's okay with her," Harry said. Hermione looked officious as she briskly pulled out a calendar marked with various dates. "Here's a schedule one set up. Of course, we can change it when the Quidditch practice times are announced." Harry took the schedule. It was twice a week, with an evening session during the week, and a morning session on weekends. "This looks good. I'll send this off to Tonks after breakfast," Harry said. Distracted from his Snape thoughts, Harry finally started eating his cereal, feeling a bit more upbeat about starting up the DA again. He was reviewing some ideas in his head for the first meeting as the morning owls began arriving. As in the previous days, he got a large bundle of letters, which Seamus and Dean dutifully took from him for later examination. "Thanks," he said gratefully. "No worries, mate," said Seamus. "It'll probably start to die down in a few weeks." Just then Harry heard a minor ruckus. He looked down the table and noticed that Ginny had received a very long, wrapped package. He tried to act nonchalant as he pasted a look of curiosity on his face. Her eyes were wide, looking at the brightly colored wrapping. "What's that, Ginny?" asked Ron. "Dunno. Fred and George sent it," she said. Maybe you should open it up outside, or in a reinforced room, or something," said Ron nervously. Ginny laughed. "Oh, come on. Fred and George are more clever than that. They wouldn't just send a joke package," she said. Pausing, she added, "At least, I don't think they would." "Oh, sod it. Let's see what it is. I'm dying of curiosity," Ginny said, and started tearing off the wrapping with gusto, revealing a long box. She opened the box and pulled out a beautiful new broom. It was stained a fiery red color and was polished to a bright finish. The tail was sleekly designed, obviously built with great attention to detail. On the front was a brass plaque with some writing. Ginny blinked her eyes, as if she couldn't believe what she was holding. "Whoa, is that a Greased Lightning Chaser special?" said Ron, awed. Yeah," Ginny said, peering disbelievingly at the brass plaque. That seems to be what it says." Harry, Ron and Hermione had walked over from their seats. "Here's a note from Fred and George," Ginny said, reading the note. She then read it out loud. "Dear Sis, with the Weasley family honor at stake, we couldn't allow you fly around on that old piece of rubbish you used last year. One must uphold the sacred traditions, right? And there is no more sacred tradition than Gryffindor holding the cup at the end of the year. Your loving brothers, Fred and George. P.S. As much as we were tempted to put a little surprise on the broom, it's clean. No sense delaying your practice time, right? Great Merlin. Those two gave me a broom. A professional broom, Ginny said incredulously. That's a beautiful broom, Ginny. I'm happy for you, said Hermione, smiling at her. Ginny nodded happily. As she looked at her new broom, stroking it in disbelief, Harry could see Hermione giving him a fishy eye. He carefully avoided her glance as he joined Ron in looking closely at it. A crowd of people had started to join around them. Wicked. There's no way we can lose, now, Ron said enthusiastically. Harry could see Malfoy across the room sending poisoned looks at the new broom. Harry smirked, agreeing silently with Ron that Quidditch this year should be very interesting. He could hardly wait to get back on his broom after sitting out much of the season last year. Ginny put the broom in the center of the table so everyone could get a good look at it. What do you think, Harry? Ginny said, as they stood a bit away from the crowd. Congratulations. It should be perfect for you. I've read that these brooms are top ranked in the latest Witch Broomstick for Chaser play, he said. Harry noticed that Ginny had some tears in her eyes. I'm sorry, she said, swiping at her tears. You probably think I'm silly. No, it's all right, Harry said, a bit touched. It's just that I've never owned anything nice like this before, and I was so worried about the old broom, I didn't know if I could make the team with it, and, sorry again. I'm running off at the mouth, she said, smiling wetly. Harry smiled back at her. It's a great broom. You deserve it. You played fantastically last year, even with the old broom, and this year you'll play even better. It is a nice broom, isn't it? She said. She paused, and then a look of curiosity crossed her face. In fact, it's a very nice broom. I mean, I knew Fred and George were doing really well, but not this well. Harry could see the gears turning in her head, her line of reasoning heading into very dangerous waters. Harry broke in quickly, so when are you going to try it? We should give it a workout and see how it does. I can bring the firebolt, and I'm sure Ron wants to see it in action, too. That would be great. I can't wait to try it. Maybe this afternoon after classes? Asked Ginny. All right, Harry said. Harry walked back to finish his breakfast, feeling very pleased about the whole thing. He was very glad that he had decided to do it. He looked over at Ginny, who was looking at her new broom with pride and excitement as she displayed it to more curious students. After finishing his cereal, he looked back down the table. Ginny was giving him a very odd look with her jaw hanging open slightly. When she saw him looking back, she quickly closed her mouth and looked down at her own breakfast. He thought he could see a bit of a blush running up her neck. Oh no, she suspects something, he thought with a sinking feeling, and then felt his own face heating up. He desperately tried to force it back down to no avail. He glanced down the table as she looked back at him again. Her eyes seemed to widen as she saw the blush on his face, and she quickly looked down again. Harry groaned to himself. Well, she doesn't know anything for certain, he thought, as he got up from the table. He hoped she wouldn't ask Fred and George too many questions. Harry, Hermione and Ron walked into the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, now relocated down in the dungeons. It was a rather large room, with a dueling arena off to one side as well as large variety of defense devices stacked neatly on shelves. Harry was impressed despite himself. Apparently Snape had decided to make a big impression in his new position. His potions classroom had never seemed as well stocked. Although the class was obviously intended to teach a different subject, there was no doubt it had a Snape-ish flavor. The room had nothing that was not essential to teaching the subject. Even Snape's podium seemed built to strictly utilitarian standards. Harry felt extremely tense. Defense was his subject, and Snape felt like a foreign invader. He didn't know how this year was going to go, all he knew was that his days of taking abuse from Snape were over. Oddly, Snape's criteria for accepting students in advanced defense were less strict than what he required for potions. He accepted any grade from acceptable upwards. They found some seats in about the middle of the room. Harry's anxiety continued to grow as more students filed in and took seats. Since fewer students took the advanced studies, the class included sixth years from all the houses. Harry had never taken classes with many of the students, and he noticed they were giving him curious glances. Snape suddenly walked into the classroom, and a silence immediately descended upon the room. He took his post at the podium at the front of the room, slowly looking over the room, surveying the students. He began to call the roll in his traditional soft voice, perfectly audible in the dead quiet of the room. Harry was oddly reminded of his first year at Hogwarts. So, here you will be learning defense against the dark arts. As you all know, the competence of this position has been extremely suspect in your previous years, Snape said, wrinkling his nose as if a bad odor had wafted through the room. Hatred rose in Harry, thinking of Professor Lupin, who was certainly not incompetent. However, today is a new day at Hogwarts for the position, and I fully intend to bring all of you up to speed. With recent events in mind, much of our focus will be on skills useful in dueling and combat, Snape said and paused, letting the thought sink in. It is not an exaggeration to say that your life may depend on paying attention in this class. I suggest you not disappoint me. Some of you will certainly need more remedial work than others, Snape said smoothly, looking at Neville. The Slytherins started sniggering. And others among you undoubtedly have a higher opinion of yourselves than you should, Snape said, curling his lip at Harry as he said it. Harry glared back at him, refusing to back down, as he heard the Slytherins now outright laughing. Snape held Harry's stare for several seconds. Potter, what is the best defense against a Cavendish bludgeoning spell modified with a 30-degree wand twist? Snape said suddenly. Harry thought he could see Hermione's hand twitching and wanting to rise, but she held back. Harry looked defiantly at Snape. Well, sir, there are a few schools of thought on that. The 30-degree wand twist gives the spell additional power, but the extra movement can tip off your opponent to your intention. Watson recommends using Protega with a wand flick. Wilkinson, on the other hand, likes a more offensive approach where a specula charm can reflect and aim the spell back at the opponent. Both have their advantages and disadvantages, of course. Watson's method is quick and more reliable, with a greater chance of full deflection. Wilkinson is more risky, but with proper practice one can aim the return spells quite accurately. My personal opinion is that the correct method depends on the circumstances, number of opponents, battle terrain. Enough. Snape cut him off, then smiled coldly. 1 point for Gryffindor, and 5 points deducted for showing off. What? Said Ron with outrage. You foul, Ron. Hermione hissed at him. Another 10 points from Gryffindor, Snape said. Ron looked like he wanted to say more. And don't make me take off another 50, Mr. Weasley. Ron clenched his fists, fuming, but said no more. Harry sat back, feeling satisfied. Even the deduction of points couldn't dampen Harry's mood. He knew he should make his expression more neutral and not provoke Snape further, but he couldn't help it. Looking at the expression of total hatred on Snape's face, he suspected that Snape would find a way to make Harry pay for showing him up. Today, Snape continued, we will begin with bludgeoning spells, which are quite effective in duels and battles. They can be launched quickly, can be aimed extremely accurately, and can be difficult to deflect when cast by a skilled dueler. Snape's expression changed suddenly and his lip curled up slightly into a smirk. Potter. Harry felt a stab of nervousness. He did not like the look on Snape's face. Not at all. You appear to know so much about the defense of these spells. Perhaps you'd care to demonstrate for the rest of the class, Snape said smoothly. Please join me in the dueling area. Harry could feel every eye in the room on him as he got up from his chair and walked over to the side of the room where the dueling arena was set up. He was feeling extremely nervous. He'd had precious little use of any magic recently, much less full defensive spells. He looked around at the other students. The Slytherins were whispering to each other with huge grins on their faces. Ron looked hopeful, and Hermione looked frightened, her hands wringing in her lap. He noticed Parvati sitting behind his seat with a very large smile on her face. She had apparently been sitting behind him and he hadn't noticed. He looked back at Snape, who had an expression of pure loathing on his face. Harry pulled out his wand. He knew he needed to pull himself together, but everyone watching him was making him very edgy and anxious. Harry had barely raised his wand when Snape shouted without warning, "Everborough." To Harry's shock, he used the wand twist, normally a very powerful spell. "Protega," Harry shouted, but it was too late. The spell hit him full in the chest, throwing him across the room. He slid on the hard mat, coming to a stop. He rolled over painfully, and felt the side of his body. A sharp pain stabbed through his side, which made him suspect that he had a broken rib. The Slytherins were shouting with braying laughter. As Harry peered back at Snape, he could see a look of satisfaction on his face. "Do you need the hospital wing, Potter?" asked Snape, who sounded almost hopeful. Although Harry felt he probably did need it, he would be damned if he would admit it to Snape. "No, I'm fine," he said through gritted teeth. "Return to your seat, then," said Snape. As Harry walked painfully to his seat, still hearing the Slytherins mocking him, Snape said, "Apparently fame isn't everything." "That greasy git," Ron said, still fuming after the defense class. Ron and Hermione were helping Harry toward the hospital wing after class. The rest of the class had been difficult, as Snape had everyone pair off and practice shield spells. Harry's movement had been very restricted, and he found it difficult to fully block the spells. Every quick movement caused a stab of pain in his side. They walked into the infirmary, where they saw Madame Pomfrey seated at her desk. "Well, Mr. Potter, didn't take long for you to come visit me this year, did it?" she said. Madame Pomfrey clucked over Harry's injury as she quickly healed the broken bone. She told him that he had to sit still for 15 minutes and then could leave. Harry, maybe you shouldn't provoke Snape quite that much," said Hermione nervously. Harry glared at her. Hermione continued quickly, "Now, I don't mean that you did anything wrong today, and Snape definitely shouldn't have hit you with that strong of a spell, but..." "But, what?" Harry demanded. "Well, I'm just saying that maybe you should be a little careful." "I am not going to back down from him," Harry said angrily. "Ron, what do you think?" Hermione said. Ron looked startled. Well, I think Harry should handle it the way he thinks is best," he said uncomfortably. Hermione glared at him, and Ron looked away. Harry sighed. All right, I'll try and control myself. No promises, though." Hermione gave him a worried look, but decided to leave it at that. Harry stopped, stunned, in the door of the new potions classroom, almost causing Ron and Hermione to run into the back of him. He slowly continued walking in, looking about the room in shock. If Professor Melanadre herself was as different from Snape as possible, her classroom matched that dynamic as well. The sun was streaming through the windows, bathing the room in a bright, cheerful glow, a startling contrast to the old potions classroom located in the dungeons. Even the vials of potions on the well-stocked shelves seemed to be a brighter shade of color. Where Snape's classroom had contained the bare essentials for teaching within the cold gray stone of the walls, Melanadre had hung warmly colored wall rugs. Harry distractedly followed Hermione toward a seat. He was so used to the subject of potions being a cruel experience that the new room almost seemed like a surrealistic dream. He didn't seem to be alone in the thought as he noticed the other students looking around with wide eyes of shock, even the Slytherins. Ron snickered. "I wish I could see Snape's reaction to this. Can't you just imagine him curling that lip as he looked at this room?" Harry and Hermione laughed. "Well, he did handpick the new professor, so it's his own fault," said Hermione. She looked approvingly around the room. "I like it. It's better than Snape's old room, but it's a tad, feminine for my tastes," Ron said, looking at a soft pink-colored wall rug showing a scene of some happy baby dragons playing. The new professor walked into the room and took her place at the front of the classroom. If she had seemed pretty from across the Great Hall the other night, she was positively stunning close up. Harry and Ron looked at each other, seeming to share the same thought. Ron coughed a bit as he caught a glare from Hermione. "Hello everyone. My name is Professor Melissa Melanadre, and I'll be teaching the subject of potions. Of course, I know that many of you will probably miss Professor Snape as the potions teacher, but I'll try and fill his shoes as best I can," she said, smiling. Harry and Ron exchanged another glance with eyebrows raised. As she began to call the roll, Harry pulled out his potions textbook, which he was going to share with Ron. Since Ron hadn't scored an outstanding owl in potions, he didn't purchase a textbook. Ron had owled Mrs. Weasley to pick up the textbook on her next trip to Diagon Alley. "Potter, Harry," she called, startling Harry out of his thoughts. Here," Harry said. She gave him a warm smile. "Yes, of course you are," she said, making a mark next to his name. As she began her lecture, Harry found himself nervous for entirely different reasons than he'd felt in the past with Snape. He tried to pay attention, but he kept wondering exactly why she seemed to look at him so knowingly. She finished the lecture, and Harry began putting together his ingredients. It was a rather complicated potion, just the kind of thing that was easy to get wrong if one didn't pay attention. He was about to add a certain ingredient when Professor Melanadre came up behind. "Whoa there, Mr. Potter, you want the pickled spider hair," she said. Harry blinked at her. The whole idea of a helpful potions teacher was even more bizarre than anything he'd seen yet. She lightly touched his shoulder and leaned over him to pick up a vial. "I think this is what you want," she said, looking him in the eye and smiling. He gulped. He hadn't realized how blue her eyes were. Except for that one little hiccup, Harry felt like it was one of the easiest potions lessons he'd ever had. Not having Snape glowering over him gave him a wonderful sense of freedom. He finished the potion with a confident flourish and put it in a bottle for marking. At the end of class he walked up to the front and added his potion to the others. "That looks perfect, Mr. Potter," she said, beaming at him. Harry couldn't help but blush at the praise. As they walked out of the classroom, Ron said, "Wow. That was different." "Yes, I agree, and she really seems to know her subject," Hermione said excitedly. Unlike Snape, Professor Melanadre seemed to welcome questions, the more the better. This was heaven for Hermione, who had a seemingly endless list of questions. "I think she took a bit of a fancy to you, Harry," said Ron, smirking. Ron imitated her voice, speaking in a sultry, breathy tone. "I think this is what you want," he said, batting his eyes at Harry. "Shut it, Ron," Harry said, irritated. "She was nice to everyone. Not like she was to you," he said. "Come on, let's go get some lunch," Harry said grumpily. "Good idea," said Ron. "We have our first transfiguration this afternoon, and I don't want to face McGonagall on an empty stomach." "Is there anything you want to face on an empty stomach, Ron?" said Hermione. Ron shot her a grin. Good point. That afternoon, they headed to McGonagall's advanced transfiguration class, which, like most of the advanced classes, had all 4 houses in the same class. As Harry looked about the room, he noticed a short, skinny boy waving at Hermione. She smiled at him and walked over as Ron and Harry took seats. Harry looked over at Hermione curiously. "Who's that Hermione's talking to?" he said. Ron glared at Joseph. Some Ravenclaw bloke she met at the bookshop when we bought our school stuff," he said gruffly. "Oh," Harry said vaguely and began to dig his transfiguration book out of his bag. "Don't like the looks of that one," Ron said, casting another malevolent look toward the two. What's wrong with him?" Harry said, looking up and peering across the room. "He's supposed to be pretty smart, actually." Ron glared at him. Harry said quickly, well, not that smart, of course." "Yes, you're right, he looks a bit, Exactly," Ron said, nodding and frowning. "Can't be too careful nowadays, right?" Harry said. Bloody Git tried to get her to study with him at the bookshop. She said yes to humor him, but she'll be too smart to fall for that ploy, though, Ron said. Harry said, watching Hermione looking interested in something Joseph was saying. Just then Professor McGonagall walked into the classroom and Hermione scurried to her seat next to Ron and Harry. As McGonagall taught the lesson, Harry noticed Ron glancing over to Hermione and shooting glares at the back of Joseph's head. Ron seemed to grow more and more fidgety as the hour wore on, until Harry felt like casting a rope spell to tie him to his chair. Mercifully the class finally ended, Harry breathing a sigh of relief. Joseph smiled at Hermione as he walked out of the class, and Hermione gave him a shy smile back. What did he want, earlier? Ron asked Hermione suspiciously, as they began to gather up their books. Oh, Hermione said, blushing a bit. He just wanted to say hello. Seemed to take quite a while to just say hello, Ron said mulishly. Hermione looked irritated. Just what is your point, Ron? Harry put his hands to his temples and began rubbing. He didn't ask you to study with him, did he? Ron asked accusingly. What business is it of yours, Ron Weasley? She said, throwing her bag over shoulder angrily. She began to walk out of the class. I'm just. You are, aren't you? You're meeting him later, Ron called to her, retreating back. Ron picked up his own books moodily. Barking mad, he said under his breath. Ron sat alone in the common room, looking at his large pile of homework. Harry had gone off to study in Dumbledore's library, and Hermione had walked out without even talking to him. He sighed, wondering what he was going to do about her. What's wrong with me, he thought. The summer had gone by so fast, and he was still no closer to figuring out Hermione's feelings toward him. He thought back to the scene at the lake, which had been a perfect time. He balled up his fists and pounded himself on the head, not for the first time since then. Stupid, 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 he thought. Why didn't he do something then? He should have just talked to her straight away. But how do you talk about something like that? He needed some kind of signal. What exactly that signal looked like he had no clue. And now that Crumb was out, this bloody git Joseph was in. Did Hermione really like that little, skinny twit? You know that Hermione would go for the smart blokes, he thought morosely. But didn't I get 8 bloody owls? I'm not an idiot. Thinking about his grades led him thinking about the other issue in his life. His scoring 8 owls had not only been a shock to him, but he thought it might have been a shock to McGonagall as well. He had alluded to perhaps becoming an Auror to her last year at his career meeting, which had caused her to raise her eyebrows a bit, but she had dutifully filled him in on what it would take. His owl results had been just good enough to get him into the classes required, particularly since Snape was now the defense teacher. He had done a lot of thinking after his owl results had come in. It had almost felt like a second chance. He had never been the most serious of students, and Hermione had needed to push him more than once in the past years. But now he had an actual shot, a real shot, at being an Auror. He looked over at the portrait hole, wondering where Hermione went off to. He grumbled as he read another few pages of his textbook, but it was difficult to concentrate. I bet she went to the library with that git, he thought. He was getting more and more antsy and finally decided he'd never be able to concentrate unless he figured out where she was. He closed his books, went up to the dorm and dropped off his school work. He walked down the tower stairs and out the portrait hole, feeling annoyed with the entire concept of Ravenclaw. Bunch of bloody arrogant gits, he thought. Well, Luna is all right, he thought grudgingly. He came up to the library door. He knew that Hermione normally sat towards the back where she was closer to the books, but he wasn't sure she would stick to her normal routine. He eased open the door a crack and peeked in. He saw Hermione sitting at her normal table, with Joseph sitting next to her. Ron's face pinched into a scowl, looking at the two of them. Couldn't they sit across from each other? He thought, peeved. Well, Weasley, now you know. Hermione is studying with him, he thought. Part of him was telling himself that he should head back to the Gryffindor Tower, but another part surged strongly. He needed to see her face, to see if she was enjoying sitting with the puny git. He paused again, hand in front of the door, considering his options. If Hermione catches me, I'll be in big trouble, he thought nervously. Suddenly he grasped the door and eased it open slowly. He peered around the door, and the two of them were still sitting with their back toward him. There were shelves of books that he could hide behind and see what was going on. Just a quick peek, and then I'll leave, he thought. He tiptoed through the door, closing it gently. The library was fairly empty this time of night and was dead quiet. He walked quietly past Madame Pants, seated at her desk, who barely registered him passing as she reviewed a large stack of checkout cards. He turned down one of the book aisles, now out of visual sight of Hermione and Joseph. He walked down the aisle until he came to the opposite library wall, and then walked down along the wall, parallel to the two. He stopped at the aisle that was next to their table. This was the most dangerous spot, where they could potentially see him out of the corner of their eye. Ron peeked around the corner, and both of them seemed to be working. Taking a large step, he quickly moved across the aisle to the opposite bookshelf. He waited for a long few seconds for any sort of sign of recognition, and all seemed to be quiet. He smirked a bit. The Weasley sneakiness comes through, he thought. He walked down a few more shelves and then walked down an aisle where he could see their faces if he peeked through the shelves. He pulled out a couple of books from his side, and then carefully pulled a few books out from the other side, giving him a view of the two. He could see them each working on some sort of essay. Hermione didn't look unusual. If anything, she might as well have been studying by herself. He watched her for several minutes, and was about to put the books back and head out when Joseph spoke up. "I'm really glad we're studying together," he said a bit shyly. "I'll just bet you are," Ron thought, his annoyance rising with every second. He briefly felt guilty about eavesdropping, but he had to know what Hermione was going to say. "It's unusual that I study with someone who enjoys it so much," Hermione said. "I like studying," Ron thought. "Well, maybe not in the first few years, all right, maybe not so much before now, but, I don't complain nearly as much. It was fun discussing that potions essay with you. Your essays are always so well researched," Joseph said. "Oh, well, your essay was very well done, too," Hermione said, flattered. "Sometimes I like discussing our essays," Ron thought. "Well, usually when you check my answers, but..." Joseph seemed to grow very nervous. Hermione, can I ask you a, personal question?" Hermione seemed to grow nervous as well. Ron's eyes narrowed, and his fists began to open and close of their own accord. "All right, what is it?" Hermione asked. Do you have a boyfriend?" Joseph asked, his eyes darting around, looking anywhere but Hermione. "Tell me that runt isn't hitting on her," Ron thought furiously. He wondered exactly how much pressure it would take to snap his neck in half. "Well," Hermione said and paused. No, I don't." Ron's heart felt like someone had just pulled it out of his chest, stomped on it, and shoved it back in. Hermione's face had an odd expression that Ron couldn't identify. Joseph smiled slightly. I was just wondering, because you hang around so much with Harry Potter and Ron Weasley." "They're my best friends," she said. Never had the word friend sounded so awful to Ron. Joseph nodded awkwardly. So what do you think of this paragraph?" he said, as he passed his essay over to her. Hermione looked delighted that someone was asking her opinion as she read the passage in question. Ron carefully replaced the books in the shelves and sneaked out of the library without being seen. As he walked along the corridor towards Gryffindor Tower, he considered what he just saw. So Joseph the Runt thinks he's going to move in, does he? He thought angrily. I'll show Hermione that he's not the only one that likes studying. Hermione stared at her essay, trying to pay attention as she wrote another line. She was finding it difficult to concentrate after her conversation with Joseph, who was sitting next to her. Had he really just asked her if she had a boyfriend? She had been wondering if he was really interested in her, but there wasn't much to misinterpret in that question. She wasn't sure if she had any reciprocal interest, but she had to admit it was nice to have a boy her own age be relatively direct about it. Unlike certain people, she thought, annoyed. She wondered where Ron was right then. Probably off goofing around somewhere. "Joseph, you know that we're going to start up Dumbledore's army meetings again. It was kind of a secret club last year to practice defense, but this year it's more in the open," she said. Yes, I saw the posting on the bulletin board," he said. "Do you want to come?" Hermione asked. No, I don't think so, sorry. That isn't really my sort of thing," he said, a bit pompously. "In fact, I didn't even take the OWL exam." Hermione blinked. "You didn't like the subject?" "Well, I believe in peaceful solutions to problems. The early defense years are useful, like learning to handle boggarts, but later on it's all about violence. They call it defense, but most of it is really about attacking other people, he said. Hermione thought this was a bit of an odd take on it, but decided not to push the subject. All right, then, she said, smiling uncertainly before turning back to her essay. Harry felt tense as he walked into Snape's classroom with Ron and Hermione. It was the first time he'd seen Snape since their first class of the year, and he felt a kind of cold anger bubbling in him. Even though he had promised Hermione that he'd control himself, he was not going to take his abuse. Back, Potter, said Draco snidely. After your humiliation last time, I'm surprised you're showing your face. Interesting how poorly you do with a real teacher. Sod off, Malfoy, said Harry, irritated. He really didn't want to deal with Malfoy on top of Snape. What's the matter, Potter? Afraid that you're getting exposed for the fraud you are? Asked Draco. And what's your claim to fame, Malfoy? Said Ron. Spending your father's money. Malfoy gave him cold look. Someday you'll understand what family connections are all about, Weasley. What's that supposed to mean? That you'll use your father's connections in Azkaban, said Ron. Snape marched into the classroom and the room became instantly silent. After calling the roll, he began the lesson. Your bludgeoning and shield spell work in the last class was unacceptable. Apparently we will require more remedial work than I had thought, he said, glancing at Harry with a sneer. Harry felt his temper rising as the Slytherin sniggered. I will demonstrate the proper shield techniques. Who would care to demonstrate with me? Don't do it, Harry, Hermione whispered. Harry ignored her as he raised his hand, looking defiantly at Snape. Hermione buried her face in her hands. Potter, Snape said smoothly. Let's hope your bludgeoning spells are better than your shield spells. Harry said nothing as he left his seat and walked over to the dueling area. He could feel all the eyes on him again, but he just didn't care this time. Feel free to use any bludgeoning spell you wish, Potter. You do remember the proper spells, don't you? The Slytherins laughed loudly. Harry felt a cold anger rising in him. Any bludgeoning spell I wish, huh? He thought. There was a very advanced spell he had been practicing. It wasn't as accurate, but it was very powerful and difficult to block. The spell curved through the air, fooling the recipient into thinking it was going to miss, but then curved back in. Snape had a slight smirk on his face as Harry assumed a formal dueling position in front of him. All of his concentration was focused on Snape. The room seemed to fall away as all he saw was his enemy who needed to be defeated. Bataware Arcus, Harry snapped. The spell appeared to burst from his wand in slow motion as he saw it arch away from Snape and then suddenly curve back in. Snape's eyes were wide as he attempted to block the spell, but it slipped by his shield and slammed into his shoulder. Snape spun in the air as he flew 10 feet backward and landed on his back with a dull thud. There was a horrified silence in the room as everyone looked between Harry and Snape, wondering what would happen next. Don't say anything. Don't say it. Don't say it. Professor, do you need the hospital wing? Harry asked innocently. I shouldn't have said it. He could see Hermione out of the corner of his eye running her hands through her hair in exasperation. Snape looked at Harry with an expression of purest loathing and appeared that he was desperately trying to maintain control over himself. He got up and brushed off his robe. I am uninjured, Potter. Please take your seat. Harry walked back to his seat. Ron was looking smug, while Hermione was looking fearful. He noticed Parvati was sitting behind him again, giving him a big smile. He also saw that Draco looked furious, which only made the whole incident sweeter. He sat down, trying desperately to keep a neutral expression on his face as Snape walked back to the front of the class. Well, this demonstrates that as important as shield spells are, one must be prepared for even the occasional lucky hit, he said. Still, I cannot deny that Potter's spell was effective. 1 point to Gryffindor, said Snape. Lucky, Ron said with outrage, below his breath. Let it go, Ron, Hermione said warningly, in a low voice. They spent the rest of the class practicing bludgeoning and shield spells, but Harry noticed that Snape's shoulder looked odd, and that he would grimace whenever he thought no one was looking. Harry felt a cold satisfaction and had to admit that it felt very, very good to pay back a bit of the abuse he had suffered over the years. Broken clavicle. That's what Justin Finch Fletchley overheard when he was in the hospital wing getting his finger reattached, said Ron with a smirk. What happened to Justin's finger? Asked Hermione curiously. Something about a severing charm that got away from him, Ron said, shrugging his shoulders. They were sitting in the Great Hall, having their lunch after completion of the morning classes. Harry was in high spirits so far that day, feeling like he'd finally scored a point off Snape for once. Part of him knew that it was still early in the year, and that he shouldn't get too overconfident, but he wanted to enjoy the feeling while he could. Where's the clavicle? Asked Harry. Dunno, but it sounds painful, said Ron. Hermione rolled her eyes. The clavicle is the bone in your shoulder, the collarbone, she said loftily, gesturing to her own shoulder. Look, Harry, this'll be it, right? Said Hermione, switching subjects nervously. I mean, everything is even now. Harry's expression grew angry. It depends on Snape. I'm not going to back down to him. Don't you think this has a bit of potential to, get out of control? Said Hermione, biting her lip. Harry stabbed at his lunch. Hermione, you don't understand. I'm sick of Snape and his taking out his hatred of my father on me. I'm not going to put up with his rubbish any longer. Hermione looked unhappy as she looked for support from Ron, who in turn looked away from her. She sighed. All right, Harry, she said, looking like it wasn't all right at all. Harry had a feeling that the subject wasn't closed as far as she was concerned, and he would hear more later. They finished the rest of their lunch in silence. As they were cleaning up their places, a small first-year student walked up nervously. Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall wanted me to give you and Mr. Weasley this note, he said, seeming to try and keep a safe distance away from Harry. Thanks, Harry said, as he took the note. The student scurried away, looking fearful. Harry sighed, wondering if people would ever see him as a normal person. Harry read the note. McGonagall wants to see us in her office, he said, feeling anxious. McGonagall, I haven't done anything. Did you do anything? Ron said, looking like he was searching his memory for any recent rule breaking. No, Harry said slowly. Well, we'd best get it over with. We'll see you later, Hermione. All right, it's probably nothing, Hermione said, appearing worried but trying to give them an encouraging look. Let me know what happens. Yeah, probably nothing, Ron said, trying to convince himself. Harry and Ron headed out of the Great Hall toward Gryffindor Tower where McGonagall's office was located. They came up to the door, and Harry knocked softly, glancing at Ron. Come in, said McGonagall briskly. Harry pushed the door open and peeked inside. Potter, Weasley, come in, please, said McGonagall, gesturing toward some chairs in her office. Harry and Ron took a seat in front of the large desk. Harry looked over to Ron, who seemed to wear the same nervous expression that Harry was feeling. For goodness sakes, boys, no reason to be so jumpy, said McGonagall, looking over her half-moon glasses. Unless there is something I should know about. No, said Harry and Ron together. Good, she said, with the barest hint of a smile. Her face took on a businesslike look as she continued. Right then, there is the matter of the open Quidditch captaincy. I called both of you here, because Katie Bell turned down the position. You both are the next logical choices as the oldest players, and I wanted you both to understand the reasoning, she said. Harry looked at Ron, who had an unreadable expression on his face. For Harry's part, he hadn't really thought about being Quidditch captain before. Did he really want it? Part of him was excited by the prospect, but another part really didn't want to. As Dumbledore said last year, he really had enough responsibility to be going on with. He also knew that it would mean much more to Ron than it meant to him. And wasn't Ron really the logical choice anyway? He knew more about Quidditch than Harry would ever know. Not to mention that as keeper he was in a much better position to see the field and strategize effectively. He had a feeling that McGonagall was about to hand him the captaincy, so he decided to head her off. Professor McGonagall, I really think that Ron should be captain, Harry said. Ron looked over at him in shock. Really, Potter, said McGonagall, raising her eyebrows. Yes, Ron knows everything about Quidditch. He would make a great captain, Harry said. Well, I'm happy to hear you say that, Potter, since I've already decided to make Mr. Weasley captain, assuming he wants the job, said McGonagall. I do, said Ron, eyes wide. He looked like he couldn't quite believe the whole conversation was taking place. I want you to know that I strongly considered you as captain, Potter, but I dislike Seekers as captain. And frankly, despite his short time on the team, I liked what I saw at the end of last year, she said. You showed a lot of guts, Weasley. Are you ready to keep the cup in Gryffindor? I am, Professor, Ron said, his chest puffing out so far Harry thought it might burst open. All right, boys, dismissed, she said, looking back down to her paperwork. Harry and Ron left her office and began walking down the corridor. Harry, did you mean what you said about not wanting the job? Ron said. I mean, you've been on the team since your first year. You deserve to be captain. Nah, you know that Seekers don't make good captains. And you've been living and breathing Quidditch your whole life. McGonagall made the right choice. I shouldn't get it just because I've been on the team the longest. Congratulations, mate, said Harry sincerely. Thanks. Let's go find Hermione and Ginny and tell them. Harry was a bit surprised by just how sincere he was. It was one thing to think it in McGonagall's office, but the reality was another thing, and he really was happy for Ron. They came to the Gryffindor portrait hole, giving the password, and entered the common room. They saw Hermione and Ginny talking at a table, and Ron ran up excitedly. Hermione, Ginny, McGonagall made me captain of the team. Ron said proudly. Oh Ron, I'm so happy for you. Hermione got up and hugged him excitedly. Oh fine, make you captain, what about me? Ginny said sulkily, then grinned at him. Congratulations, Ron. I can't wait for Quidditch season, Ron said, rubbing his hands together. Our beaters are a bit suspect, but they started showing a lot of improvement toward the end of last year. We'll have Ginny as a chaser, so we'll need to pick up one more at the tryouts. Well, Ginny will need to try out, too. Can't show favoritism, right? But how can she miss with that new broom? Harry, come to think of it, Ron continued a bit awkwardly, you're not really on the team. I'll probably need for you to try out, too. Harry smiled. No worries, Captain. I like the sound of that, Ron said, smiling back. Harry looked around the room of requirement, looking again like the perfect place for his DA meetings. Hermione looked with approval at the shelf of books, while Ron was inspecting a set of magic knuckles, a set of 4 rings locked together that caused a person punched with them to be stunned. They had arrived a half hour beforehand, which Tonks had suggested for the first meeting so they could talk a bit about the DA. The door opened, and Tonks walked in, wearing what looked like some tight-fitting Auror training gear. Her hair was shortened to a very practical cut. All right, Harry, she said brightly. Hi Tonks, said Harry, as Ron and Hermione called out a greeting as well. Thanks for being our advisor. No problem. It'll be fun. I'm looking forward to it. I can't guarantee that I'll always be available with my Auror duties, but I'll try and give you some notice when I can, she said. If I can't make it, I'll find someone to come in my place. Trust me, there won't be any lack of volunteers. I understand. It'll be great to have you here to give us some experienced advice, said Harry. Let me just say going in that it's your show, Harry, said Tonks. You let me know what you want me to do, and where I can be helpful. All right, Harry said. By the way, that Auror training manual was really helpful in coming up with lesson plans. Good. That's one of the things I was thinking when I gave it to you. A lot of thought went into that manual, so I figured it would be helpful. Tonks looked around the room. Wow, this place is great. It's perfect for this purpose. I didn't even know Hogwarts had a training room like this. Well, it doesn't, really. It's called the Room of Requirement. It changes depending on your needs. A house elf showed it to me when we needed a secret spot last year. It worked so well that we decided to keep it as our meeting room. Tonks looked impressed. I wish I had known about this room when I was at Hogwarts. I can think of a lot of uses, she said, giving Harry a little sly wink and causing Harry to blush a little. They spent the rest of the time discussing Harry's goals for the year. Students began trickling in as they got closer to the appointed hour. "There's a lot more people than last year," Harry said to Hermione, a bit nervous. Hermione beamed at him. "Yes, I thought it might be quite popular now that it's out in the open." Harry turned to Tonks. "I'm really glad you're here, now. It would have been hard to manage everyone all by myself." Harry," said a familiar voice behind him. Harry turned around and was surprised to see Cho. "Oh, hi, Cho," Harry said awkwardly. "Hi, Harry," she said shyly. Did you enjoy your summer?" "It was all right. And you?" Harry said. The small talk felt bizarre to him after everything that happened the previous year. "It was nice," she said, looking as awkward as Harry felt. There was a long pause, and then she suddenly blurted out, "I'm so sorry about what happened last year." "Sorry about everything." Harry nodded, not sure what to say. "I'd really like to be here, if it's all right with you," she said, her eyes cast downward. "Sure, I hope you don't think you need to avoid me or anything," Harry said. She smiled for the first time. "I'm really happy to hear you say that, Harry," she said. She dropped her voice a bit and looked him in the eye. I'm feeling a lot better these days about Cedric." That's good," Harry said, wondering why she was bringing up Cedric. "Well, maybe I'll see you around school," she said. "Sure, all right," Harry said. She gave a small wave as she walked back to her friends. Although Harry couldn't find any feelings left for her, he couldn't help but notice that she had a nice smile. He wished he had seen it more often last year, rather than so many tears. He hadn't thought much about Cho over the summer, but it felt good to talk to her and get some of the lingering awkwardness out of the way. As Harry waited for the start of the meeting, he noticed anxiously that the room was filling up rapidly. Harry looked over the crowd, estimating that there had to be over 80 students in the room. He didn't think that all were going to fit, but somehow they all found places comfortably. "Hi, Harry," said Ginny brightly, having just come in with some other fifth-year students. Hi, Ginny," Harry said weakly. Ginny looked carefully at him, and then leaned over and spoke low so that no one could hear. "Feeling a bit nervous," she said, smiling. Well, yeah, a little bit," Harry said, actually feeling very nervous. "It's just like last year, only with a few more students. At least we don't have to worry about the inquisitorial squad breaking down the door," Ginny said, grinning. Harry laughed. The whole concept sounded ridiculous now that Dumbledore was back in firm control. "True, although I'd like to see you hit Malfoy with the bad bogey hex for myself. And I suppose we don't have to worry about getting terminal pimples that spell out rude words on our faces if we talk about the DA." Ginny laughed as well as Harry started to feel a bit more relaxed. Laughing seemed to ease some of his tension. Finally the flood through the door slowed down. Harry walked to the front of the room, and the crowd grew quiet. "Hello, everyone," Harry said. "I see we have quite a few new students here, so welcome to them, as well as people from last year. The purpose of the group is to practice defense. Just so you know, I don't pretend to know everything about defense, but I think together we can learn a lot. And this year we have a real advisor who is an Auror in the Ministry. Her name is Tonks." Harry gestured at Tonks, who waved to the crowd. "Any questions?" Harry asked. "I have a question," said Zacharias Smith. "Oh no, not him," Harry thought, annoyed, but managed to keep his expression neutral. "Yes," Harry responded. "Just what happened at the Ministry. We all read what was in the Prophet, but what's the real story?" Zacharias said, somewhat accusingly. "Why don't you shut it?" Ron said, looking like he wanted to pound him. "It's all right, Ron," Harry said quietly. It occurred to him that many people probably wanted more information about the Ministry battle, feeling fearful about Voldemort's return. He considered exactly what he should say. "As many of you know, there was an incident at the Ministry. As Dumbledore said, Sirius Black was killed during the battle," Harry said. The room was dead silent. "What you probably don't know is that Sirius Black was my godfather. Voldemort used him to lure me to the Ministry to try and kill me. I'm going to be honest with you, it was stupid of me to fall for his plan. Sirius came to the ministry to save me and died during the battle. I was lured there because I was careless. There are a lot of reasons it happened that aren't important right now, but the one thing I learned, and that everyone should learn, is to always be on your guard. Take nothing for granted and don't underestimate your enemy. I guess I know that sounds overly simplistic, but it's the truth. Harry paused, letting his little speech sink in. Any other questions? There was silence in the room. Right then, I think for our first meeting, practicing some basic stunning spells would be a good start. Why don't we split into pairs and practice stunning each other? If you have knowledge of shield spells, then try to block it as well, Harry said. Colin, Harry snapped, smiling at him evilly. Why don't you be my partner, and we can demonstrate for the others a bit? Colin looked very nervous as he glanced at his brother Dennis. Me, Harry. Are you sure? He said. Quite sure, Colin. Come over here, Harry said, walking over and gripping his arm. I have a couple of special spells, just for you. Oh, said Colin, now looking outright fearful, but following Harry dutifully. Why don't you start, and I'll try and block it, Harry said. Colin nervously aimed his wand at Harry. Stupefy. Harry easily deflected the spell using a shield spell, barely moving his wand. You know, Colin, I saw the chocolate frog card with my picture on it, Harry said conversationally. Colin's face fell. Stupefy. Harry snapped, using a wand motion that made the spell much more powerful. Colin tried to block the spell, but was far too late, and he fell over with a loud thud. Harry cast Enervate to wake him up, and Colin got back to his feet a bit shakily. Good try, Colin. Go again, Harry said. Colin sent another spell that Harry again easily blocked. Colin looked at Harry fearfully. You know, it was funny, Harry continued. I looked at that picture, and I asked myself, now how did that picture get taken? Stupefy, Harry shouted. Colin did a bit better at blocking, but still didn't manage to deflect as he fell backward. Harry grimaced a bit at the hard hit. He revived Colin again. Bad luck, old man. Another try, Harry said. Colin was definitely looking worse for wear. Stupefy, he shouted, his voice quavering. Harry deflected the spell once again as Colin bit his lip, looking around the room as if he was hunting for the best escape. Yes sir, a good picture of myself. But how did someone get a picture of me in my Quidditch gear? I didn't remember any odd photographers. Imagine my surprise when I read the caption. Oh, by the by, let me show you this new stunner I've been practicing, Harry said, his smile bearing some teeth. Ready, so poor irrationalist, Harry shouted, launching a highly powerful spell. It would take Colin days to recover completely. Colin managed to get his shield spell up, but the powerful stunner ripped through the shield, hitting him almost full force. Colin fell to the floor once again, landing directly on his face. Harry gave the wake-up spell, but Colin was still only semi-conscious, so Harry gave the spell again. Finally Colin awoke, looking definitely wobbly on his feet now as he staggered around, unbalanced. So, like I was saying, imagine my surprise when I saw your name as the photography credit, Colin, Harry said. Colin looked up, blinking his eyes as he seemed to only half understand what Harry was saying. He raised his wand, intending to take his turn. Stupefy, Colin said, almost mumbling. Harry blocked the spell and ricocheted it straight back to Colin, who dropped again with an especially loud thud. Harry started to feel a bit guilty, but not too much as he remembered again the chocolate frog card. He woke him up and decided to take pity as Colin staggered to his feet. All right, Colin, Harry asked sweetly. Colin didn't seem capable of talking rationally any longer. Now, we won't have any more unauthorized pictures leaving Hogwarts, will we, Colin? Harry asked. No, right then, no pictures, Colin said shakily. Why don't you go practice with your brother a bit more? I need to check on everyone's progress, said Harry. Colin shook and swayed as he walked away in a drunken manner. Harry carefully avoided looking at Hermione as he could see her giving him a very disapproving look. He then noticed Ginny grinning at him and he gave her a small, secret smile as he began walking about the room reviewing everyone's progress. Harry found Tonks invaluable as they both helped people practice. There were just too many people for Harry to give individual attention to, and he noticed that she was a patient and encouraging teacher. As last year, Neville was showing remarkable progress as he noticed him practicing with Luna. The DA members from last year seemed to do better than the new members, but Harry felt very gratified with everyone's progress. Toward the end of the meeting, Tonks walked over to Harry. "Hey, Harry, how about a little fun here at the end?" she said. "Fun?" Harry asked. "Sure. How about an Expelliarmus duel, you and I?" said Tonks. "What's that?" "It's pretty simple. We just duel using Expelliarmus as the only offensive spell, but we can use any shield spell we want. It's great for building reflexes," she said. "All right," Harry said, smiling. Harry and Tonks faced off from each other. The other students started looking over curiously, and Harry saw them whispering to each other. "We'll do a few warm-ups, right? Try and disarm me first," she said. "Expelliarmus," Harry said. Tonks easily blocked the spell, moving astoundingly fast. Harry found himself extremely impressed. "Okay. Right back at you. Expelliarmus," Tonks said. Harry easily blocked the spell as well. "Excellent, Harry. Wow, you're fast," Tonks said, causing Harry to blush a bit. They traded a few more spells, each easily blocking the spell. "All right, ready to launch at will. We keep going until one is disarmed," she said. "Okay, ready," Harry said, assuming a dueling stance. Almost the entire room had turned to watch them. "Expelliarmus," Tonks shouted, as Harry blocked the spell. Harry launched one back, as they kept shooting them back and forth at each other. Tonks had a huge grin on her face as they traded spells, faster and faster. Harry launched a spell, and Tonks deflected it straight back at him, causing Harry to throw himself out of the way. "Ha, almost got you, Harry," said Tonks. Tonks launched a spell, and Harry did his own deflective shield, shooting it back at Tonks, who deflected it back at him. Harry was ready for the return shot, and easily deflected it. He started getting into a rhythm as they traded spells, sometimes volleying spells back and forth 3 or 4 times before they ran out of power or missed entirely. Harry could see sweat on Tonks' face, and he was growing very weary as well from the constant concentration it was taking. Finally Tonks hit a well-aimed spell that slipped through his defense, causing his wand to fly out of his hands. "Ow! Damn!" Harry shouted, angry with himself. The students applauded the effort, causing Harry to remember that others were watching. He then blushed a bit at his outburst and grinned sheepishly. "I mean, well done, Tonks." Tonks laughed. "Well, I'd have probably said about the same if you'd caught me," she said. "Are you sure you've never done this before, Harry? You did amazingly well, and I'm not exaggerating here." "No, I've never done an exercise like that," said Harry. "You know, Harry, you should know that metamorphmagy can change our musculature as well as our appearance. It's a bit unfair against normal people," she said. "How do you mean?" said Harry. "Well, there is a special guild we go to train with other metamorphmagy, to learn to use our abilities to full potential. Of course, there is a lot of study of anatomy. One of the things we learn is how to change our muscles. You see, there are 2 kinds of muscles in the body, muscles used for strength, called slow twitch, and muscles used for speed, called fast twitch. Everyone has a certain proportion of each. I can change the proportion, like I can change my appearance. When I do dueling exercises, I change my muscle proportion for speed," said Tonks. "I noticed that you seemed really fast," said Harry. "Of course, muscle isn't everything. You need the reflexes as well, which fortunately I came with naturally. Doesn't help with my clumsiness, of course," she said, rolling her eyes. "But anyway, Harry," she continued, "almost no one can stay with me in a reflex duel like that. That you could your first time is almost unheard of. You know what? Let me try something." She walked over and mumbled a long spell. Her wand glowed a white color, and she began waving it over Harry's body. "This is a muscle measuring spell, used for when we're learning to change our muscle proportion." As she waved it over Harry's body, the wand glowed a bright red, especially on his limbs. Tonks whistled. "Wow, I've never measured anyone with that high a proportion of fast twitch muscles. Let me try something else. She mumbled another spell and waved her wand over Harry's head. This measures someone's reflex neurology. I sometimes do aura evaluations and this spell is used in the screening process. The wand again glowed a bright red, Tonks' eyes growing wide as she glanced between the wand and Harry. You know, Harry, this explains why you're such a good seeker. Your reflexes are much faster than normal, and your body is built to use them. Incidentally, it's also why you're a bit skinny, she said, winking at him. You're built for speed, not for heavy lifting. So what does it all mean? Harry asked. It means you were born to be an Auror, Harry, Tonks said. I'm really pleased with the progress tonight, Harry said to the DA students, as he wrapped up the meeting. Thank you all for coming, and I'll see you next time. The students began filing out as Tonks walked up. That was great, Harry. You're a pretty good teacher, she said. Harry flushed a bit at the compliment. Thanks again for coming. It was really helpful, he said. See you next time, right? She said, waving and saying goodbye to everyone as she walked out. Harry waved goodbye as well as he began to clean up the room. Harry, I need to go, Hermione said nervously. All right, see you later, then, Harry said vaguely, grabbing some cushions off the floor. Go where? Ron said suspiciously. Hermione glared at him. I'm going to go study. HMPH. Study with the runt. Sounds like to me, said Ron. Hermione said nothing, as she held her head up walking out. I'm going to go study, too. He called after her. My transfiguration essay is already done, I'll have you know. Ron looked grumpy. What does she see in that little twerp? Well, see you later, mate. I want to get that potions assignment done. All right, I'll catch up with you in a bit, Harry said curiously, watching him walk out. Ron had been studying quite a bit lately, without Hermione even needing to nag him. As he continued to clean up the room, more students filed out of the room until he noticed that only Parvati and Ginny were left. Ginny had been helping him clean up, but he saw her give Parvati a look of disgust and then stalked out of the room. Ginny seemed a bit upset about something, he thought. He was about to chase after her and see what was wrong when Parvati walked up. They were alone in the room now. You know, Harry, you did really well tonight, Parvati said, smiling at him. You're such a good teacher. Thanks, Harry said, fidgeting. She took a step closer. It was very impressive, watching you dueling with Tonks, even though she got the better at the end. Well, can't win them all, right? He said, looking anywhere but directly at her. She was wearing some sort of perfume that smelled very nice. You'll win next time, I'm sure of it, she said, in a slow voice. Maybe, he said, his knees shaking a bit. You know, I was having a little trouble with my wand motion, toward the end, she said, smiling coyly. Trouble, it looked like you were doing fine, Harry said, wondering what she was talking about. Her work had looked perfect to his eye. Sometimes I think my flicks are a bit too swishy, she said. Would you show me again how it's done? All right. Harry pulled out his wand and demonstrated the proper movement. Like that. Your wand movement is always so strong and confident, Harry, she said. Harry felt a considerable amount of heat moving up his neck, and his voice appeared to have stopped working. I'm not sure I quite have it. Would you hold my arm and show me? She said, holding out her arm. Her dark eyes seemed to grow larger in the dim light of the room. Dim light, a small part of him thought. When did that happen? What is the room of requirement doing? He said, his hand shaking a bit as he lightly took her wrist. She turned around so that he was behind her. He took a deep breath of her perfume despite himself. Harry moved her wand hand in the proper motion. You see, you move the wand like this. She leaned her head back a bit so that it was touching his chest. He could feel her hair tickling his neck. I think I see, now, she said. Maybe just show me a few more times. Also, where should my other arm be? Maybe you could show me where it should go. He reached around with his other hand, and took her other arm, now almost embracing her from behind. Well, Your other arm you normally keep at your hip for good balance, he said. Parvati's body felt very warm next to his as the light in the room seemed to grow even dimmer. He distractedly noticed that a large, very comfortable-looking couch had appeared in the corner, and some quiet, slow music had begun playing. "That's wonderful, Harry," she said, almost whispering. She slowly turned in his arms until she was facing him, her hands lightly touching his chest. He looked down into her dark eyes, the pupils very large. She looked very, very pretty as her lips parted slightly. He could feel her warm breath, which smelled pleasantly of mint. Her head tilted a bit as Harry began to lean down. Harry suddenly stopped, his lips inches from hers. "Good God, what am I doing?" he thought, panic rising in him. He swallowed and backed away from her. She blinked and looked at him with a confused expression. I think you have it down, now. I really have some studying I need to do, so I better go." "Oh, all right, Harry," she said. He grabbed his bag and walked to the door, trying not to break out in a run. As he walked through the door and when she could no longer see him, he breathed a sigh of relief. He ran his fingers through his hair, breathing heavily, as he walked quickly down the corridor trying to get a grip on himself. "Wow, that was a close call," he thought. "I can't believe I almost keyed Parvati." A huge conflict arose in his troubled mind. Part of him wanted to go back, but another part saw nothing but trouble. "She looked awfully pretty back there," a little voice said in his head. "A little keying never hurt anyone. She fancies me," he thought. "Wouldn't it be unfair to key her if I don't feel the same?" As tempted as he was to key her, he felt like it wouldn't be quite right to lead her on. Feeling extremely confused, he finally came to the portrait hole and gave the password, allowing him entrance to the common room. He stumbled into a chair next to Ron, who was busily working on his homework. Ron looked up. "Took you long enough. Where've you been?" Harry debated with himself about sharing his dilemma with Ron. He finally looked around the room and saw that no one could overhear. "Parvati tried to key me after the meeting," he said quietly. "Parvati," Ron said, his face showing confusion. "She fancies you." "I dunno. I guess so. Nothing happened, but it was close," Harry said. "Way too close." Ron smirked. "You sure seem to have a way with the ladies after meetings." Harry looked at him sourly. All right. Look, just don't leave me alone in there after meetings, all right? It's too, risky." Just then, the portrait hole opened up and Parvati walked in. She gave Harry a very warm smile as she walked up the stairs toward her dorm. Ron blinked as he watched her walk up the stairs. Yeah, I see what you mean," he said. "What do I do?" Harry said, putting his hands to the side of his head. "Avoid her, mate. She's looking mighty dangerous these days. She seems to have, filled out quite a bit this summer," Ron said, with a grin. "I mean, she's nice and all," said Harry. "But, say no more," said Ron, holding up his hand. "I understand. Besides, there are other girls around, right?" Ron said, giving him a shrewd look. Harry's eyes narrowed. "What d'ya mean?" "Nothing. Say, have you done the potions essay yet? You want to work on it?" Ron said quickly. Harry looked at him for several seconds. "All right, let me run upstairs and get some parchment," Harry said, as he got up. He shot a suspicious look back at Ron as he headed up into the tower. Harry walked to the front of the potions classroom, feeling very pleased with the results that day. It had been a complex assignment, but somehow having Professor Melanadre made a huge difference in his outlook on the subject. "Well, Mr. Potter, I must say your work has been excellent lately," Melanadre said to him as he turned in his potion for marking. Harry noticed bashfully that she looked particularly pretty today with her hair clipped up with a bright red bow. Thanks. "Oh, would you mind waiting after class? I could use your help with something," she said, smiling at him. "Sure, no problem," Harry said, feeling pleased despite himself about her picking him to help her. He went over to Ron and Hermione. "Hey, I'll catch up with you two later. The professor wants help with something." Ron gave him a smirk, causing both Hermione and Harry to glare at him. "What?" Harry said, annoyed. Sure, Harry, you're quite the helpful bloke, aren't you? Always willing to lend a hand to someone in need, Ron said, snickering. All right, just go, Harry said irritably, as he went to the side of the room to wait. After the last few students filed out, Harry walked up to Professor Melanadre's desk. Thank you so much for helping me, Harry, she said. It won't take long. I just received a big box of potions, and it's much easier with 2 people. All right, Harry said. She moved to the side of the classroom and opened up a storeroom, gesturing to him that he should follow her in. Here we are. I'll pull them out of the box, and you mark off the inventory on this sheet, all right? She said, handing him a clipboard. All right, Professor, Harry said. Melanadre giggled a bit and leaned forward. You don't know how odd it is to hear you call me that. Really? Harry asked, eyebrows raised. Yes, you know, Harry, may I call you Harry, at least when we're not in class? She asked. Harry nodded. Well, Harry, you may call me Melissa if you like, anyway. I'm not that much older than you are. In fact, we just missed being classmates at Hogwarts. I left the year you came, she said, looking at him carefully. 30 ounces of ground bat wings. What? Harry said. She waved a potions bottle. 30 ounces, ground bat wings. Oh, Harry said, writing down the quantity. 1 ounce, spider hearts, she continued. Harry repeated the quantity as he wrote it down. It would have been fun to be classmates, wouldn't it? She said. You know, I was in Gryffindor, too, we could have been friends. 6 ounces, pickled toad. Yeah, maybe, he said, wondering where she was going with all of this as he wrote down another quantity. She reached up and pulled out her hair clip, shaking her shiny long hair out and letting it cascade over her shoulders. Harry felt very flustered watching the process. That's better, she said. I have to be professional in the classroom, but I can be more relaxed here, right? She said, looking at him out of the corner of her eye and giving him a smile. 12 ounces, bull testicles. 12 ounces, Harry said, feeling some heat coming up on his face. They continued unpacking ingredients, Melanadre calling them out and every so often giving Harry another smile. Finally they reached the end, Harry feeling conflicted about whether the end was a good thing or a bad thing. Thank you so much for helping me, Harry, she said, putting her hand lightly on his shoulder as she opened up the door to the storeroom. Sure, anytime, Harry said, feeling a bit of disappointment as she lifted her hand off his shoulder. Anytime, I'll keep that in mind, Harry. It's good to have a bloke around that's so helpful, she said, her azure blue eyes giving him a wink. Harry felt his breath catch, the wink feeling like a physical punch. At that moment, he felt like she could have asked him to do anything, and he would have gladly complied. Walking out of the classroom, he grinned as he hoped that Voldemort didn't have any Death Eaters like her. Harry, Ron and Hermione were sitting in Dumbledore's library, dust swirling around the torches as they browsed through the very old volumes. Harry looked over at Hermione, who was deeply engrossed in a particular book. He had been spending a lot of time reading in the secret library, but there was no way he could keep up with Hermione, who had been reading through the dusty volumes like a fiend. He knew Hermione was good at research, but he still had to marvel at her recent focus as she made copious notes on spells that she thought might be useful to him. Even Ron had been excited, for once, about spending time in a library. Since Hermione seemed determined to take a broad approach to everything, he had decided to focus on books devoted to dueling to find spells that might be useful to the DA meetings. For Harry's part, he was currently fascinated with some of the more obscure information. At the moment, he was reading a book with extremely powerful spells used for large-scale construction. The mountain tunneling spell he was reading was particularly interesting. Very few wizards could actually do it, and it was a very rare type of spell that concentrated a wizard's power, but temporarily drained it for several hours. You know, Harry said musingly, I'm not even sure why some of this information is restricted. It usually says that most wizards wouldn't even be able to make them work. I mean, they're powerful, but I guess I expected more summoning of demons from the depths of hell, or splitting the planet in half, or something. Yes, I know what you mean, Harry. I suppose the Ministry tends to restrict any sort of spell that could cause large-scale damage, even if its intended purpose is useful, Hermione said. I wouldn't be surprised if they released particular information only to the licensed guilds that need it. On the other hand, she continued, some of this information is pretty, well, frightening, frankly. I was just reading about a potion that has a similar effect to the Dementor's key. It destroys the soul of the recipient. Fortunately, it's an extremely complex potion, and has to be administered in very specific circumstances. Harry looked over at Ron, who seemed unusually interested in a particular book. What did you find, Ron? Ron looked up with a bit of an incredulous expression. This book is, wow. It's a bit hard to follow, because the English is pretty old, but the first part of the book shows how to duel using single-syllable spells. The next part tells how to do them while just speaking them in your head, not even out loud. It lists all sorts of stunners, shields, bludgeoners. Hermione looked up. I didn't think that was possible, she said. Well, it looks complicated, Ron said. All sorts of rubbish about mental states and precision wand control. It also says that it takes a lot of power to make them work. Harry walked up and looked over his shoulder at a hand-bound book with cracked leather. We need to learn these, Harry said decisively. This is exactly the sort of thing that can give us a huge advantage if we get into another scrape with some Death Eaters. Ron nodded. All right, mate, why don't I try and translate some of this? Maybe I can put together some study plans. Ron noticed Hermione giving him a rather proud look. What? Ron asked, embarrassed. Oh, nothing. Just, I've never seen you so interested in studying something, she replied. Well, we all need to help out, right? Ron mumbled. Might need your help with some of this. It looks like it's Middle English or something. All right, she said, smiling at him. Harry sat back down with his own book. While he was sure that Voldemort probably knew much of what was contained here, a lot of the books looked very old and obscure. It was likely that his Death Eaters did not have access to as much information as they had here. Harry glanced over to his pensieve. True to his word, Dumbledore taught Harry how to use it for faster recall of information. Harry had always had an average memory, nothing like Hermione's phenomenal memory, but the pensieve seemed to make all the information much more orderly in his head. Harry planned on sharing the techniques with Ron and Hermione, but for now he wanted to experiment with it himself. He didn't want them to know yet, but he had also been trying some of the extremely powerful spells when he was in the secret library by himself. Many of the spells claimed to need a lot of power behind them, and he wanted to measure himself. Although he seemed able to get the spells to work, he hadn't really had enough practice to make them operate to their full potential and wasn't totally adept at them. Harry looked around the room. He had to admit that he had actually started to feel a tiny bit of confidence since they had started reading the restricted material. He finally felt like he was gaining a bit of an edge. He had to hope that it would all be enough when the inevitable conflict came. Harry came down the dormitory stairs with his firebolt over his shoulder, looking forward to practice finally starting. As expected, Ginny had easily made the team, along with the beaters from last year, Andrew Kirk and Jack Sloper, and their veteran chaser, Katie Bell. They had additionally found a very promising chaser named Sam Peterson, a fourth year. All in all, he felt very good about the upcoming season. As he entered the room, Ginny was carrying her broom down the girls' dormitory stairs, looking excited as well. Hi, Harry, she said brightly. Can't wait for practice, can you? Harry grinned at her. You have no idea, especially after getting banned last year. When did Ron leave? She asked. Harry chuckled. An hour ago. He said he wanted to get everything organized for our first practice. You know, he scared me a bit at tryouts. I've never seen him so, loud, she said, giggling. Yeah, you never saw Oliver Wood, he sounded a bit like that. But Ron won't let it go to his head like Oliver. He was just excited because it was his first day, Harry said, as they walked out the portrait hole. Can't wait to try out the lightning in a real practice, too, Ginny said, as she patted her new fiery red broom appreciatively. It's been working great. You were a terror at the tryouts. It was pretty impressive, actually, Harry said. Well, I don't know about that, Ginny said modestly. But it's certainly nice to play on a good broom. Ginny gave him an odd glance as they walked out of the castle into a cool, overcast day. It was to be a late afternoon practice, and storm clouds were starting to gather. Ron had been worried about their first practice getting rained on, but it looked like the storm wasn't to come in until later. Of course, I wrote Fred and George and thanked them for the new broom. It was awfully nice of them, wasn't it? She asked. Warning alarms started ringing in Harry's head. Yes, it was. But you deserved it, Harry said, fighting to keep his voice level. Ginny was watching him carefully. Ginny smiled. Did I? That's nice of you to say, Harry. Well, you know, the old broom was, having so much trouble, that, Fred and George probably thought you needed a new one, Harry said awkwardly. Yes, that's true, and it was good timing, especially since they hadn't really seen the broom up close the rest of last year, and they didn't play with us over the summer, Ginny said musingly. Yeah, I guess they figured that the broom was getting old, and was, probably having problems. Harry said, wishing he could think of something a bit less ridiculous to say. They stopped in front of the doors of the changing room. Ginny turned and faced Harry, giving him a very serious look. I thanked them, of course, but what I didn't say was how much it meant to me, Ginny said, looking Harry straight in the eye. Harry said nothing. His voice seemed to have left him. You know, even before I came to Hogwarts, I always wanted to do well on the Quidditch team, but never really had any confidence. I never told anyone, but, last year, it seemed like the expectations for the team were so low, that even if I didn't do well, no one would blame me. But this year, you're going to be back, and we won last year, and I was really afraid that the old broom wasn't going to cut it. So, it was very caring of them, and I appreciate it more than they can ever know, Ginny said, and then abruptly turned and entered the witch's changing room. Harry stood for a second, looking at the closed door, before he entered his own changing room and got dressed. Line up, Ron shouted, as the team filed into the common part of the changing room and sat down in a line on the bench. Harry sat down at the end next to Ginny. Ron pulled out a stack of rather thick-looking books and handed them to Harry, who began passing them down the line one at a time. These are our playbooks. I spent a lot of time putting together formations, as well as optimal strategies. I want everyone to study them, memorize them, live them. Every practice, we will drill them. I want this team to execute them perfectly without even needing to think, Ron barked. He began pacing back and forth, his hands behind his back. Last year, we won the cup. But let's face it, it was close. Too close, he suddenly shouted, making everyone flinch. Harry and Ginny glanced at each other. We have by far the best team at Hogwarts. If we play together, if we play as a team, if we play with passion, Ron said, his eyes growing wide as he clenched his fists out in front of him, we can't lose. Let me repeat that. Quidditch is about passion. It's about life. It's about giving everything you have, and more, and leaving it all on the field. It's about wanting the victory more than anything you've ever wanted in your life. When you're on the field, you have to embrace the beauty that is Quidditch. You have to be one with the broomstick. All that matters during the game is playing your position, being one part of a greater whole. Ron paused, his eyes blazing with a manic fury as he looked each player in the eye, walking down the line. His voice went to barely a whisper. A greater whole, not just the team, but the greater whole of the entire House of Gryffindor. We represent the pride of not only our fellow students, but every student, every team that has come before us. We must not fail them, Ron said, looking like he might break out in tears at any second. He suddenly shouted, "Who are we, Gryffindor?" Harry heard himself roar back along with the team, somehow caught up in the speech despite himself. "What?" Ron said, putting his hand to his ear. "Gryffindor." They roared even louder. "I can't hear you, Gryffindor." The team screamed at him. "Are we going to win this year?" Ron screamed. "Yes." The team screamed back. "Will we conquer all comers?" "Yes." "Do you swear, on all that you hold dear, to devote yourself totally to the passion of Quidditch when you're on that field?" Yes. Then get the bloody hell onto that field for practice. Ron screamed, his voice cracking. Everyone leapt to their feet and almost trampled each other heading to the field. It was several weeks later as Harry sat in the common room with Ron and Hermione doing some homework. Sighing, he put down his quill as he reflected on his first month. Boy, this month seems to have flown by this year. I can't believe we're going to Hogsmeade already tomorrow, Harry said. I've been so busy with Quidditch, the DA, not to mention just the normal classes. I'm really looking forward to the break. Hermione suddenly looked a bit distressed. Harry, about Hogsmeade tomorrow. Ron looked up suspiciously. What? Asked Harry. Hermione blushed. Well, that is, Joseph asked if I go with him. Oh, Harry said. He felt a bit of disappointment. Except for the time he and Ron had been fighting, he had always gone with both of them. Harry had been looking forward to just a normal, fun day. Ron looked petulant. You're going with the runt? He asked incredulously. Hermione looked angry. Just because he's a little, small doesn't mean you have to call him a runt. He's very nice, and he really likes studying with me. You know, you could be a little nicer, Ron Weasley. I'll just bet he likes studying, Ron grumbled. Well, you know what I'm doing tomorrow. I'm skipping Hogsmeade to study. Hermione looked stunned. You're going to skip Hogsmeade to study? Yes, Ron said, looking triumphant. Are you feeling all right, Ron? You've been studying an awful lot lately. It's, not like you, she said, looking a bit worried. Ron looked wounded. Just because I've been studying doesn't mean there's something wrong with me, he said. Hermione looked embarrassed. Well, I didn't mean to imply that. Harry sighed. So I'm going by myself. Hermione looked unhappy. I could ask Joseph if it's okay if you come along. No, Harry said quickly. He definitely didn't want to get in the middle of that business. No, you two have fun. Ron shot Harry a look, as if he was unhappy that Harry decided not to tag along. Harry went back to his homework, but was finding it difficult to concentrate. He didn't want to go Hogsmeade by himself, but he really wanted to get away from Hogwarts. He spied Ginny across the room and wondered what her plans were. He got up from the table and casually walked over, feeling very nervous. Maybe he could find out if she already had plans without being too obvious about it. Hi, Ginny, he said. I was just wondering if, you had a quill I could borrow. Hi, Harry, she said brightly. Sure, I have one in my bag. She reached down, pulled up her bag, and started messily pushing items aside, looking for a quill. Doesn't Hermione have any? I thought she always carried a pile of extras. A very good question, Harry thought, feeling stupid at the obvious ploy. She handed him the quill, and Harry decided to ignore her question, hoping it would just go away. Thanks. So, looking forward to Hogsmeade tomorrow, Harry said, trying to appear nonchalant. Yeah, owl studies have been a killer so far. I can really use the break, she said. Yeah, me too. Are you going with friends? He asked. Yes, a group of us are going, she said. Harry felt frustrated at the lack of specifics. He wondered if a boy was taking her along with her other friends. He suddenly felt shy about the whole thing. He didn't want to get turned down if she was already going with a boy. Oh, well, have fun, then, Harry said. Ginny gave him a strange look, and appeared about to ask him something, but thought better of it. All right, Harry, maybe I'll see you all there tomorrow. Yeah, see you, Harry said, walking off. He sat back down at the table, looking at the quill he had borrowed, feeling annoyed with himself. Why didn't you just ask her? He thought. Sighing, he went back to his work. It was a pretty autumn day the next day as Harry set out alone to Hogsmeade, walking with the other students. He thought he saw some curious looks as he walked by himself, but he tried to ignore them. He really wanted to enjoy the day, and he was glad that the weather was nice. As he walked, he noticed Ginny up ahead with her group of friends, her fiery red hair unmistakable as it sparkled in the sunshine. He matched their pace as he followed at a safe distance. There seemed to be about 5 people in her group including herself, 3 girls and 2 boys. He couldn't tell if she was going with one of the boys or not. As they entered the village of Hogsmeade, Harry looked around, trying to decide where he wanted to go first. Just as he was deciding to pay a visit to Honeydukes, he heard a loud female voice call out to him. Harry. He turned around and noticed Parvati waving at him energetically. She was with Seamus, Dean, Lavender and another girl that Harry thought was a Hufflepuff. He saw her say something to the group and then ran over to Harry. Hi, Harry, are you here by yourself? She asked, looking concerned. Well, sort of, he said, feeling a sinking sensation. Can I join you? She asked hopefully. Harry sighed. Feeling like it would be rude to give her a flat no, he said, all right, then. Parvati looked delighted and gave him a huge smile. Well, let's go. Where do you want to go first? I have an idea. I know a really fun place to go. Let's go to Madame Puddifoot's, she said enthusiastically. No, Harry felt a feeling of horror, remembering the last time he'd been there with Cho. I mean, no, why don't we go to Honeydukes? I was just on my way there, actually. All right, Harry, wherever you want to go, she said happily. As they walked together, Harry couldn't help but notice that she was looking very pretty, and was wearing the perfume she had been wearing the night of the DA meeting. He felt a bit flustered, remembering the temptation he'd felt that night. Where are Hermione and Ron? She asked. Well, Hermione had a date, and Ron decided to study, he said. Her eyes widened as she looked at Harry. Hermione has a date. Who? Joseph something or other, Harry said. I know him. I'd been kind of wondering. They seem to have been studying together so much lately. Well, you know Hermione. She studies so much anyway, but I didn't think she was actually going out with him, but he seems very nice, so I suppose it's not surprising that they might go out. It's funny that Ron decided to stay behind and study. He's never seemed like the studying type, but supposedly he did well on his owls last year, so I suppose anything is possible, Parvati said, without seeming to need to take a breath. Yeah, Harry said, not sure what to say to the parade of subjects she had just covered. They walked into Honeydukes and Harry once again marveled at the wide array of sweets available at the shop. It certainly had to be the most colorful shop in Hogsmeade. He walked up to the counter and began listing an assortment of items to the shopkeeper. He made sure he selected some of Ron's favorites, as he felt bad about Ron staying behind, so thought some sweets might cheer him up. Ooh, I love these, Parvati said, as she pointed to a bin full of something called grasshopper gummies. As he looked into the bin, he could see them jumping around, seeming to try and escape. Are they good? Harry said uncertainly. Oh, they're the best. You should try them, Parvati said. Harry shrugged, deciding to go with the flow. He asked the man to add a bag full of the treat. The man carefully opened the bin, covering the opening with his hand. He held up the bag and let them jump in rather than trying to use his normal scoop. He put the bag next to Harry's other bags. The bag jumped around on the table as Harry pulled out some money and paid the man. They walked out of the shop, and Harry offered the bag to Parvati. Thank you for buying me some, Harry, she said, smiling coyly at him. Harry groaned to himself. He should have known it would be seen by her as buying a gift. No matter what he did, somehow it seemed to be interpreted as encouraging her. He needed to be more careful. She offered him one of the grasshopper gummies. Thanks, he said, popping it into his mouth. It jumped around violently and then exploded with a loud pop sound. Harry was shocked for a split second, but then a sweet flavor covered the inside of his mouth with a delicious, silky texture. He had to admit, he really liked them. Wow, that is good, he said appreciatively. Parvati beamed like Harry had just pronounced her the most beautiful girl on earth. I knew you would like them, she said. They continued walking down the street, eating the gummies. Harry was just starting to relax a bit when he felt Parvati reach over and take his hand. He glanced over, and she was looking straight ahead, appearing a little fearful. Harry felt a panic come over him. He didn't want to lead her on, but he also didn't want to hurt her feelings. His confusion rose, as part of him had to admit that it was rather nice holding her hand. Stop. None of that, he thought desperately. He had to figure a way out of it. He looked around the street desperately, hoping something would come to mind. He spotted the 3 broomsticks not far away, giving him a possible solution. Do you want to get a butterbeer?" Harry asked nervously. "All right, that sounds nice, Harry," she said, giving him another smile. They walked up to the door, giving Harry an excuse to let go of her hand. She waited, looking at him. "Oh," Harry said, dawning on him what she was waiting for. He opened the door for her, letting her through. She waited for him to lead the way to a table. Deciding on a table toward the back where he couldn't be seen from the front windows, Harry led Parvati to a table and they sat down, with Harry facing the room. I'll go get us a couple of butterbeers, all right?" Harry said. "That would be wonderful, Harry." Harry briefly thought about asking her for some money for her butterbeer to make the whole event less of a date, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it. She was looking at him so happily that he knew it would hurt her feelings. He wandered up toward the bar where Madame Rosmerta was serving drinks. "Hello, Harry," said Madame Rosmerta, who was looking like her typical self. Harry always felt a little shy around her. Hi," he said. "2 butterbeers, please." As she pulled out 2 bottles, she peered towards Harry's table. "I see you have quite the pretty girl with you today," she said, winking at him. Harry blushed. "Well, she's just a friend," he said. "If you say so, Harry," she said, giving him an indulgent smile. "Well, here you go." Harry gave her some money, feeling a bit annoyed. Just as he turned around to walk back, he heard a familiar laugh, drawing his eyes toward a table across the room. Ginny was sitting at a table with her friends. Harry continued walking to his table, hoping that Ginny wouldn't see him over there. He put the butterbeers down on the table. "Thank you, Harry," said Parvati with a warm smile. Harry smiled back weakly as he took a drink from his bottle. He had a good view of Ginny from where he was sitting. She was sitting next to one of the boys, but Harry couldn't tell if they were sitting together or not. "Oh, look," Parvati said in a low voice. "Hannah Abbott is here with Jack Sarnock. She's liked him for ages, but he never gave her the time of day. Looks like he finally asked her out. Lavender told me that his best friend John said that he was thinking about it, but I didn't think he'd really go through with it. He's kind of shy, you know. But I'm glad for Hannah. He better treat her well, though. Her brother is a 7th year and you should see the looks he gives the blokes that she goes out with. He'll hex him into next week if they do anything funny. Sometimes I wish I had a brother like that, but I suppose the boys I go out with don't, do they?" She giggled. "But I love having a twin sister, even though she ended up a Ravenclaw. But she was always more academic than I was." Harry nodded through her monologue, giving an occasional, or, really. Which seemed to be all that Parvati required to keep the conversation going. He found his mind wandering while she chatted away about various subjects. He looked over at Ginny. She was grinning as she talked with her friends. She gave a laughing smile to one of the boys at the table, causing Harry to feel a little annoyed as he wondered what he'd said to her. He wished he had just asked her to go with him back in the common room. Maybe she would have turned him down, but at least there was a chance he could have been sitting with her instead of. "What do you think, Harry?" Parvati said brightly. "Pardon," said Harry. "I asked if you thought Cho was feeling better," Parvati said. She didn't seem to notice that Harry hadn't been paying attention. "Well, I talked to her at the first DA meeting, and I've sort of seen her around," he said. In fact, it occurred to Harry that he'd seen Cho around quite a bit. He hadn't really thought about it before, but it seemed like he ran into her a fair amount. It wasn't anything overt, between classes, during meals. Harry said, realizing that Parvati was still looking at him. "She does seem to be feeling a lot better. I'm sorry it didn't work out between you two," Parvati said sympathetically. "Yeah," Harry said, "I guess it goes that way sometimes." Parvati nodded. "Yes, I was just telling Lavender that when I went out with Jeremy Johnson, I always had fun but he just wasn't right for me. He was a Hufflepuff, and was very nice, but I like a bloke that's a bit more adventurous," she said, looking straight at Harry, giving him a flirtatious smile and touching his hand. Harry felt a nervous chill go down his spine. Parvati continued chatting as Harry looked around the room, giving an occasional word here and there when it seemed to be needed. He found himself very distracted, however, as Parvati seemed to punctuate her points with touching his hand or his arm. Harry suddenly felt some eyes on him. He looked up and noticed that Ginny and her friends had risen from their table. She was looking at him, her eyes moving back and forth between Parvati and himself. He smiled weakly and gave her a little wave. Her lips formed an almost McGonagall-like thin line as she nodded her head at him, and then turned abruptly and followed her friends out of the three broomsticks. She seemed annoyed about something, Harry thought. He wondered if she'd had some sort of problem with her friends at the table. "Do you want to look around Hogsmeade some more?" Parvati asked. "Their butterbeer's finished." "All right," Harry said. They both got up from the table and walked out of the three broomsticks into the cool autumn air. Some clouds had begun to form, as if a storm might be coming in overnight. They spent the rest of the day looking through curio shops, stopping at Zonko's and snacking at the various food carts that roamed the streets. They were coming out of a particular curio shop at the end of the village when Harry spotted Ginny up ahead with her group of friends. He really didn't want to see her again while he was with Parvati, so he headed in the other direction. "Come on, let's go this way," he said, gesturing in the direction of the lake. Parvati's eyes widened. "Oh, that way. All right, Harry," she said, giving him a sly smile. Harry felt confused at her reaction. Harry looked up ahead and couldn't see anything unusual. They were heading toward the lake, but there was a rather dense forest of bushes along the bank. As he approached the bushes, Harry noticed a mischievous-looking couple ducking behind some of the brush. Suddenly it hit him where he was leading Parvati. He suspected that this was a place for couples to find private snogging spots. "Oh no," he thought, panicking. Parvati grabbed his arm and pulled him into the bushes where no one could see them. Harry felt extremely nervous, and couldn't help but notice again how pretty she looked today. Parvati took a step toward him. She reached up and took a lock of her long hair in her hand, twirling it between her fingers. "I'm so glad we met up today, Harry," she said slowly. She took another step forward. Yeah," Harry said nervously. "You know, Harry," she said, gazing up at him, "you have the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen." Thanks," Harry said, barely able to speak. Parvati was looking very, very pretty. She was standing very close. Suddenly she threw her arms around his neck and pulled him down to her, keying him aggressively. "MMMPH," Harry said, his eyes wide in shock. "MMMRROWRR," Parvati responded, making a low growling sound. Some part of Harry was telling himself that he needed to bring things under control, but another part was surging strongly. He rationalized that it might not hurt to key her for a few minutes as he put his arms around her. "Great Merlin, it's bloody Snape," someone yelled. Harry immediately released her and backed away. Just hearing the name threw ice water on any surging feelings that he might have been experiencing. Harry noticed that a lot of couples appeared around him, looking nonchalant as they walked toward the lake. Parvati looked at him with a frustrated expression as they walked to the lake as well. Harry saw Snape looking suspiciously at various students, but it appeared that he didn't catch anyone. For once in his life, Harry was happy to see Snape. If things had gone much farther, he wasn't sure how he would have handled things after this day. They spent some more time sitting by the lake chatting, Parvati doing most of the talking. Harry gazed out over the lake, half listening to her talk about the various couples sitting around them. "Well, we'd best be heading back, I guess," Harry said, noticing the sun getting low in the sky. "I guess you're right," she said, looking a bit disappointed. Harry got up, and Parvati held her hand up to him. Harry took her hand and pulled her up to her feet. "Thank you, sir," she said, smiling at him. As they started walking back to Hogwarts, Parvati reached over and took Harry's hand again. Harry sighed silently, letting her hold his hand. Looking forward, he saw Ginny far up ahead, and he was grateful she couldn't see him. They finally reached Hogwarts, giving Harry an excuse to release her hand as they climbed the steps. "I had a lot of fun today, Harry," Parvati said, stopping outside the doors, and walking a bit to the side, away from direct view. Harry followed her, wondering where she was going. Yeah, I had fun, too, Harry said politely. Parvati beamed at him. I'm so glad you had fun, Harry. I'm really glad we met up, she said, looking up at him, her dark eyes looking rather pretty. She took a step forward toward him. Temptation surged up him, as Harry suspected what she had in mind. He backed away slightly, barely maintaining control over himself. Well, we better get in, Harry said, trying not to look at her too closely. He reluctantly began backing away toward the doors. All right, Harry, she said, looking slightly disappointed, but still smiled at him. I guess you're hungry, aren't you? You've been working so hard in Quidditch practice. Yeah, that's right, hungry, Harry said, glad that she had given him an excuse. They entered the doors, Harry feeling a bit of relief that the day was over, although he had to admit that it hadn't been horrible spending the day with Parvati. It had actually been rather relaxing, since she didn't require him to talk all that much. They walked into the great hall, just beginning to serve up the evening meal. Harry sighed as Parvati stuck close to him. He had thought his time with her was done, but apparently not. Looking around the room, he saw Hermione looking shy as she sat with Joseph at the Ravenclaw table. Harry blinked. He'd never seen her sit anywhere but at the Gryffindor table. He searched for Ron, but he was apparently still studying. Harry suspected that he might be avoiding Hermione. He sighed again as he sat down at the Gryffindor table, Parvati sitting next to him. Listening with half an ear to Parvati's chatting, he saw Ginny down the table laughing animatedly with her friends, and he wished once again that he was sitting with her instead. As the end of October approached, Harry was feeling good about the way the year was going. His classroom studies were going well, the DA meetings had been growing more and more in popularity as word spread, and his studies in the secret library had been paying some dividends. Even the letters had started to die down, as people inevitably forgot about Rita Skeeter's article. Quidditch practice had been going particularly well, Harry reflected, as he sat at a table in the common room doing homework with Ron and Hermione. Having Ron as Quidditch captain had shown Harry a side of him he'd never seen before. Ron was quite good at strategizing and leading. Harry supposed that it made sense, considering Ron's chess skills, but he had to give him credit for inspiring the players to practice hard while they were on the field. Ginny in particular has been playing fantastically, he thought, feeling a bit proud of her. Since Ron was usually at practice early and stayed late, Harry and Ginny had taken to walking each other to and from practice. He really enjoyed their walks together. They didn't get much time to talk at the DA meetings, and since it was her all year, she had been studying very hard recently. Most of Harry's problems these days revolved around trying to avoid Parvati, who had been attempting to find ways to be alone with him. She waited after every DA meeting, but true to his word, Ron never left him alone. The lack of attention didn't seem to discourage her. If anything, it only seemed to make her try harder. She had roped him into studying with her a couple of times, but he always made sure they studied safely among lots of people. Sometimes he felt quite a bit of temptation and wondered if it might not be so bad spending a bit of time alone with Parvati, but then somehow he would imagine the next day and wonder what he would say to her. Inevitably, she would expect him to have feelings for her, and he just didn't. It seemed like it wouldn't be right to lead her on like that. Hermione, what do you think of this? Ron asked proudly, interrupting Harry's thoughts. He handed her his essay, and Hermione spent a few minutes reading it over, making only a couple of small corrections. This is good, Ron, she said. Really, you did a wonderful job. Harry could see Ron's ears heating up from the praise as he took the parchment back from her. Harry didn't want to make a big deal about it, since Ron seemed a bit sensitive about the subject, but Ron's grades this year had shown a dramatic improvement since last year. Clearly all the extra studying was paying off, but Harry wondered exactly what had possessed him. As Harry went back to his own work, he realized he had forgotten to visit the library to get some information he needed. He looked at the clock on the wall. He had just enough time to go, but it was getting late. I need to run to the library, Harry said to Ron and Hermione. Hermione looked at the clock on the wall and gave him a warning look about the amount of time to curfew. I know, Harry said. I'll be back in a few minutes. He got up from the table and headed out to the library, the corridors rather dim this time of night as he finally reached the front doors. He entered the library and noticed Ginny busily working at a table. "Hi, Ginny, you're working late," he said, sitting down at her table. Ginny looked up tiredly. "Been incredibly busy with owl studies. I'm working on defense tonight. I'm not sure what's got into Snape. He's been really cracking the whip, on top of everything else." Harry frowned. Knowing Snape, he probably wants his owl scores to be higher than every previous instructor, to prove he deserves the job or something. "Yeah, probably," Ginny said, nodding. "Say, speaking of Snape, how's it going between you and him?" "I heard about those first 2 classes," she said, biting her lip. Harry sighed. "Well, no more broken bones so far, although the spells we've been practicing lately haven't been as violent." Ginny snickered and then spoke in a low voice. "Well, I shouldn't say this, but I'm glad you finally paid some of his treatment back." "Really?" Harry asked. He'd been getting almost continuous disapproving looks from Hermione. Although they hadn't been as directly confrontational as in the first 2 days, Snape went out of his way to challenge him, and Harry couldn't help but give back as much as he was taking. "Definitely. He might be a teacher, but that doesn't mean he should abuse the students like he does," Ginny said, her jaw firmly set. "You may not know this, but I'm not his favorite student, either. It's a tradition with him to hate Weasleys. He particularly hated Fred and George, primarily because they could seem to goof off so much, yet somehow score good marks. Fred and George are a lot smarter than people gave them credit for, when they care enough to work hard. I think they tried hard with Snape because it seemed to irritate him so much. Whenever Snape would start getting too out of line, Fred and George would play some sort of prank on him, but Snape could never catch them in the act. Snape actually backed off a bit. I think Fred and George are probably the only students he ever feared," she said, giggling. "Well, I should say that he didn't hate every Weasley. Supposedly he liked Percy," she said, rolling her eyes. "I suppose that's not too surprising, since Percy beeped up to the teachers so much. I don't think Ron gets it as much, either, probably because you occupy so much of his attention." "What does he do to you?" Harry said, curious about someone else's experience with Snape abuse. "Oh, the usual," Ginny said. She curled her lip in a perfect imitation of Snape, causing Harry to laugh loudly. Ginny grinned. "One time he even intentionally knocked my potion to the floor, and looked at me while doing it," Ginny said, appearing to be still angry about it. "Fortunately I still had enough left in my cauldron." "He did that to me, too," Harry said. "I figure I'm paying a bit for Fred and George," said Ginny. "Since he could never get them, then he takes it out on me. But it's worth it. Snape deserved what he got from Fred and George. I could probably do with giving him a bit less attitude in class, too, to be honest, but I hate the man." "Well, it probably doesn't help either that you're friends with me," said Harry. Yeah, maybe," Ginny said, looking a little guarded. "You know, come to think of it, I don't remember seeing you at dinner." "Did you eat at all?" Harry asked. "No, I haven't. I'm starving, actually," Ginny said. "I was thinking of sneaking down to the kitchens, but it's getting awfully late." "How do you sneak down there without being seen?" Harry asked. Ginny laughed. "I have my ways." Harry looked at her appraisingly and said, "I'll bet you do." He paused, and decided to let her in on one of his secrets. "But I think I have a better way." Ginny looked at him curiously. "What's that?" "Wait here. I'll be back in a few minutes," Harry said. He ran back to Gryffindor Tower. It was getting very late. If they were going to do it, they needed to hurry. He saw Ron and Hermione busily working at the table. He decided to sneak up to his room without telling them. He didn't want a lecture from Hermione about being out after curfew. Walking into his dormitory, he opened his trunk and pulled out his invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map. Harry slipped the cloak over his head and headed down the stairs, feeling mischievous. He had to admit that a little rule-breaking felt good. He sneaked past Ron and Hermione, chortling a bit as he quietly opened up the portrait hole. The fat lady looked confused as he gently closed the picture. Harry walked down to the library and eased open the door, still wearing the cloak. He crept up to Ginny, who had gone back to work on her essay. He was about to speak to her, but stopped, just looking at her. Harry had never had an opportunity to really look at her like this before. She was the same as always, yet different somehow. She was certainly not the little girl who had squeaked when he came to the burrow the first time. He moved around in front of her, looking closely. Her pretty red hair was tucked behind her ear as she concentrated on her work. He noticed she had a little sprinkling of freckles across her nose. She abruptly looked up, causing Harry's stomach to flutter a bit. She gazed off into space, pursing her lips as she seemed to think about something. Harry was very close to her, and he looked into her chocolate brown eyes. He thought her eyes were his favorite feature. They always seemed so bright and lively, like she was hiding a secret and wanted you to guess it. Harry smiled, feeling good just being with her. Feeling a bit mischievous, he silently moved next to her. He reached over through the cloak and tickled her ear. Her head twitched, and she swatted at the air like she was trying to brush away a fly, barely missing Harry's hand. Harry put his hand over his mouth, desperately trying to keep from laughing. She went back to her work, and Harry sneaked up closer again. He reached over and tickled her nose, pulling his hand back quickly lest she try and swat him again. This time, she just wrinkled her nose and reached up and rubbed it. One more time, he thought, still trying to suppress his laughter. He crept up behind her, and blew a cool breath on her neck through the cloak. She suddenly shivered and rubbed her arms as if she was trying to warm up. She frowned at Madame Pants, apparently wondering why the library was kept so cold. He had a sudden urge to touch her hair, but thought that might be pushing his luck. He spent another minute quietly watching her as she worked, and then decided they better get moving. "Psst," Harry said, making a low hissing sound. Ginny looked up again and around. "Harry," she asked quietly. "Ginny, I'm here," Harry said, grinning. "Where?" she said, trying to look casual as she looked around, a small smile on her face. Harry picked up a quill through the cloak and waved it in front of her. Ginny's eyes grew wide as she seemed to see a quill levitating before her. "Harry, how are you doing that?" "Where are you?" Ginny said, peeking under the table. He walked up next to her and whispered in her ear. "Maybe the library is haunted," he said, laughing quietly. She quickly reached toward her ear and caught him this time. She stopped, feeling him next to her through the cloak. Suddenly her face took on a look of shock. "No, you have an invisibility cloak?" she asked incredulously. Harry laughed quietly. "That's not all. You'll see," he said. "Well, Mr. Potter, I have to say that this explains a lot about how you're able to cause so much trouble," she said, looking through him with a playful look. She was running her hand over him, figuring out where he was, causing Harry to blush a bit. Go ahead and start putting your books away like you're going to leave," he said. "Meet me outside the doors." "All right." Ginny started putting her essay and books into her bag. She got up, yawned as if she was heading to bed, and walked toward the front doors. Madame Pants appeared to barely notice her leave. Harry followed her through the doors, stopping next to her when Ginny stood outside the doors. "Ready?" Harry whispered, looking around to see if no one was watching. "Yes," Ginny said, sounding excited. Harry lifted an edge of the cloak. "Here I am," Harry said, grinning. Ginny grinned back as he slipped the cloak over her head. Ginny looked around. "We're invisible now. This is bloody brilliant," she said. "It gets better," Harry said, feeling excited about sharing a secret with her. "Come on, let me show you. Let's get away from the library a bit." They quietly moved down the corridor, Ginny following closely behind Harry. They came to a quiet part of corridor, and Harry pulled out the Marauder's map. "What's that?" asked Ginny curiously. "Watch," Harry said. He pulled out his wand, tapped the map, and said, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." The map suddenly came to life, showing the layout of Hogwarts. "Great Merlin, I remember this. Your father had it when we were looking at Professor Lupin's memory," said Ginny. "Yes, my father, Sirius, Remus and Pettigrew created the map. It's kind of funny, actually. Fred and George stole it from Filch's office, and then they gave it to me." They didn't even know it had belonged to my father, Harry said. Let me see, Ginny said, taking the map from Harry. She looked wide-eyed at the map, watching various people moving about the castle. Wow, there's no way we can get caught between the map and the cloak. Harry, holding out on me, when you have things like this, she said in mock anger, hands on hips. Harry grinned, looking embarrassed. Well, it's a bit hard to bring up in everyday conversation. Ginny laughed. I'm just teasing. Come on, let's go down to the kitchens, or my stomach growls will give us away. Harry grinned and took the map back from her. As they walked, her hands lightly touched his shoulders, trying to maintain a constant distance. Harry found the touch very distracting. Every so often he would stop and check the map as they made their way down to the kitchens. As they entered the main corridor lined with bright pictures of food, Harry took one last look at the map and noticed it was clear. We should be safe now, he said, taking off the cloak. Harry went up to a picture of a gigantic fruit bowl and tickled a green pear. It turned into a green door handle, and Harry pushed open the door entering the kitchen, Ginny following close behind. Suddenly a house elf came streaking toward him and gave him a bone-crushing hug. Harry Potter, sir. Hello, Dobby, Harry said, smiling painfully as he patted Dobby on the back. He looked over at Ginny, who was grinning at him. Dobby finally released him. Dobby is so happy to see Harry Potter and Ginny Weasley, he said, smiling happily between the two of them. Hi, Dobby, Ginny said. Do you know each other? Harry asked. Yes, we've got to know each other quite well, haven't we, Dobby? Replied Ginny. Dobby beamed. Yes, of course, any friend of Harry Potter is a special friend of mine. He said to Harry, I noticed that Ginny Weasley didn't eat during dinner. We will fix something right up. Wait here. Dobby ran to a group of house elves, gesturing animatedly as he talked to them about something. They nodded excitedly and ran off as Dobby came back to Harry and Ginny. Come on, Dobby said enthusiastically, grabbing both of their arms and pulling them along. Leading them past dozens of bowing and curtsying house elves, they entered a small room with a few tables. A team of house elves was busily scrubbing down one of the small tables. They dried it off and then put down a fancy white linen tablecloth, with elaborately stitched designs along the edge. An elf put an elegant porcelain vase with a single red rose in the middle of the table, along with 2 long candles in elaborate silver holders, and another elf brought in 2 beautiful silver plates, complete with a full set of silver tableware. Harry and Ginny exchanged a glance at each other as Dobby looked proudly at the setting. The house elves had set a rather romantic table. Dobby, you didn't need to go to this much trouble. Harry said. No trouble at all. Nothing is too good for Harry Potter and Harry Potter's special lady. Dobby said. Harry felt himself blushing to the roots of his hair, and, glancing at Ginny, he saw she was having about the same reaction. Harry was at a total loss for words as Dobby nudged them over to the table. Looking helplessly at Ginny, Harry sat down with her at the table, both looking awkward. A house elf came up with a tray, loaded with 2 butterbeers and 2 fine crystal goblets. He placed the glasses on the table in front of Harry and Ginny and then expertly poured the butterbeer with a flourish. Dobby looked approvingly at the two of them. We will have your dinner ready for you soon, he said, as he backed out of the room. Harry and Ginny looked again at each other, and then both started laughing at the absurdity of the situation. Ginny gave him a teasing look. You know, Harry, the service down here is always good, but it's never been quite this good. You really know how to show a girl a fine time, she said. Harry felt himself blushing again, but laughed. Well, I suppose we should toast to your owls, he said, picking up his glass. Ginny smiled as she picked up her own glass. And perhaps a toast to your returning to your rightful place as seeker on the Quidditch team. They clinked glasses, the fine crystal making a pleasant sound, and took a long drink. Harry leaned back in his chair, feeling full from his second dinner of the evening. He was glad that he had eaten only lightly in the Great Hall that night, because Dobby had brought an amazing variety of food for them. They had been chatting during their late-night meal about school, Quidditch and various other subjects. Dobby came in carrying a tray loaded with a covered silver pot, a plate of various thin, crispy biscuits, and a bowl of strawberries. He placed it on the table as Harry peered at it curiously. Dessert, Harry Potter, sir. It is one of Dobby's specialties. Chocolate fondue, he said, lifting the lid off the pot. Harry saw a sort of chocolate sauce in the pot as a wonderful aroma wafted over the table. Wow, Dobby, this is too much, Harry said, looking at Ginny. You don't have to do all this. Dobby pretended not to hear him as he bowed to the two of them and left the room. It smells good, Harry said. I've never tried this before. How do we eat it? Ginny smiled at Harry as she picked up a strawberry. She dipped it into the chocolate, and slowly put it into her mouth, still looking at Harry. For some reason, he felt himself growing very flustered watching her eat the dessert. She said, closing her eyes. Wow, that's tasty. She opened her eyes and looked playfully at Harry with a very sly smile. A little chill went down his spine as she looked him in the eye while slowly picking up another strawberry. She dipped it into the chocolate, and reached toward Harry, holding it before his mouth. Harry found his breathing growing labored as he opened his mouth. Ginny popped it in his mouth, giggling a bit. The chocolate mixing with the sweet strawberry was wonderful. He had to agree with her, it was amazingly good. Ginny looked at him with a small smile. Harry, feeling a bit bold, picked up a strawberry, dipped it in the chocolate and held it out to her. She opened her mouth as well, and Harry carefully placed it in, accidentally getting a little chocolate on the side of her mouth. She licked it off, giving him another giggle. They spent a few quiet minutes eating the dessert, playing a little game of feeding each other. Finally, when it was all gone, Harry looked over at Ginny, feeling satisfied and very warm from the butterbeers, food and dessert. She looked back at him and smiled. You know, Harry, you should know that everyone is very impressed with your DA meetings, she said. Harry tried to look modest, but felt very pleased by her praise. Well, that's good to know. People seem to be doing well, but it's hard to know if they like the job I'm doing. I think it helps people a lot to practice defense like this. Everyone is so afraid of you-know-who attacking, Ginny said. Harry nodded. I know. It helps me a lot, too. When I was alone over the summer at the Dursleys, the only thing that kept me sane was studying defense, so that I would be ready. His face grew hard for a split second and then relaxed again as he looked away. I hate the thought of being controlled by him. Ginny hesitated. I'm not prying or anything, Harry, so don't feel like you need to answer if you don't want to, but, have you been feeling him? In your scar? Harry felt guarded, but whether it was the butterbeers or the meal, he wasn't sure, but he actually felt like talking about it a little. No, he answered truthfully. I haven't felt any pain in my scar since the ministry battle. I guess that means he's laying low, but I'm not sure. For all I know, he may be able to hide himself better from me. What does he feel like? Ginny asked, very tentatively. Harry looked at her carefully. He wasn't sure why, but he had a feeling that she had her own reasons for wanting to know. He paused. It's hard to find the right words. Angry, resentful, hateful, all those things, but other, odd, things, too. Like his emotions aren't quite human anymore. Harry shivered a bit. Harry looked over at Ginny, her mind and thoughts seeming to be far away. He had a sudden thought, but wasn't sure he should ask. Ginny, he asked. She said. Can I ask? I mean, I know it's probably hard, but, he started awkwardly. Ginny looked at him seriously. You want to know what he was like in the diary? Harry nodded. Ginny took a deep breath. He was different, I think, from what he is now. The diary was created when he was 16 years old. All the foundations were there, but he was still human. I know that it was stupid to fall for him, but he was so, well, nice at first. You know how it is in your first year. You're alone, and trying to meet friends. She paused. Harry nodded. I remember. I'm so glad I met Ron that first day. She nodded. Yes. I mean, I had a few friends that I knew from Ottery Street. Catchpole, but it was still so far away from home. Anyway, at first it was very innocent. He would ask about my classes, and about my friends, and I would tell him. I think he was very weak at that point. When did he start to change? Harry asked. You know, I think it was when I came back to the dormitory one night, and had just had a row with a friend over something stupid. I don't even remember what it was, Ginny said. But I wrote this long rant in the diary, and he was unusually interested. Just kept asking how I felt about it. I think it was the negative emotions that fed him. And then he asked a very odd question. Ginny paused, looking far away. Are you all right to talk about this? Harry asked, concerned. Ginny smiled at him. Sorry. No, I'm all right. You should know all this. It might give you some insight into him. Anyway, he asked if I was going to take revenge on my friend. The way he talked about it was very creepy, like he wanted to know if I wanted to hurt her, you know. That was when I should have got rid of the diary, but he had been so kind before that. And then he was back to normal the next day. That was the beginning, though. Looking back on it now, I can see what he was doing, but at the time it was very subtle. He started asking much more leading questions, how I felt about things and other people. Ginny blushed a little, and I, mentioned you at one point, and how you had defeated you-know-who as an infant. Harry felt a bit embarrassed, but tried to smile encouragingly at her. Given her crush at that time and what Tom had told him in the Chamber of Secrets, he suspected he knew some of what she may have written. He got very odd, but I think he had started to possess me to a small degree. He couldn't control me, but he could influence me. I told him everything I knew about the First War. I even looked up a lot of stuff in the library for him, she said, looking disgusted with herself. But here's the thing that was strangest of all, Ginny said. He asked a lot of questions about your family, who your parents were, who raised you, that sort of thing. Just endless questions, and he got very frustrated when I couldn't answer very many of them. He was always interested in people's families, she continued musingly. When you published that article about what happened after the Triwizard Tournament, and you said he had been an orphan, suddenly a lot of things made sense. He would make little remarks. Like if I complained about Mum, he would say something like, that's typical of mothers. They say they love you, but if they did, they wouldn't act like that. Harry, I think that Tom at 16 was still caught between being Tom and being Voldemort. I think he was letting me see some of the pain that had made him what he was. It's too simplistic to say that it's completely because of his upbringing that did it, but I think that's one of the keys to understanding him, Ginny said. There was a long silence as they let the thoughts sink in. Finally Harry said, thank you, Ginny, for telling me all that. It must be hard for you. Ginny smiled wanly. To tell you the truth, it kind of feels good to talk about it. I've never told anyone any of this before, she said, looking away shyly. But I guess if anyone understands fighting him, it's you. Harry smiled. Funny, I had the same thought about you last summer. Ginny looked shocked and embarrassed. Please, Harry, don't tease me like that. I never did anything like what you've done. Well, maybe not like what I've done, but you fought a different sort of battle. And you know what? You probably know more about him than anyone, Harry said. Well, I wish I didn't, to be honest. I tell myself I'm over it, but sometimes, well, you heard my nightmare over the summer, she said. Yeah, and you heard mine, too, Harry said. He paused for a long time, and then said in a barely audible voice, sometimes I wish I didn't have to do any of this, too. Ginny looked at him incredulously. Great Merlin, Harry, who would want to have all this hanging over their head? Do you really think you need to feel guilty over not wanting the responsibility? Harry looked guilty. But I do have the responsibility, Ginny. I'm supposed to be the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Shouldn't I be able to accept it? Shouldn't I want to end this for everyone? Ginny looked at him compassionately. You know, Harry, you're allowed to have dreams and hopes of your own. Harry flinched and looked at her. He hadn't thought about it that way before, but Ginny had struck to the heart of his frustration. Sometimes I don't feel like I'm allowed to have those. I mean, I know I want to be an Auror, but does the future really matter when? Ginny looked at him with a firm expression. She reached out and gripped his hand tightly. Harry, you do have a future. When this is all over, you'll have a life of your own. You need to know that. It's not enough for you to fulfill the prophecy for everyone else. You need to fulfill it for yourself. You need to be a bit selfish about all this. You need to have something to live for. You've hardly had a chance to live since you got out of the Dursleys' house. Harry nodded, feeling the warmth of her hand on his. They sat in companionable silence for several minutes, until Harry had a sudden thought. "What time is it?" Harry asked. They had been talking for hours. Ginny looked shocked. "Oh, damn, we better get going. I'm glad you have the cloak and map, or we'd be in big trouble." They got up from the table and left the small dining room. Harry looked around and spotted Dobby waiting for them. "Hi, Dobby. Thanks for dinner. It was great," Harry said. "Anything for Harry Potter. You and Ginny Weasley come down any time," he said excitedly. "Maybe we'll take you up on that," Harry said, smiling while glancing at Ginny. They made their way out of the kitchens into the corridor, and slipped the cloak over their heads. Harry felt very sleepy. Bed was sounding very inviting as they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower. They removed the cloak just before they got to the portrait hole. The fat lady gave them a disapproving look as they gave the password, but swung open dutifully. Harry, I really had a lot of fun tonight. Thank you so much for taking me down to the kitchens," Ginny said, a bit shyly. "I had a lot of fun, too," Harry said, suddenly feeling very awkward. The light in the common room was rather dim, and Harry couldn't help but notice that Ginny looked quite pretty with her hair and eyes gleaming in the firelight of the torches. They both looked at each other for several long seconds. "Well, I guess I'll head up to bed," she said, slowly moving away. Harry had an urge to stop her, but felt very shy. "Ginny," Harry said tentatively. "Yes, Harry," Ginny said quietly, half turned away. "Maybe we can do this again sometime?" Harry asked. Ginny smiled at him, and Harry felt a warm feeling come over him. "I would like that very much," she said, and walked up the stairs to the girls' dormitory. Harry slowly walked up the stairs toward his own room, reflecting on the evening. He walked into the room, where he could hear quiet snores from the other beds. He pulled out his pajamas and began to get changed. Ron poked his head out of his bed. "Harry," he called quietly. "Yeah, I'm here," Harry said. Ron snickered. "Out for a late-night adventure, Who with?" "Oh, shut it, Ron," he said, annoyed. "You should have seen Hermione. She was fit to be tied. I told her you probably had the cloak, but she was worried you were going to get caught." "Well, good-night." "Night," said Harry. As Harry crawled into his bed, he realized that he had never looked up the information from the library that he had needed, but found he didn't mind at all. Harry limped slightly while walking down the corridor, his face set with a very hard look. Hermione kept glancing over to him with a worried expression, while Ron appeared that he was trying to avoid looking at either one of them. "What?" Harry snapped at Hermione, irritated. Shouldn't you go to the infirmary, Harry?" she asked nervously. "I'm fine," he said shortly. The three had just finished a rather tense defense class. They had been practicing sweep spells, which caused a side-pulling force on the opponent's feet, causing them to trip. As was common these days, Snape had called Harry up to the front to demonstrate. Harry blocked the first few spells Snape cast, but then Snape used an unusual variation Harry hadn't seen before, far more powerful than the usual sweeper. Snape invoked the sweep at almost floor level, causing Harry's ankle to bend. It had seemed all right in class, but was now beginning to flare with pain. The only positive note was that when Snape demonstrated the defensive spell, Harry's sweeper had penetrated his shield, causing Snape to land with a loud crash. Harry smiled maliciously at the memory. Since Snape had used a powerful spell against Harry, he didn't feel particularly guilty about using one against him. In fact, he was noticing that his spells were penetrating Snape's shields a fair amount of the time. Snape seemed to need to get them perfectly in line to fully block Harry's spells. He'd also been noticing that few students in the class could block his spells, either. They went back to the common room and sat down at a table to do homework. A short while later, Harry noticed his ankle was swelling considerably and didn't seem to be getting better. As much as he hated another trip to the infirmary, it looked like it was going to be necessary. "My ankle's killing me," I guess I better go see Pomfrey, Harry grumbled. Do you need help? Hermione asked, looking concerned. Nah, I'll be okay. I'll be back later, he said. See you later, mate, Ron said, barely looking up as he concentrated on his work. Harry gave him an odd glance. He wondered again why he seemed to be so enamored of schoolwork lately. Harry left the common room, limping down the corridor toward the infirmary, feeling hatred toward Snape. Although he was happy he was able to take potions, he had to ask himself again what he'd done to Dumbledore to deserve Snape as defense professor. As he walked into the infirmary, he noticed Madame Pomfrey's desk was empty, so he walked into the examining room. He stopped dead in his tracks as he saw Snape sitting on a table, being attended to by Pomfrey. He had one very pale, skinny leg sticking out from his robes, lying on the table. Well, Mr. Potter. Back again, I see. Well, come on over and sit down. I just need to do a bit of work on Professor Snape. Here, she said, gesturing to the table next to Snape's table. Maybe I should come back later, Harry said quickly. Don't be silly, I'll be with you in a minute. Sit, Pomfrey said commandingly, pointing at the table. As Harry reluctantly walked over, Snape stared straight ahead, his face a study in stone. Well then, Professor, you've made quite a mess of this knee. Several torn ligaments. How did you say this happened? She said, waving her wand over the knee. It was a small accident in class, Snape said smoothly, looking at Harry for the first time long enough to give him a cold warning glance. Harry didn't need the warning. As far as he was concerned, the less said the better. Pomfrey waved her wand over the rest of his leg, which seemed to indicate something to her as she made a tutting sound. Well, not that small. I also see a small stress fracture in the tibia, she said, tapping her wand on his lower leg. Snape glanced at Harry again, looking extremely annoyed, but trying to hide it. You may spare me the details, madam. Pomfrey appeared not to hear him as she walked over to a cabinet and brought back a few salves to apply. She rubbed them on Snape's leg and knee, and then waved her wand over them, casting a rather long spell. All right, Professor. You need to sit for a half-hour with no movement, she said. As Snape appeared about to open his mouth, Pomfrey cut him off curtly. Half-hour. No movement. Snape closed his mouth, giving a small, frustrated sigh as he stared straight ahead. Now then, Mr. Potter, what do we have? Ankle, he said, gesturing at the swollen joint. I must say, both of you have been rather accident-prone this year, she said as she waved her wand over Harry's ankle. Harry and Snape involuntarily glanced at each other, then both looked away quickly as they continued staring straight ahead. Not too bad, Mr. Potter. A bit of a bad sprain, I'd say. Easy enough to fix, she said, as she walked to her cabinet again. She brought back a greenish-looking substance that she rubbed into the swelling. To Harry's relief, the pain immediately vanished, although the remedy smelled like burning rubber. All right, 10 minutes should do the trick, Pomfrey said. Then you may go. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey, said Harry. Not at all, she said briskly. I'll be at my desk if either of you need me. Pomfrey walked out of the room, leaving Harry and Snape alone. An incredibly thick tension descended on the room, as Harry and Snape were left sitting not 6 feet away from each other. Each minute ticked away like an eternity to Harry in the deafening silence between the two. Harry's ear suddenly itched, but somehow he couldn't even bring himself to scratch it lest he break the oppressive silence. Snape seemed like a statue next to him, appearing to barely breathe. 5 minutes went by, without a sound or a movement from either one. Finally Snape made a small throat-clearing sound. Harry flinched. The tiny sound felt like a gunshot in the taut atmosphere. Horsehair, Snape said abruptly. What? Harry said, blinking his eyes. Snape looked annoyed. Horsehair, Potter. Horsehair. Does Professor Melanadre use horsehair in her callus removal potion? Surely you've started medicinal skin potions by now. Yes, last week, Harry said, utterly confused. Well, Snape said. Harry paused. Oh, yes, she used horsehair in the potion, he said. Good, Snape said, nodding, apparently satisfied. Harry felt a bit curious, since Snape brought up the subject of Melanadre. Sir, may I ask, why did you pick Professor Melanadre? Harry asked tentatively. Snape gave him a withering look. Well, it wasn't because she was attractive, Potter. And no, of course not, it's just. Harry paused. The question of why Melanadre appeared to look at Harry so oddly seemed impossible to bring up with Snape. I picked her because she was the best, Potter. While you may have come to expect special treatment, Snape said with a sneer, I assure you that I did not bestow any special treatment on who I recommended to Headmaster Dumbledore. She was the best potions student I ever had. Harry felt himself growing angry. I don't expect special treatment, he said coldly. Don't you, Potter? Do I really need to run down the list of rule-breaking during your first 5 years? Snape said sarcastically. As Harry felt himself getting close to saying something he would regret, he suddenly realized his 10 minutes were up. Without another word, he gingerly hopped off the table and stalked out of the infirmary. Did she tell you what she wanted? Ron asked curiously. No, she just said she wanted to meet a bit early to show us something, Harry said. They were on their way to the room of requirement for the weekend DA meeting. Crookshanks had walked up with a note in his teeth, giving it to Harry that morning. The note hadn't provided many details, but just said Hermione had something to show Ron and Harry, and they should come early. When they arrived, they noticed Hermione busily casting some spells on some large, odd-looking dolls. They were life-sized, but crudely made of stitched white cloth, with lumpy limbs and featureless round heads. There were about 10 of them, sitting on a line of chairs. Harry and Ron glanced at each other. Hi, Hermione, what's this all about? Harry asked curiously. Hermione beamed at them proudly. I made magic sparring partners. I call them golems. Seeing you and Tonks duel gave me the idea, and then I started thinking about Muggle video games. Video games? Ron said blankly. Hermione waved her hand. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it was much harder than I thought. I couldn't find anything in the library on how to do something like this. I found some animation spells that cause dolls to dance and that sort of thing. But then I found the key in Dumbledore's library. Harry and Ron looked at each other again. It's not dangerous, is it? Harry asked nervously. No, Hermione said impatiently. I adapted a restricted spell used for creating war machines. It's quite complicated. Actually, you have to create a special potion that acts as sort of magic storage cell. Anyway, it's used in war to continuously launch spells at a rapid rate, a sort of magic machine gun. And that's not dangerous? Ron asked incredulously. Well, if I'd made a full-scale one it'd be dangerous, but I made one that just launches more mild spells, such as Expelliarmus. I also added an auto-aiming spell, so that it tries to get through your defense. You can set the accuracy and firing rate, so that both beginners and more advanced people can use them. This is brilliant, Ron said, looking at Hermione admiringly, causing her to blush. How do you start it? Harry asked, intrigued by the idea. Touch the golem with your wand and say, Agio, holding the wand on it for 10 seconds. That will charge it up. Then back away and launch a spell at it. Whatever spell you launch will be the one it attacks you with. It will stop if you're disarmed, so just drop your wand or use finite incantatem, she said. Harry walked over to the nearest golem and cast the spell. His wand glowed as he could see a sort of lava-like substance flow from his wand into the body of the doll. He counted to 10 and pulled his wand back. The golem suddenly leapt to life, getting up off the chair and assuming a dueling stance. It was also a little tricky adapting the dancing spell to have them make dueling moves, Hermione said. What's that red circle above the golem's head? Harry said. That's how many hits you score on it. It keeps track of how many spells touch it, Hermione explained. Harry held his wand out, and shouted, Expelliarmus. The spell appeared to sink into the golem, which then came to life, moving its feet gracefully. It launched a return spell, which Harry easily blocked. Harry launched a return spell, which the golem blocked as well. How do I speed it up? Harry asked. Accelero, Hermione replied. Harry invoked the spell, and the golem started launching spells a bit more rapidly. He played at that speed for a while until he got into a good rhythm, and then sped it up again. He seemed to forget where he was as he played the game, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He sped the golem up several more times until he could barely keep up with it. A low murmuring in the room finally rose up in his consciousness, distracting him, and a spell finally slipped through his defenses, causing his wand to flip out of his hand. "Damn!" he shouted, pounding his fist into his hand. He turned around and noticed that many of the DA students had shown up while he was playing, and that most of the room was looking at him in shock. He saw Ginny in particular looking at him very oddly, causing him to blush in embarrassment, although he suddenly had an urge to play a bit more with her watching. Tonks had also shown up and walked over to him, her mouth hanging open a bit. Harry, that was impressive. We have regular dueling meets among the Aurors, and I'm not exaggerating when I say that I haven't seen too many that are faster than you. You could easily hold your own, and that you can at 16 is," she said, her voice trailing off. She seemed to shake herself and walked over to examine the golem, who was still standing in a dueling pose. "This is amazing. I mean, something like this would be incredibly useful for Auror training. I wonder why we don't have anything like it." Harry looked at Ron and Hermione, who appeared to have the same thought. He felt like they probably shouldn't say that the golems used restricted magic. He shook his head slightly at them, and they nodded back. "This is fantastic, Hermione. With enough practice against the golems, it ought to give us a big advantage in battle," Harry said, smiling at her. Hermione beamed at him, and Harry chuckled as he couldn't help but notice her glancing at Ron shyly, who was giving her another admiring gaze. Harry walked to the front of the room, watching more students walk in. He noticed with discomfort that as new students came in, the original students were whispering to them as they kept darting glances toward Harry. Harry was about to get started when two more students walked in, looking a combination of surly and anxious. Harry looked over at Ron, who narrowed his eyes. He recognized them as well. They were two Slytherin students. They walked over to Harry as Ron and Hermione came over as well. Potter, I'm Simon Silsby," he said. "Richard Kelly," his partner said. "Look, can we talk to you alone?" Silsby said. Harry looked over to Ron and Hermione. Hermione looked curious, while Ron had his arms crossed and looked like he wanted to kick them out personally. "All right, but whatever you want to tell me, you can tell Ron and Hermione, too," said Harry. Kelly and Silsby looked at each other and nodded. Harry looked around for a good spot and noticed a door in a wall he hadn't noticed before. He walked over and it opened to a small anteroom with a long, tall bar table and some stools. They all entered the room and Hermione closed the door. Harry waited for them to speak. "Look, Potter, we want to join the DA," said Silsby. Harry looked at Ron and Hermione and then back to Silsby. Why?" Harry asked. "Let me be straight with you," said Silsby. "I know that you lot think that Slytherins are all a bunch of you-know-who supporters, and maybe a lot of us are, but not all of us. Some of us see what's coming down the pike. I don't want to get killed when the war comes. So it's all about you, is it?" Ron said sarcastically. Silsby glared at him. "Just because I don't want to get my ass killed doesn't make me a bloody traitor." "What do the others think of you being here?" asked Hermione tentatively. For the first time, Silsby looked hesitant as he glanced at Kelly. "Sod it," said Kelly. "Listen, you don't know what it's like down there these days. Malfoy struts around like he owns the place. He never comes out and makes direct threats, but we all know what his father's into, along with those idiots Crabbe and Goyle. We told him that we're coming here to spy on you, to find out what you're up to. We're supposed to give him regular reports. We don't know who he reports to." Silsby had been nodding through Kelly's speech. "But what we told him was rubbish. We're here for the reason we told you, to practice defense." "How do we know you're not lying?" Ron said rudely. Silsby gave him a withering look. "What other reason would I be here? I'm already telling you up front that I have to report to Malfoy." "Right then, why don't you two wait outside and we'll talk for a minute," said Harry quietly. Silsby and Kelly nodded as they left the room, closing the door behind them. "What do you think?" Harry asked. "I don't trust them," Ron said firmly. They're bloody Slytherins, for Merlin's sake. Well, I'm not certain I trust them, either, but it does sound like they were being honest with us, Hermione said. Remember what the Sorting Hat said, we might find potential allies anywhere. And should we really turn people away who want to learn, just because of what house they're in? Ron looked like he wanted to turn them away for exactly that reason, but said no more as he looked at Harry. Well, I think we should probably give them a chance, Harry said, a bit reluctantly. Maybe they'll even give us some information about what's happening with Malfoy. I wouldn't mind hearing a bit more about what's going on down there. They walked back into the main room where the Silsby and Kelly were waiting. All right, you can stay, Harry said simply. They nodded and walked to a corner of the room, where many of the students gave them some wary glances, particularly the Gryffindors. Hermione looked over at Joseph as he busily worked on an essay. Although she still wasn't certain if she was as interested in him as he seemed to be in her, it was certainly fun studying with him. She had a sudden thought. Ron, Harry and Ginny were all playing in the Gryffindor vs. Hufflepuff Quidditch match the next day, so she had no one to sit with. She wondered if perhaps Joseph was going to the game. It might be fun to do something with him outside of studying. Are you going to the match tomorrow? Hermione asked brightly. Joseph looked at her blankly. The what? Well, the Quidditch match. I mean, I know Ravenclaw isn't playing, she said uncertainly. Oh, Quidditch, he said, rolling his eyes a bit. I never go to the games. I have no idea when they're played. Never, Hermione said. You mean, you like Quidditch? He said incredulously. Oh, well, I'm not as into it as some, but, she said, trailing off. Joseph's face scrunched up, as if he were trying to remember an unimportant detail. Oh yes, Potter plays on the team, doesn't he? I suppose you have to go, since your friend is playing. Well, actually, 3 of my friends are playing. Harry, Ron and Ron's sister Ginny are on the team, but, don't you think the games are rather exciting sometimes? Joseph looked at Hermione as if she had just suggested slugs might make an appetizing meal. Exciting. Most of the lot who play Quidditch are a bunch of idiots who wouldn't know a severing spell from an engraving charm, he said, a bit arrogantly. He suddenly looked bashful. Well, not that your friends are necessarily like that. Hermione looked at him hesitantly. You don't care if Ravenclaw wins. What difference does it make to me? Really, how does it affect me one way or the other? I'm not on the field playing, not that I ever would play, he said. And have you ever noticed how much the players are worshipped? I mean, they're treated as if they're special just because they can ride a broom better than anyone. Well, yes, I suppose you're right that Quidditch players get a lot of attention, Hermione said. When I went to the ball with Victor Crumb, I couldn't believe the amount of attention he got. Joseph looked stunned. You went to the ball with Victor Crumb. I mean, I know nothing about Quidditch, but even I know who he is. I didn't go to the ball, so I didn't know, he said, a bit shyly. Oh, I'm sorry, I guess I thought everyone knew, Hermione said, blushing. Do you still see him? Joseph said, looking a bit insecure. No, we used to keep in touch by writing, but he lives in Bulgaria. He is also older than I am, Hermione said. Joseph nodded, looking relieved. But still, why should he get so much attention? Why about people like us, people who are smart? The players strut around like they own the world. I know a girl in Ravenclaw who actually did this Slytherin's homework, just because he was on the team, and she thought he was so wonderful, he said, looking like he wanted to gag. Of course, he didn't give her the time of day, but it didn't stop him from letting her do his homework. Hermione felt conflicted. Although she saw Joseph's point to some degree, she wasn't certain he was being entirely fair. Victor never appeared entirely comfortable with all the attention, Harry certainly wasn't. She had to admit that Ron appeared to enjoy the attention, but he didn't strut excessively around the school. I agree they get a lot of attention, but I don't think they're all like that, Hermione said cautiously. All right, Joseph, apparently trying to be fair. 90% of them, seems like to me. Hermione didn't think that sounded quite fair, either, but decided to let it go. Hey, why don't you skip the match tomorrow, and we can study some more? Joseph said. I know your friends are playing, but surely they don't need you to watch them constantly. Well, thanks, but I feel like I should be there to support them, Hermione said. Joseph shrugged his shoulders, looking a bit put out. Suit yourself, then. Harry walked down the corridor of Hogwarts, heading back to his dormitory. He slowed as he spotted Snape talking to Professor Melanadre, the sight of the two of them talking together feeling altogether too bizarre. He was just thinking of turning around and using another route when Melanadre called out to him. Mr. Potter, come here a moment, she said brightly. Harry glanced at Snape, who wore a frozen expression on his face as Harry walked up to the two of them. I just wanted to tell you that you received a perfect mark on that potions exam, she said, looking at him a bit proudly. Isn't he a fantastic student, Severus? Snape gritted his teeth, looking like he was biting back some sarcastic response. Potter occasionally seems to perform adequately. Oh, Severus, she said, laughing, as she playfully hit his shoulder. Harry just stared in astonishment at the sight. Always the man of understatement. Mr. Potter is one of my top students in the class. I'm certain you saw the same sort of potions talent when you were teaching. Perhaps, Snape said, looking as flustered as Harry had ever seen him. Harry fought back the urge to give him a smug look. So, Mr. Potter, I would imagine that you are quite eager for the Quidditch match tomorrow. I must say, I've heard so much about your Quidditch skills that I'm excited to see you in action, not that I'm supposed to take sides as a teacher, she said, laughing. She turned to Snape. Is he as good as they say, Severus? Harry turned to Snape, his eyebrows raised, trying desperately to keep his face straight, and not break out in a smirk. Snape looked at Melanadre, then at Harry, then back again. He is an adequate seeker of perhaps some moderate talent. Melanadre laughed again, Harry finding that he quite enjoyed the sound of her laugh, before he shook himself. Harry knew he shouldn't press his luck, but he couldn't resist some sort of comment. Thanks, Professor Snape, that's nice of you to say, Harry said, with a dead straight face. Snape pursed his lips tightly, appearing like he wanted to send a poisoned look at Harry, but glancing at Melanadre, he just gave him a nod. Well, good day, Potter, Snape said, dismissing him. Good luck, Mr. Potter, Melanadre said, giving him a warm smile. Harry walked away, trying not to burst out laughing. Ron looked into his bathroom mirror, trying to calm the butterflies in his stomach. He ran his fingers through his wet hair, trying not to think about the fact that the first game of the year was about to be played. Why did I take the captain job? He thought morosely. True, he had done well in the final game of last year. They had won the cup. Shouldn't that be enough to give him some confidence? Yet, he felt like something terrible was about to happen. Practice appeared to have been going well lately. Sam, their new chaser, was raw, but had a lot of natural talent. But there was no substitute for experience, and Ron had to hope that Sam's ability in practice translated well to the field. He sighed. At least the Slytherins hadn't been singing Weasley as our king constantly this year, since that seemed to have backfired at the end of last year. He quickly dressed and entered into the common room, where he saw Harry and Hermione. She gave him an encouraging smile, which Ron returned weakly. Good morning, Ron, she said brightly. Looks like perfect Quidditch weather today. Yeah, Ron grunted, feeling too nervous to even talk about the weather as they exited through the portrait hole. Walking into the Great Hall, Malfoy met at them at the door, apparently waiting for them. Weasley is our king, he always lets the quaffle in, he sang. Ron glared at Malfoy. Don't you have any new material, Malfoy? Or didn't Crabbe and Goyle write some down for you? Crabbe and Goyle looked confused, as if they were wondering what they had forgotten to give to Malfoy. So, Weasley, you're the captain, That's a lot of pressure, I'd say, Malfoy said smoothly. Sod off, Malfoy, Ron said, irritated. All those expectations. After all, you won the cup last year. And let's face it, you had one lucky game. It'd be a shame if you reverted. Well, back to form, Malfoy drawled, smirking. Everyone will be watching today, watching to see if it was all a fluke last year. It wasn't a fluke, Hermione said, looking angry. Ron and Harry glanced at her, eyebrows raised. You know, your track record in Quidditch isn't exactly stellar, Malfoy. Watch your mouth, mudblood, Malfoy said coldly, looking very angry. Ron suddenly lunged at Malfoy, grabbing him by the neck and pulling his fist back. Harry grabbed his arm, keeping him from delivering the blow. Malfoy tried to back away, an unmistakable look of fear in his eye. Ron, no, Harry said, we need you on the team. Don't get suspended now. He's not worth it, it's what he wants. Ron struggled for a second, then turned away angrily and stalked off. Harry and Hermione followed him quickly to the Gryffindor table as he furiously sat down. Ron looked down at the table, hands rubbing his temples as he tried to bring himself back under control. Sodding Malfoy, he thought. And the worst part is that he's right. Everyone will be watching to see if I make a mess of it. Ron kept his head down for a minute, trying to calm himself down. Ron, Hermione said tentatively. He looked up and Hermione bashfully passed him a plate, loaded up with his favorite breakfast items. Ron swallowed, feeling a bit moved by the gesture. He smiled at her and took the plate. Thanks, just what I need, he said. Well, the Gryffindor captain needs a good breakfast, right? She said, smiling back. Right, Ron said, digging in. He knew it was silly, but somehow the food tasted better when given to him by Hermione. Ron began pacing in front of the team, his hands clasped tensely behind his back. All right, it's the first game of the season, Ron said in a low voice. We are the best team at Hogwarts, there's no question about it, and we've been practicing hard. Now, he suddenly shouted, making everyone flinch. I've been saying this for a week, and I'll say it again today. You may think that Hufflepuff is going to be a pushover, but I'm telling you that this team is dangerous. The rumors surrounding this new keeper and the new chaser are worrying me. They're supposed to be good, very good. This could be one of the best Hufflepuff teams in years. He paused, looking down the line at his teammates, letting the speech sink in. It's going to take a team effort today. Quidditch offense begins with defense. I want to see tight chaser defense, Ron said, looking at the three chasers, as well as precision beater play. He finished, looking at Kirk and Sloper. It's critical that we shut down their passing game. Ron glanced at Harry. Their seeker is the same one as last year. Not bad, competent, but nowhere near Harry, so we have no worries on that score. I want to try and score as many points as possible before he catches it, though, so we need to play hard. Katie, since you have the most experience, I want you to defend their new chaser, Jackson. Ginny, you'll take Donnelly, and Sam, you'll take Francis, Ron said. The three chasers nodded at their defensive assignments, Sam looking a bit nervous. Who are we? Ron shouted. Gryffindor. The team yelled back. Let's go, 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 Ron yelled, running toward the door as the rest of the team leapt up and followed him toward the entry gates. As they enthusiastically jogged along the corridor, Ron came up alongside Sam. All right, Sam, he asked. Why yes, I'm ready. I think, he said, trying to hide his anxiousness. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. Look, you did great in practice. The first game is always the hardest, but just think about doing your job. That's all that matters. Doing your job, doing your best. If you do that, everything else will follow. Sam nodded, and blew out a deep breath, looking a bit more solid. Right, Weasley, now remember your own advice. Remember the last game last year. Just do your job, Ron thought, trying to pump himself up. They ran onto the field, the cheers of the Gryffindors deafening in the stadium. Ron moved to the center of the field and shook hands with the Hufflepuff captain. All right, I want a nice clean game, said Madame Hooch warningly. She opened the box and released the snitch, which fluttered up next to Ron's ear for a split second and then flew away. She then released the bludgers, and finally took out the quaffle. She blew her silver whistle and threw the ball into the air as both teams mounted their brooms and flew off. Ron flew over to the Gryffindor goal, feeling nervous about the first game. Easy, Weasley, easy. His eyes searched the stands, until he finally saw Hermione sitting at the front of the Gryffindor section, waving to him energetically. Gryffindor had the quaffle and immediately began running a pattern they had been drilling recently. He felt proud as he watched them crisply passing the quaffle back and forth. He saw Ginny pass to Katie, who threw a shot at goal, only to have it caught by the Hufflepuff's new keeper. Ron swore under his breath. It was an excellent catch. He began to get ready as the Hufflepuffs ran it back down the field. Ginny's new broom was working excellently. She was staying with Donnelly like a glove, making it difficult for him to receive passes. He noticed that Jackson was as good as rumored. Katie was having a very hard time defending him. He suddenly caught the ball and made a dive directly at Ron. Jackson faked to his left and threw right, catching Ron off guard, and Hufflepuff made the first goal. "Bloody hell," Ron said, angry with himself for falling for the fake. He started to feel a seed of self-doubt, but shook himself as he concentrated on the field again. Ron looked over at Harry, who was flying a search pattern, looking for the snitch. The Hufflepuff seeker seemed satisfied to follow Harry's pattern for now, as he flew closely behind. Ron started to worry as the game progressed. He was having a very difficult time catching shots from the new Hufflepuff chaser, who was exceptionally quick. He was saving more often than not, but the score on the Hufflepuff side was slowly creeping up. It was obvious the Hufflepuff's strategy was to win based on goals. They were clearly trying to score as many as possible before Harry caught the snitch. Ron could also tell his chasers were growing frustrated trying to get it past the Hufflepuff keeper. The score was now 140-50 in favor of Hufflepuff, and Ron was getting worried that if things kept up the way they were going, they might lose even if they caught the snitch. "Bloody hell, this was a huge mistake to make me captain. I'm a bloody useless keeper as well," he thought, starting to panic a bit. He looked over at the stands where Hermione was sitting. He could see her looking worried, but somehow seeing her there calmed him a bit. She saw him looking at her and waved at him. "All right, Weasley, you want to show her what you're made of, right? Well, now's your chance," he thought. Quidditch is a team game. Use your teammates. Ron had been watching the Hufflepuff keeper closely, and he thought he might have seen a weakness. When Gryffindor next had the quaffle, he called a timeout. Katie, Ginny and Sam came over, followed by Kirk and Sloper. He noticed that they all appeared very frustrated and despondent. "All right, team, time to adjust our strategy a bit. First of all, Jackson is killing us. We need to shut him down. Ginny, I want you and Katie to defensively double him up. Both of you stick to him like glue. Sam, that means you need to play a zone defense between Donnelly and Francis. Stay between them and Jackson. Make certain Jackson can't get the quaffle. Andrew, Jack, I want you two to constantly send the bludger at Jackson. If Hufflepuff is going to beat us, force them to use Donnelly and Francis. The second thing is their keeper is obviously good, but I think he has some trouble defending below left. I want you to come up from below and concentrate on his left side. Mix it up a bit so it's not obvious, but pound that lower left. 4 of our 5 goals have come from that spot." "All right," Ron said. "No worries, Captain," Ginny said, giving him a salute and a smile. "You know, sometimes my little sister isn't so bad," Ron thought. After they flew away and the game resumed, Ron began to see an immediate change in the complexion of the game. He could see Jackson growing frustrated as Katie and Ginny stuck to him, making it impossible for him to receive the quaffle. Kirk and Sloper were beating the bludger at him mercilessly. As Donnelly and Francis realized that the scoring burden was all on them, they began to show signs of strain from the pressure. Their passing and shot selection grew sloppy, and Ron was able to easily intercept their shots. Meanwhile, Gryffindor's chasers also started having some slow, but sure, success as they relentlessly hit the lower left corner of the keeper's defensive zone. Ron noted with satisfaction that their keeper was growing noticeably agitated as they scored several quick goals. Gradually the score evened out until Gryffindor surged ahead, 150-140, causing the stands to roar with excitement. Suddenly Ron heard the crowd give another excited roar and saw Harry diving toward the ground. Go, go, Ron thought, hoping Harry had a line on the snitch. The Hufflepuff seeker followed Harry immediately after, but pulled out of the dive as Harry made a reckless recovery, just grazing the ground. Harry grabbed the snitch out of the air and held it up victoriously. Madam Hooch blew the whistle, ending the game with a final score of 300 to 140. The Gryffindor stands erupted in pandemonium, cheering the players. Ron looked over at the stands and swelled with pride as he saw Hermione jumping up and down with excitement. He looked back over to Harry and saw that he and Ginny were embracing excitedly. Ron's face took on a smirk as he noticed that the embrace seemed to go on much longer than was strictly necessary, and then he flew to join his excited teammates. Harry sat alone in Dumbledore's library, reading through another one of the more obscure books, which had caught his eye because it seemed so harmless. It was a book about making large sculptures, an art book, of all things. What could be so bad about sculptures? He skimmed through the book, looking at the various stone carving spells. He supposed those might be harmful if cast against people, but still, a lot of spells were like that. It just didn't seem to warrant being in the library. He continued reading, then came across a chapter, causing him to sit in stunned silence as he realized what he was reading. The manipulation spell. This spell is very powerful, and may be used for creating very large sculptures from pliable materials. Many artists use it for creating clay sculptures, but many powerful wizards find that they can manipulate molten metal, and in a particularly interesting use, a wizard once used it with molten lava. The spell allows the wizard to imagine pushing the material in various ways, causing it to bend or shape, making it simple to form the medium into the desired form. Warning: this is a Class B restricted spell, to be used only by authorized artists with the proper licensing. It must never be used against living creatures. Harry closed his eyes, the events at the end of the Triwizard Tournament coming back in vivid detail. He recalled being held by Voldemort, and forced to bow in front of him, like a giant hand bending his back. Looking at the book, he was certain this was the spell Voldemort had used against him. With a morbid fascination, he read the details of how to make the spell work. It seemed so odd to read such a dry analysis of a spell that was used in one of the most horrific events of his life. He looked over curiously at an apple he had brought for a snack. Pulling out his wand, he gave the incantation, Adfectus Anfractum. He imagined pushing the apple around the desk, and it did what he commanded, rolling about the surface. He imagined doing a gentle push on the skin of the apple, trying to peel it. A large gouge came out of the apple instead, which he chalked up to his inexperience with the spell. Reading the book a bit more, he saw that twisting the wand adjusted the grip strength. Apparently one had to get the strength right for subtle manipulations. He twisted the wand to the left, making a gentle force. He tried again to peel the apple, with a bit more success, but he still wasn't very accurate. Deciding to try a firmer grip, he did a sharp twist to the right, causing the apple to suddenly pulverize into a wet mass, which flopped onto the table. Harry blinked, staring at what looked like a pile of pureed apple on the desk. A stab of fear went down his spine, as he imagined himself as the apple under Voldemort's control. He decided it might be a good idea to discuss the spell with Hermione and learn how to defend against it. "It'll be nice to go home for Christmas this year," Ron said, as he packed a few things into his trunk. "Yeah," Harry said, also packing as well. "Is Hermione coming at any point?" "Supposedly she's coming sometime after Christmas Day," Ron replied, then grinned. "Not like her to not have it pinned down to the second. I think her mum and dad might have a trip planned." They headed downstairs to wait for Hermione and Ginny. The Hogwarts Express wasn't due to leave for another hour, but Hermione had insisted on getting there extra early. As prefects, she and Ron had to be there to help load the first years onto the train. Harry and Ginny had decided they might as well head down early as well. The train ride back to King's Cross was uneventful as they chatted or played games during the trip. Soon they pulled into the station and found Mrs. Weasley waiting on the platform. "Welcome home," she said, smiling, as she went along and hugged everyone. Hermione saw her parents on the platform as well, and gave a cheerful goodbye as she joined them. They took a ministry car back to the Burrow, Harry almost falling asleep in the back. It had been such a busy year so far, and he was very much looking forward to a nice, quiet holiday. They soon arrived, everyone getting unpacked into their rooms, Harry taking Fred and George's room again. He looked around suspiciously, but finally decided he was too tired to worry about whether they had set up another prank. He was so exhausted he figured he would just sleep through it. Harry played a bit of chess with Ron after dinner, but his soft bed kept calling for him. He felt peaceful and relaxed back in the burrow, and all the stress of the year seemed far away while he was there. He finally said good night to everyone, changed into his pajamas, and fell quickly asleep. Harry shot out of bed as a loud explosion rocked the burrow. Looking around wildly, he could feel the house swaying from the shock. He felt a thrill of fear as he suspected an attack might be happening. He grabbed his wand and ran out the door, meeting Ginny as she came out of her room as well. He started running down the stairs and stopped, stunned, as he saw the entire front of the burrow broken away. Many goblins were running around the debris, causing Ragnarok's warning to come back to him. He knew they must be after him. He ran back up the stairs where he saw Ron and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley on the landing. "Goblins. They're attacking the burrow. They want me," Harry said. "Don't worry, Harry, the Aurors will be here any second," said Mr. Weasley, holding his wand with a firm expression. "There's no time. They must have some plan to take me before they get here. I have to get out of here," led them away. Harry said. "Harry, no," said Mrs. Weasley. "It's too dangerous. Wait for the Aurors." He didn't know why, but his gut instinct was that he needed to get out of the house immediately. Undoubtedly the Aurors would get there, but there had to be some plan for that. Goblins weren't stupid. He ran back into his room and grabbed his firebolt. Hearing footsteps coming up the stairs, he eyed the window, which was closed. He knew he had only seconds, and sometimes the windows of the burrow were sticky. Making a decision, he mounted his broom. He took a deep breath and put his head down with his arms over it and flew straight at the window. He burst through the glass and wood just as he heard a struggle in the corridor and goblins entering the room. A shower of glass and wood rained down on the snow in front of the burrow as he flew up into the sky. He flew about 50 yards and then turned to look back. He could see several goblins through his shattered window, as well as a gang of goblins guarding the grounds of the house. He felt a sudden stab of fear for everyone back in the burrow. He flew back to the yard. "Hey, you bloody ugly gits, I'm up here, come and get me." The goblins all turned and the ones that were inside swarmed out of the house. He could see them running towards some odd-looking vehicles. They had a seat with a sort of table in front. If anything, they resembled a child's desk. The goblins took to the air, and Harry streaked off, the goblins in hot pursuit. He flew up the snow-covered hill toward the paddock. Suddenly he saw some streaks of light flying past him. He felt a stab of pain as one of the beams caught his arm, and he could feel it growing wet with blood. He started making evasive maneuvers, trying to keep them from hitting him. He burst through the trees into the open field, trying to think of what to do. He had to lose them. It was very dark. Dare he fly into the trees? It was risky, but his only option. He pulled out his wand. "Fulgio Lumos," he shouted. A focused beam of light shot out the end of his wand, illuminating the path in front of him. He flew into the forest, cutting around the trees, trying to lose the goblins. The flying desks looked awkward, but appeared to be quite maneuverable as they followed Harry. Sailing through the trees, Harry abruptly heard a loud thwack and felt a grim satisfaction as he realized that he had lost at least one of them. He wasn't certain how many were back there, but he suspected about a dozen were involved in the attack. He came out into a clearing and put on a burst of speed toward the other edge. He stopped and spun the broom around, waiting for them to come through. He held his wand at the ready. "Stupefy," he shouted, aiming at the first goblin that came out. He felt elated as he scored a direct hit, the goblin falling and crashing into the snow. Several other goblins came out, but then flew back to the safety of the trees as they saw their fallen partner. He could see some light within the trees where the goblins were illuminating their path, but it was difficult to get a fix on them. He shot a few more stunners into the trees, but didn't think he hit any of them. Suddenly a burst of the odd cutting spells came hurling out of the forest. Apparently they had waited for all of their cohorts and launched a coordinated attack. Harry tried to dodge, but a spell caught him in the lower leg, causing more blood to flow. He decided he was much too exposed, there were too many of them to fight a pitched battle like this. Harry realized with chagrin that he hadn't made much of a study of goblin magic. He wasn't certain exactly how to defend against their spells. He resolved to himself to correct that oversight if he made it back to Hogwarts. He took off into the trees again, sure that they would continue to follow. Having an idea, he slowed a bit, letting them catch up. He could hear several of the goblins whistling through the air. As more cutting spells flew past him, he flew in a random pattern, going left and right, up and down, trying to keep them from hitting him. Harry spied a relatively open pathway, just the thing he was looking for. He flew in, slowing down a bit, letting them get closer. Just as he heard them getting fairly near and the cutting spells started to fly, he pointed his wand backwards. "Murus!" he yelled. A stone wall appeared behind him. Thwack. Harry clenched his fist, as it sounded as if he may have stopped at least 4 more of them. He sped up and turned back into the safety of the trees. Taking a quick glance back, he saw that the ones left were giving him a much safer distance. Apparently that trick was only going to work once. Where are the oars anyway? He thought, aggravated. They should have come and helped him by now. Something must have happened to them. Harry beat his fist against his head. Think, he exhorted himself. Deciding that he needed to try something different, he flew straight up in the air, gaining altitude. He flew high above the trees and then whirled the broom around, holding his wand at the ready. The goblins came up above the trees, hovering close to each other, apparently discussing the situation and trying to decide on a strategy. There appeared to be 6 of them left. "Come on," Harry whispered to himself. "Come closer." If he could just lure them up there, he was certain he could stun them eventually. Unfortunately, the goblins appeared to think along the same lines and resisted the bait as Harry sighed with frustration. Since time was on Harry's side, he figured he might as well wait and see what they did. He would be perfectly happy with a stalemate. As Harry watched them curiously, the goblins backed away from each other and arranged themselves in a circle. He saw them put out their hands, with their long fingers pointing toward the center of the circle. A ball of light grew in the middle as Harry abruptly realized the circle was pointed directly at him. Panicked, he started flying away just as the ball of light erupted from the center of the circle. He didn't know what the light was, but suspected that he didn't want it to touch him. He looked back and saw the ball of light arching toward him, the goblins in pursuit as well. Apparently the light was guided in some way as he flew back and forth, trying to lose it. He put on a burst of speed, but the light seemed a bit faster than he was. Looking down at the landscape, he was over a fairly flat area, so he didn't think he could make it back to the forest before the light caught him. The ball was getting very close when he abruptly made a sharp turn, causing the light to fly past him. Apparently he had a maneuverability advantage, which gave him an idea. Harry flew straight up again, the ball angling up. He flew in a long arc, getting the ball directly behind him, and then flew into a dive, straight at the ground. It's just like a Wronski feint, Harry thought as he accelerated toward the ground. Waiting until the last possible moment, he pulled out of the dive, actually plowing a groove through the snow. Hearing a loud explosion behind him, he turned his head and noticed a large crater where the ball had hit the ground. Harry gulped. Apparently the goblins weren't messing about and were planning on taking him in, dead or alive. Harry skimmed along the ground as he could see them above him heading down at a fast pace. The forest was at least another 500 yards away. He was at a definite disadvantage where he was. A shower of cutting spells landed around him as he wove back and forth. He felt a hit on his back shoulder, then another on the calf of his leg. He angled up, trying to get some altitude, but that had the effect of the goblins being able to close in on him faster, and also making it take much longer to get to the safety of the forest. Harry decided his only chance was to attack and prevent them from trying to do another guided ball spell. He worried a bit that they might have some other magic up their sleeve, but he had no choice. He flew a sharp arc upward, spinning around to bring himself upright again and flew straight at the goblins. He saw them start in shock as they split away from each other. Harry picked the nearest one, coming up behind him. "Stupefy!" he shouted. The stunned goblin fell toward the ground. He saw the other 5 grouping together, appearing to try and form the circle. He wasn't certain how many were needed, so trying to stun any one of them might not stop them from launching another guided ball spell. There was a spell he'd been practicing. He wasn't totally adept at it, but he had no choice. It was very powerful and affected a wide area, which would hit them all at the same time. He had to concentrate, focus his mind. It needed the right mental state. He had to imagine himself holding the air around the goblins in his hands. Concussium. The concussion spell leapt out of his wand, spreading as it went. As it hit the goblins, he saw them violently jerk together, then they all flew apart, vibrating violently in the turbulent air. 4 of the goblins fell toward the ground, apparently knocked out. The last goblin appeared to be shaken up, but still conscious. He shook himself and then looked down at his fallen comrades. Apparently not liking the odds any longer, he streaked off. Harry gave chase, feeling angry and wanting to make certain he didn't get away. Harry launched several stunning spells, finally hitting the goblin and making him crash to the snow. Harry landed on the ground and collapsed with exhaustion, just lying down in the snow. He shivered, then suddenly realized he was still in his pajamas and probably shouldn't stay too long out in the cold night. He hadn't noticed the frigid air in all the excitement. Looking up, he saw a large group of people on broomsticks flying rapidly toward his position. He got up and waved toward them. Mr. Weasley and a group of Aurors landed in front of him. He noticed Tonks was among them, looking very angry at the goblins. "Harry, are you all right?" asked Mr. Weasley, looking back and forth between Harry and the fallen goblins. "Yeah, I'm all right now. Is everyone else all right?" he asked anxiously. "Yes, Harry, everyone is fine," said Mr. Weasley, looking relieved. "Great Merlin, Harry, look at you," Tonks said, staring at the cuts all over him. "I see you got some experience with their cutting hexes. They're a goblin specialty." Harry looked down at himself. His pajamas were covered in blood. Apparently he had been hit with more of the cutting spells than he had thought. Yeah," Harry said, not sure what else to say. "Are you all right to fly back, or do you want to ride with me?" Tonks asked. "No, I'm all right, though I'm not certain I know how to get back," Harry said. "Well, follow me, let's get you back to the burrow before you freeze to death. The Aurors will handle the goblins," she said. "Some of them are back in the forest," Harry said. "Yes, we detected them in there," Tonks said, grinning. "They only sent a dozen after you. I guess they learned their lesson not to send such a small army." Harry grinned back sheepishly, feeling embarrassed at the praise. "Well, that was more than enough for my taste." "That's more than enough for anyone's taste, Harry, truthfully. Goblins are tough. They're not overall as magically powerful as we are, but they have a few specialties and they are very, very clever. You don't want to mess with goblins if you can help it," she said. "What happened to the other Aurors?" Harry asked. Her face grew dark. "Ambushed. It shouldn't have happened, but somehow they knew exactly where they were hiding. It was a well-coordinated attack. We suspect you know who gave them the information, as well as some magical help to get all the Aurors at once. They were just stunned, fortunately. We suspect these goblins were a rogue bunch. We've already been in contact with Ragnarok and he was shocked and angry, to say the least. He's on his way here, actually. I'm glad the Aurors are all right," Harry said, feeling a bit guilty for people getting injured on his account. "They're tough blokes. They'll be all right," Tonks said. Harry shivered involuntarily, the cold finally getting to him. "Farfacio," Tonks said, waving her wand at Harry. Harry felt himself instantly get warm, the heat seeming to radiate from his insides. "Ah, that felt good. Thanks," he said, smiling. Tonks chuckled. "That'll hold you until we get back. Shall we go?" "Yes, definitely," Harry said. They mounted their brooms, Tonks taking the lead as Harry followed her back to the burrow. Harry felt himself finally calming down as he followed Tonks, feeling safe now that the Aurors were here. The cold had been numbing his limbs, but as they flew back, he could feel the cuts start to flare with pain. As they approached the burrow, Harry felt appalled by the damage. The whole front wall of the ground floor had been torn off, and he could see signs of more minor damage elsewhere. He felt a mixture of anger and guilt as he saw everyone in the front, surveying the damage. The Aurors were setting up some temporary tents for a base camp. As Harry landed, Mrs. Weasley and Ginny shouted, "Harry!" in high-pitched voices and ran over to him, both embracing him simultaneously. "Harry, mate, are you all right?" Ron asked, peering at his blood-stained pajamas. "Look at you," said Mrs. Weasley, her eyes wide at the blood. "You poor boy. Get inside. Go sit next to the fireplace and get warm. Ron, go up and get him a change of clothes." Ron ran in, heading upstairs as Harry limped through the broken front of the burrow, his wounds flaring with considerable pain. Mrs. Weasley and Ginny followed closely, looking very worried, and Tonks followed in as well. Harry sat on the hearth of the fireplace, getting warm by the fire. Fortunately, it didn't look as if the fireplace or chimney was damaged from the attack. "Tonks, could you mix a blood replacement potion? The ingredients are in the pantry. I keep them around just in case," Mrs. Weasley said. "I can heal the wounds." Tonks nodded. "Right." She headed toward the kitchen. Mrs. Weasley pulled her wand and began slicing the blood-stained garments off Harry. As the clothes came off, he glanced at Ginny, his face growing hot with embarrassment. He was grateful he didn't seem to have any blood on his underwear. "Oh, for goodness sakes, Harry," said Mrs. Weasley sternly. "This is no time for modesty." She peeled the last of the pajamas off Harry, throwing them into the fireplace. Mrs. Weasley frowned as she surveyed the cuts over his body, some starting to bleed again from having the pajamas pulled away. Harry groaned a bit. "Does it hurt very much, Harry?" Ginny asked, concerned. Harry smiled at her with a bit of grimace. "I'm all right. I'm just glad it's over." Mrs. Weasley started working on his cuts, waving her wand over each one and casting a healing spell. "Nasty business, these goblin cutting spells," she said, looking angry. Now that he was back safely in the burrow, Harry started feeling guilty for all the trouble that had followed him there. "I'm really sorry for this," Harry said to Mrs. Weasley. She looked shocked and angry. "Great Merlin, Harry, don't you dare blame yourself for this. It's not your fault. In fact, it was a very brave thing you did, leading them away from us. Not that I'm letting you off the hook for that," she ended sternly. Ron came back into the room, carrying some fresh trousers, a shirt and some shoes and socks for Harry. He put them down on the hearth next to him. "Thanks," Harry said. "No worries, mate," Ron said, grimacing a bit as he looked at the cuts still on Harry's body. Finally Mrs. Weasley had all the cuts healed, and Harry was able to get dressed again, to his relief. Tonks walked in with a glass of an odd-looking red potion, which Harry looked at dubiously. Tonks laughed. "It's not blood. It's a blood enhancement potion. It helps your body replace the blood you lost. I've had it before. It's pretty tasty, actually." Harry took the potion and took a small sip. To his relief, it had a sweet flavor, completely unlike the taste of blood. He downed the whole thing gratefully. Mr. Weasley and a group of Aurors came into the house. "Looking better, Harry," Mr. Weasley said, smiling at him. "Molly, they're going to help me conjure some temporary walls to close off the place." Just then, a large group of flying desks landed in the burrow's front, causing Harry to tense up. He relaxed as he noticed Ragnarok among the group, looking quite livid as he surveyed the damage. He carefully walked through the ruined wall. "Arthur, I wish our meeting was under more pleasant circumstances," Ragnarok said gravely, shaking Mr. Weasley's hand. "Minister Ragnarok, welcome to my home. I wish it was in a bit better shape for your visit," Arthur said, with a smile. "And Mr. Potter," he said, turning to Harry and shaking his hand as well. "I am pleased that your injuries were relatively minor. Please accept my apologies on behalf of the Goblin community, to both of you, for this attack. I assure you that it was not sanctioned, not supported, and will be severely punished." Turning back to Mr. Weasley, Ragnarok said further, "Of course, Arthur, the Goblin government will compensate you for the repairs to your house. My staff has brought enough to get you started. Please consider that only an initial payment." Arthur nodded. "Thank you, Minister. That is generous and appreciated. I hope you will visit again once the repairs are completed," so that I may show you proper hospitality." Ragnar smiled a toothy goblin smile. "You were generous in your forgiveness as well. I will make it a special point to visit in the future." "Who were they?" Harry asked curiously. Ragnar's expression grew angry once again. "The initial reports from your Aurors seemed to indicate they belonged to a cult that we had thought disbanded after Voldemort's last defeat. They believe that the Dark Lord was born to rule over all the races forever, and they worship him on that basis. We had suspected that they reformed after his rise, but this is the first direct evidence of action by them." One of Ragnar's assistants came up and whispered in his ear. "Pardon me, Minister Fudge would like to speak to me on the secure flow setup outside," Ragnar said, bowing and walking outside. Harry got up off the hearth and settled into a chair next to the fire. He felt exhausted, but at the same time felt much too hyped up to even think about sleeping again. "Ginny, why don't we get everyone some tea?" Mrs. Weasley said. "Would you like some tea, Harry?" Ginny said. Tea suddenly sounded really good. "Yes, thanks," he said gratefully. "I'll bring you a cup," Ginny said. She smiled at him, making Harry feel a little better as she walked toward the kitchen with Mrs. Weasley. "You know, I'd better send an owl to Hermione. She'll for certain want to know what's happened," Ron said. "You all right, mate?" "Yeah, I'm fine. I just need to sit for a while," Harry said. He noticed that Mr. Weasley had wandered off with Tonks and was talking to the Aurors, leaving him alone in the living room. It felt good to have a bit of silence as he closed his eyes for a few seconds, trying to calm himself. Harry awoke, slowly realizing that he had dozed off without meaning to. Feeling very warm and comfortable, he noticed he had been covered with a large blanket. He looked about the room, startled, as he realized that he must have slept for some time. A temporary wall had been erected on the front of the house, and he could see daylight outside through the window. He heard some talking from the kitchen and figured that everyone must be in there. He climbed out of the chair, feeling a bit stiff as he gave a huge stretch and yawn. He was glad he had slept. The rest had taken the edge off the frightening episode. He walked into the kitchen, where Mr. Weasley, Ginny, Ron and Tonks were seated around the table, with Mrs. Weasley busily cooking. Harry could smell some breakfast sausages cooking, the smell causing a growl to come from his stomach. "Good morning, dear," Mrs. Weasley said, coming over to embrace him. Harry embraced her back tightly. "How are you feeling?" "Fine, thanks," Harry said. "Hungry, though. I think I can take care of that," Mrs. Weasley said, chuckling. "Go sit down." Harry took a seat at the table, greeting everyone. "How long did I sleep? I'm not even certain what time it all happened last night," Harry said. Ron snickered. "About 4 hours. I can't believe how much noise you slept through while they were shoring up the house." "Of course, you were looking very comfortable," he said, glancing at Ginny. "Ron," Ginny said warningly. "What? I was just going to say that a bloke can sleep pretty well with a comfortable blanket like that, especially when it's charmed with a nice warming spell, and tucked around him so carefully," Ron said with a grin. Harry noticed Ginny looking a little embarrassed and decided to change the subject. "Any news?" Tonks had been smiling during the exchange, but her face fell grimly. "Unfortunately, not much. We're still not certain how they were able to ambush everyone at once. We had hoped this would be a safe place for you, Harry, but unfortunately they proved us wrong." Harry felt a chill, as he wondered if that meant what he suspected it meant. Tonks watched him carefully. "I can see you're way ahead of me, Harry. We need to move everyone to Grimmauld Place for now. It's the safest place for everyone. Believe me, we're all aware that it's a difficult place for you so soon after Sirius's death, but it needs to be done." Harry nodded. "I understand. I'll be all right. It's better that we don't put more people in danger than we have to, just to protect me." Tonks waved her hand. "Don't worry about that, Harry. Anyway, we'll probably head over a bit later after everyone is packed." Just then, Pigwidgeon flew through the window and dropped a note in front of Ron, who opened it up. "It's Hermione," he said, as he quickly read the note. Ron grinned as he reached the end. "She says, they're probably going to send you to Grimmauld Place. Harry is going to need his friends, so I'm heading over to the Burrow on the night bus as soon as possible. Don't you dare leave without me. Quote. Tonks chuckled. I think we can wait, she said. Harry smiled, glad that they were all going to be together, although feeling a bit guilty for interrupting Hermione's holiday with her parents. A few hours later, Harry had his things packed back up, although he hadn't really had a chance to unpack. He had also spent some time polishing some scratches out of the firebolt, which had taken some hits from all the action. Harry had just set down his firebolt when he heard a car pull up to the burrow. He ran downstairs, suspecting that Hermione had arrived. Harry, Hermione said in a high-pitched voice, running out off the bus to embrace him tightly. Are you all right? Ron wrote about what happened, but I didn't get too many details. Goblins. How did you escape? I'm glad everyone is all right, too. Harry grinned through the bushy brown hair. Hello, Hermione, I'm fine, everything is fine. Oh, Ron, Hermione, running over to embrace him as well. I'm so glad you're all right, too. Well, everything is great, bit of bad business, there. Ron said awkwardly, patting her back. Hermione finally released him and gave Ginny a hug as well. Hi, Hermione, you missed all the fun, Ginny said, grinning. Now, what happened, Harry? She said, with greetings over with. Harry gave her a short description of the events of the previous night. I really want to start brushing up on goblin magic when we get back to Hogwarts, he said fervently. Yes, I agree. I've read a bit about goblin magic, but honestly, not too much about the defense. I suppose we should have anticipated this after Ragnarok's warning the first time, Hermione said sadly. That afternoon, they prepared to leave the burrow for Grimmauld Place. The four teenagers gathered in the living room as Tonks apparated back in. Hedwig and Pigwidgeon chattered noisily in their cages, apparently excited to be going. Crookshanks was sticking close to Hermione, as if he was afraid to be left behind. How are we getting there? Harry asked Tonks. Special portkey. Dumbledore was able to get one authorized for us, fortunately. That'll make this whole business a lot easier. The professor sends his regards, by the way. Said to specifically tell you. Good show, she said, grinning. Harry began to grow apprehensive as the reality of going to Grimmauld Place began to settle in. He wasn't certain he was really ready to go back there yet, but forces beyond his control seemed to be pushing him there. He suddenly felt a soft hand on his shoulder. Ginny whispered in his ear. It's all right, Harry. Remember, you're not alone, she said. Her words back at the end of the summer came back to him, as he remembered her comforting him after his nightmare. It did help to have his friends with him, he needed to remember that. He smiled at her and nodded. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley walked into the room carrying trunks with them, as well as a couple of boxes. I think we're all ready, Tonks, said Mrs. Weasley. Right, I have the portkey right here, she said, pulling out a small wooden box, but dropping it to the floor clumsily. Oops, sorry, she said sheepishly as she picked it up. Everyone reached out and touched the portkey at the same time as Harry felt the hooking sensation behind his navel. The world shifted, and he found himself in the hallway of Grimmauld Place. His breathing started to grow heavy as he noticed Lupin waiting for him, who looked a bit younger than usual wearing some nicer robes. Very happy for the distraction, he ran over and embraced him. Hello, Remus, he said. Harry, it's great to see you, he said, obviously pleased as he embraced Harry back warmly. And welcome to everyone else. They all greeted Lupin as they filed into the main room of the house. I've got the bedrooms ready, same sleeping arrangements as last time, he said. Harry looked around the room. Where's Creature? He asked Lupin. He just sits in the attic these days, mumbling to himself. He never comes out. I drop off some food for him, but he hardly eats, Lupin said. Harry frowned. Better treatment than he deserves, he said. Lupin looked at him compassionately. Creature is what he is, Harry. But let's not talk about that now. Let's get you all settled in. The house appeared to be in even better condition than last year. Apparently Lupin had been slowly removing the last remnants of the old house. Harry could see an undecorated tree set up in the living room, giving a festive air to the house. As the afternoon wore on, Harry felt himself growing more and more agitated being in the house. Everywhere he looked, something seemed to remind him of Sirius. He glumly poked at his food through dinner, noticing that everyone sending him worried looks periodically. Later that night, Harry was playing chess with Ron in the living room. Ron had just beaten him, but Harry found it difficult to care very much. Ron gave a huge yawn. "Well, mate, I think I'm heading to bed. It's been a bloody long day," he said. Hermione looked over and closed her book. "I think I will, too. Pigwidgeon woke me up pretty early," she said, smiling. "How about you, Harry?" Harry was feeling much too nervous and jumpy to sleep yet. "I might stay up and read or something. I'm not quite ready yet," he said. "Where's Ginny, by the way?" Hermione asked. Ron shrugged. "She was looking around, last I saw her." Ron and Hermione headed up the stairs to bed. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, as well as Lupin, had already gone up to bed a while ago, leaving Harry alone in the room. He stared at the fire, memories of Sirius filling his head. Some time later, he heard footsteps, and Ginny walked in, carrying a book. "Harry," she asked tentatively. "Hi, Ginny," he said quietly. "How are you doing?" she asked. Harry looked at her and shrugged. That seemed to be enough of an answer for her as she walked over with the book, looking very hesitant. Harry, I found something in this book." I don't know," she said, looking like she was sorry she had brought it up. "What?" Harry asked curiously. "Well, I was just thinking that since you're here, you might have nightmares, and I found this book, and it has a folk remedy for them," she said, biting her lip. Harry hadn't thought that far ahead, but the environment did seem right for breeding nightmares. He hadn't had any lately, and he certainly didn't want to start having them again. "Why is Ginny so nervous about this?" he thought. He smiled at her. "That's really nice of you to find that, Ginny," he said. "It might not be a bad idea." "Well, the remedy is a bit unusual," she said, trailing off. Harry was getting very curious about why she appeared so reluctant. "What's unusual about it?" "All right," she said, seeming to make a decision to spill the beans. "The book says that the remedy is really effective and doesn't require any dreamless sleep potions, which can mess up your sleep cycles." "Sounds good so far," Harry said. Ginny hesitated once again. "It needs 2 people," she said. "And," Harry said, "the way it works is that if you have a nightmare, it triggers the spell, your dream ends, and you get some of the other person's dream to replace it," Ginny said. "That sounds pretty straightforward," Harry said. "What's the problem?" "It says there are no side effects or anything. It only says, well, that the 2 people should be very good friends, as it puts it," Ginny said, looking very bashful. "It didn't really go into details. I guess I didn't know if you thought if it would work with you and me." Harry smiled at her. "Of course we're very good friends. It should work fantastically, if that's all that's required." Ginny looked up and smiled back at him, looking very pleased. "How do we do it?" Harry said, the whole idea of a protection against nightmares sounding very attractive. "Well, we hold our left hands, touch our wands with our right hands, and then both say the incantation at the same time," she said. "It might be easier to do this sitting on the floor." "All right, let's try it," Harry said, glancing at the book to see the right words. They pulled out their wands and sat cross-legged on the floor in front of each other. They held each other's left hand, and put their wands together, crossing their bodies. "On 3, Harry said. 1, 2, 3. Anectosomnium," they said together. Harry felt himself momentarily floating in a fog. "Where am I?" he thought. Then he heard a strange voice. "Harry." It was Ginny's voice. "Ginny, are you here?" Suddenly he was back on the floor with Ginny, who looked like she had been in the same fog as he had. "Well, that was odd. Did you hear that?" Harry asked. "Did you call out?" "Yeah, I guess you must have heard it, but I didn't think I spoke out loud," Harry said curiously. "I don't think you did. It must have been a side effect of the spell," she said. "Maybe our thoughts were connected for a second." "Weird," she said. "I suppose if it connects dreams, it must connect our minds in some way," Harry said. "Does this mean if it happens, we share the same dream? I don't know. The book is very vague on the details, Ginny said. Well, hopefully we won't even need the spell, she said. Yeah, Harry replied, but it's good to know that I have a bit of insurance. Thanks for finding that spell, Ginny. It was very nice of you. Ginny smiled at him. Well, shall we go up now? It's getting pretty late. Harry nodded. Yeah, see you in the morning, right? Pleasant dreams, Harry, Ginny said, grinning. And if they aren't, be prepared for a lot of dreams about taking owl tests. Harry walked down an odd, dark corridor, the high walls at strange angles relative to the floor, almost seeming to curve claustrophobically over his head. Angry-looking portraits lined the walls, causing him to feel fearful as they gave him strange leers, some even calling out to him. Why are you here? Said one. This is a sacred place. You do not belong here, said another sternly. Harry continued walking slowly, the words making him flinch. He wasn't certain why he was there, but he knew he needed to move forward, ever forward. To go backward was out of the question. He passed an enormous portrait, with curtains in front. Suddenly the curtains snapped open, revealing Mrs. Black. She screeched loudly, causing pain to flare in Harry's ears. Mudbloods, half-bloods, muggles, they're all the same. Kill them all. String them up with the rest of the traitors. She screamed. You, boy, what are you doing in my house? Did you come to kill more of my family? Harry felt extremely angry. He suddenly realized he was holding the knife that Sirius had given him, the knife that had melted in the Department of Mysteries. Filthy boy, dirty half-blood, you soil my house, the sacred house of the Blacks. How dare you despoil it, when you killed the last of them? Did you kill him just so you could inherit my house? Did you kill him for our money? Harry screamed in anger, a primal noise. He lifted the knife in both hands and plunged it into the painting. Mrs. Black shrieked as blood poured out of the painting, drenching Harry. Still he continued cutting the painting, pushing his way into it. He finally broke through, entering a chamber, the death chamber. He saw the ragged curtains of the arch. He felt a strange attraction to it. Maybe he could enter it and find Sirius. Abruptly Harry felt an extremely odd shift, the world seeming to spin around on a bizarre axis. He flew through a tunnel, lights flying past him as went on a long journey. He dropped onto the ground. He smelled grass under his nose, and then noticed he was in a very pleasant forest. Sunlight was streaming through the trees, and he thought he could hear a babbling brook nearby. He felt extremely confused. In fact, he felt confused that he was even aware of feeling confused. Am I dreaming? He thought vaguely, before even that thought left him as he got up from the grass. The brook sounded nice, so he headed in that direction. The sun was warm, so warm in this place. He recalled having been somewhere else recently, but the memory of that place was fading quickly, and somehow he knew that was good, although he wasn't certain why. He heard wonderful singing ahead. He smiled, enjoying the sound of the music. He crept up, wondering who was there. Peeking around a tree, he saw a girl with long, red hair bathing in the brook. He felt extremely shy, and turned away, just listening to her sing. He heard her exiting the brook with a small splash, feeling tempted to look, but resisting. One must be chivalrous about these things. Chivalrous, he thought dimly. When did I ever use that word? The thought left him as he continued listening. He reckoned she was getting dressed, as he heard the rustle of material. When he thought it was safe, he peeked around the tree again. The girl with the long, red hair was dressed in a rose-colored, flowing gown. Her delicate, fair-skinned shoulders were visible, framing her graceful neck. Harry was enraptured looking at the incredibly beautiful lady that was before him. He strode confidently from his hiding spot. Fair lady, he said. May I introduce myself? I am Harry, prince of a neighboring realm, and a knight-errant. Harry bowed deeply to her. Good sir, I am Princess Ginevra, daughter of King Arthur, she said, curtsying. She gave him a sly look. You wouldn't spy on a princess such as myself, now would you? Harry looked scandalized. Never, your highness. Another thought forced itself into Harry. Am I dreaming? This is a really odd dream, he thought, as his consciousness faded away again. Well, Then you may escort me through the forest, if you like, she said, giving him a warm smile. She held out her hand, and Harry walked up and dropped to one knee. He took her hand in both of his hands, keying it, and rose back to his feet fluidly. It would be a great honor to escort such a lovely princess as yourself. She lightly took Harry's arm as they began walking through the forest. Such a beautiful place this is, my princess, Harry said, looking at her out of the corner of his eye. It is indeed. I must confess, however, I feel much safer with a brave knight like yourself escorting me. One never knows what is in these forests, she said, smiling coyly. It would be the honor of a lifetime to defend you from any evil, my princess, Harry said valiantly. Harry again had a fuzzy feeling, something about this world felt foreign to him. A man like yourself seems most capable, good sir, she said. I'm certain you could vanquish any evil most handily. You were too generous in your praise of my humble talents. However, if the need arose, I would do my very best to protect you. If my death would enable you to live, then I would gladly make the sacrifice, for such rare beauty cannot be allowed to be extinguished by the mere wickedness of the world, Harry said sincerely. You flatter me, good sir, but I must say it would be a shame indeed to sacrifice such a handsome face. Promise me that you shall not die today, she said, smiling. I would be most happy to make you that promise, for I cannot imagine that the world could be so cruel as to take my life on the very day that I meet such a vision of splendor, Harry said. Your silver-tongued words beg me to believe, but how may I trust your sincerity? Ginny said, tilting her head provocatively. Your loveliness demands only truth be spoken. Can there exist such a rogue that could lie to so perfect a face? Your hair is like a fire that could consume a man's soul, yet I would gladly allow mine to be consumed if I could have the merest touch, Harry said, as he strode confidently along the path. Ginny laughed musically as she reached up and took a lock of her hair in her hand flirtatiously. Well, good sir, I'd best keep my hair to myself. It would disappoint me greatly to have your soul consumed so soon after meeting such a bold and charming gentleman as yourself. And yet, I would gladly take the risk, for the reward is beyond any riches a man could endeavor to acquire in a long lifetime, Harry said. The words seemed to flow so easily from Harry's mouth, as if they were coming from some place other than himself. He marveled a bit at his smooth delivery as his thoughts floated away again. They walked into a clearing, and Ginny broke into a run, laughing. If you can catch me, perhaps I will allow a touch, she called over her shoulder, her fiery red hair flowing behind her in the wind. Harry immediately gave chase, laughing. The mere possibility of such a gift torments my poor spirit. Ginny laughed as she ran into a bank of trees, Harry following closely. She ducked behind a tree, keeping it between herself and Harry. You must earn your gift, gallant sir, she said teasingly. Harry saw her run away from the tree and enter another glade. Suddenly he heard a loud scream, and he ran quickly after her. Breaking out into a large grassy knoll, he saw that Ginny had fallen in front of a huge dragon that was looking at her hungrily. She screamed again. Without thinking, Harry pulled a huge sword from a scabbard on his belt. A part of himself wondered distantly exactly when he got the sword before his conscious mind left him again. The broadsword felt feather-light in his hands as he swung it through the air. He ran into the knoll, standing between Ginny and the dragon. Go, hurry, get up and go, he exhorted her. Ginny got up and ran away. Harry turned his attention back to the dragon, who looked very angry at losing his prey. The dragon opened his mouth, preparing to send a blast of fire. Harry waiting a split second for the dragon to commit itself, then stepped quickly to the side as a blast of fire burned the ground where he had been standing. He ran up to the dragon and with a mighty stroke, he cut off the head, causing it to fall with a huge thud next to him. The body seemed to continue walking for a few seconds before it, too, fell to the ground with a mighty crash. Harry swung the sword in one hand in a huge arc before he returned it to his scabbard with a flourish. He looked back and saw Ginny peeking through the trees at him, her face frightened, but giving him a look of awe. Harry swelled with pride at her attentions. My brave knight, she called, running back and embracing him tightly. You saved me from a horrible fate. There, my princess, Harry said, embracing her back. "'Twas nothing. I gave you my word that I would defend you, and what sort of knight would I be if I did not keep my word?" Harry whistled, and a white horse suddenly appeared in the meadow. "You have had a terrible fright," Harry said. "May I have the honor of taking you back to your castle?" "Please, my brave sir," she said, looking up trustingly with her beautiful brown eyes. "I give myself into your care." Harry lifted her effortlessly onto the back of the horse, then climbed up himself. Ginny wrapped her arms around him as she sat side saddle behind him. Seeing a castle off in the distance, they galloped off over the grassy field away from the slain dragon. He could feel Ginny sitting closely behind him, her body feeling warm against his. "I must be dreaming," he thought hazily. Again, the whole thing felt oddly exotic to him, as if he wasn't quite in his own body. The rational thoughts faded out once again. They reached the castle, Harry dismounting from the horse with a graceful leap. Harry held out his arms and Ginny slid off the horse, Harry catching her and gently placing her on the ground. "Thank you so much, my brave and noble knight," she said, looking at him with a sultry gaze. "I must admit, I still feel a bit ill at ease. Would you be kind enough to escort me inside? It would mean so much to me. It would be a great privilege, my princess. My mind will never be at ease until I am certain that you are safe," Harry said. Ginny took his arm again as they walked across a large drawbridge and entered the castle. It had a beautifully rich interior, with fine rugs on the floor and walls. Ginny led Harry to a sitting room off the main hall, furnished with fine furniture. "Your castle matches your own loveliness, I must say," Harry said gallantly. "Thank you, good sir," she said, giving him a warm smile. "Perhaps some music to ease our minds a bit." She walked over and touched her wand to a box, which started playing a familiar waltz. Harry dimly recognized it as the Sleeping Beauty waltz. Ginny held out her hand. "Dance with me," she said. Harry bowed to her as he took her hand. He had another odd feeling as his feet seemed to move in strange, elegant ways that felt utterly bizarre to him while he waltzed with Ginny. Wait, he thought. Something about a dream spell. The recollection faded as he lost himself in the music and dancing with Ginny, spinning about the room gracefully. Ginny's head rested on his shoulder as he heard the lyrics to the waltz being sung from the music box. "I know you. I walked with you once upon a dream. I know you. The gleam in your eyes is so familiar a gleam. And I know it's true. That visions are seldom all they seem. But if I know you, I know what you'll do. You'll love me at once. The way you did once upon a dream." As the song ended, Ginny looked up at Harry, her eyes giving him all the permission he needed. He leaned down and keyed her. Her arms slipped around his shoulders as he could feel a heated passion building between them as the keying deepened. Her body felt incredibly soft against his as his arms held her strongly. Harry felt her hands roaming fervently over his back. He suddenly reached down and swept her into his arms. She began keying his neck as he boldly carried her across the room, somehow knowing where to go. There were a pair of double doors at the end. Harry raised his foot and kicked the doors open as he could hear Ginny's breath catch. "Oh, Prince Harry," she said breathlessly. They entered a large bedroom, with a beautiful white four-poster bed. Harry carried her and gently placed her down on the soft comforter. Ginny looked up at him ardently as he gazed down at her. He took off his scabbard and sword with a flourish, watching Ginny's chest rise and fall from her breathing. She looked incredibly beautiful with her red hair splayed over the pillow. Harry sat on the edge of the bed and leaned down to key her again, Ginny meeting him eagerly as they keyed passionately. He could feel the fingers of her hand stroking his chest, underneath his suddenly unbuttoned shirt. His fingers slipped underneath the back of her dress, feeling her very soft skin. Wait, Harry thought vaguely. I remember now, a nightmare spell. Oh no, is this Ginny's dream? Is Ginny seeing this? Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up, I need to wake up. Ginny's eyes snapped open as she awoke. She sat straight up in her bed, looking around the room in shock, as morning daylight streamed through the windows. Her hands suddenly clutched her head in horror. Oh, God, she cried, with a bit of a shriek. Hermione suddenly sat up as well, looking panicked. What happened? Is everyone all right? She asked anxiously. Ginny buried her face in her hands. Please, Hermione, Just kill me now. Pull out your wand and make it a quick death. What? Hermione asked. Ginny shook her head, unable to talk. Hermione got out of bed and went to Ginny's bed, sitting on the edge next to her. Did you have a nightmare? Hermione asked, concerned. Ginny looked up and laughed bitterly. In a manner of speaking. Do you want to talk about it? Hermione asked. Ginny rubbed the bridge of her nose as she looked over the fingertips. It wasn't that kind of nightmare. Not about the chamber, she said. What then? Ginny paused for a long time. All right. She looked around the room, as if there might be someone listening in. Hermione, I made a big mistake. A horrible, awful mistake yesterday. It can't be that bad, Hermione said consolingly. Oh, trust me, it was bad, Ginny said, nodding her head. Go on, Hermione said. I wondered if Harry might have nightmares, staying here at the house, she started. Sounds reasonable so far, Hermione said. I found a spell in a book, a nightmare remedy, she said, trailing off, looking at Hermione out of the corner of her eye. Yes, and, it worked, Ginny said. How do you know? Hermione asked. Because I saw it work, Ginny said. Suddenly Hermione's jaw dropped and she looked at Ginny with a look of alarm. What was the spell you used? She asked slowly. It was anectosomnium, said Ginny miserably. Hermione's eyes widened. Oh, Ginny, that one, it joins your subconscious to his. Did you read about the side effects? Well, it just said that the two should be very good friends, she trailed off. Yes, because it causes you to dream about the other person. And Harry would have seen your dream. Hermione said. I thought it meant that we had to be good friends to get it to work, Ginny said, her eyes tearing up a bit. Ginny, it wasn't that bad, was it? Hermione said in a small voice. Ginny looked like she wanted to crawl under the bed and disappear. Oh, Hermione, it was awful. It was so embarrassing. Don't feel like you have to tell me, but, can I ask? Ginny gave a long pause and turned beet red. God, Hermione, I was a princess. And Harry was a prince. And he saved me from a huge dragon. And he slew it with this big sword. He took me to a big castle on a white horse. Hermione gave a small snicker before she screwed her face back into a serious, consoling expression. It's not funny, Ginny said angrily. How can I face him ever again? It was so bad, Hermione. It was just like these fairy tales I used to read, mixed with some sappy romance novel. I've tried so hard to make him see me as a normal person. And I just threw everything out the window. He'll think I'm a silly little girl. Ginny, Hermione said comfortingly. If you're this mortified, Harry is at least 10 times as much. He'll never say a word about it. He won't think it through that far. It's just an embarrassing dream to him. Do you really think so? Ginny said, looking desperate to be convinced. Come on, Ginny, you know Harry. What's he going to do? Sit down and psychoanalyze it with you? Hermione said, rolling her eyes. Suddenly she stopped and looked at Ginny suspiciously. Unless there's a bit more to this than you're telling me. Hermione's eyes grew very wide. You and he didn't. In the dream, did you? No, Ginny said loudly. She then bit her lip and paused, looking very bashful. No, but, she held up her hand with thumb and index finger close together. It was close. I think that's what caused us to wake up. It was a very odd dream, really vivid. Sometimes I could even think sort of lucidly. Yes, Hermione said knowledgeably. Since you have two brains creating the images, the dream tends to be extremely detailed. Ginny nodded. Anyway, we keyed a bit, well, a lot, and then Harry was, carrying me into this bedroom in the castle. Ginny was blushing again profusely. And then I realized what was happening, and the fact that Harry might be seeing it, too, and fought myself awake. Well, thank Merlin for that, Hermione said, relieved, and then giggled. Then I might have had to kill you. Ginny gave her a sour look, but then giggled a bit herself. Hermione got a mischievous look on her face as she smirked a bit at Ginny. So, other than it was a terrible, horrible nightmare, how was the dream? Ginny looked aggravated for a second, but then a laugh finally forced itself out of her as she looked down at the bed. She said in a low voice, "It was the best dream I've ever had in my life," she said, with a small smile. She then looked up and said with a glare, "But don't you dare tell Harry that." Hermione started laughing loudly, and after a few seconds Ginny joined in despite herself. The laughter broke away the rest of the tension as Ginny gave a heavy sigh. "Oh, it'll be all right, Ginny. You'll probably both have a good laugh about it someday," Hermione said. "Why don't we go down and get some breakfast? I'll be down in a few minutes. I just need to pull myself together for a little bit," Ginny said. "All right," Hermione said, giving her an encouraging look as she pulled on some clothes. "I'll see you downstairs." "Thanks, Hermione," Ginny said gratefully. "I'll be okay." Hermione smiled encouragingly as she walked out of the room, closing the door and leaving Ginny by herself. She moved over to the window, sighing again as she looked out at the gray morning clouds. Hermione is right, she thought. Harry will never say a word about it. Somehow that didn't help when she knew that Harry knew they had both experienced it. She slowly dressed, trying to delay the inevitable meeting with Harry. She had no clue what she could possibly say to him after that dream. Just act normal, she thought. Maybe if I act as if nothing happened, Harry will think that I didn't really see it. Ginny nodded vigorously to herself. Yes, that's it, she thought. This never, ever happened. She pasted a somewhat usual look on her face as she went to the door and took a deep breath. Normal, she thought. You did not just have a fairy tale dream of Harry. She opened the door and tried to act confident as she walked down the stairs. She spied Ron sitting in the living room reading a magazine, apparently waiting for breakfast. "Good morning, Ron," Ginny said, her voice a little too bright and high-pitched. "Morning," Ron grunted. "Watch out for Harry. He seems really odd this morning." Odd," Ginny said carefully. "Yeah, I dunno what was wrong with him. Guess he had a nightmare or something, because he just sat up in bed with this weird look," Ron said. "But it doesn't usually affect him as much as this one seemed to. He hardly said a word. He looked like he didn't even want to leave the room." "Where is he?" Ginny asked, wondering if it was too late to hide back in her room again. "He's in the kitchen. He really wanted to help Mum, for some reason," Ron said, shrugging. Ginny sat down on a sofa, nibbling on her fingernails, feeling afraid to go in the kitchen as Ron went back to reading his magazine. She had resolved to herself to pretend nothing had happened, but she felt her control slipping away. She was just considering whether she should try and make a run for it when Mrs. Weasley called out from the kitchen. "Breakfast is ready." Ron put down his magazine and headed to the kitchen enthusiastically. Ginny followed him, moving very slowly, feeling like she was walking to the gallows. She entered the kitchen, seeing Harry sitting at the table, carefully looking down at his breakfast. Also seated around the table were Mr. Weasley, Lupin and Hermione. Ginny gave as standard a greeting as she could muster to everyone, including Harry, as she took her place at the table. She saw Harry glance up, blinking at her, before looking back down, apparently wondering if she was affected by last night's events. She tried to think of something to say, but somehow nothing came to mind with Harry sitting in front of her. Images from the vivid dream kept coming back. Harry really looked good with that sword, she thought, before she angrily pushed the thought out of her head. The others chatted as she and Harry ate silently, her plan seeming to come apart at the seams. Fortunately, no one appeared to notice the tension between them, although Mrs. Weasley shot Harry a few worried looks, apparently thinking that his mood was because of being at Grimmauld Place. And that probably does have something to do with his mood, she thought. Suddenly a tinge of guilt rose up in her. Great Merlin, she thought, how selfish am I? In all her worry about the dream, she had forgotten the reason they had done the dream spell in the first place, and that made her feel even more awful. She had meant to try and ease Harry's pain a bit and ended up making everything worse. He doesn't need more problems, she thought. Angry with herself, she looked boldly at Harry until he looked up. She smiled at him, a regular smile, until he smiled back shyly. They seemed to exchange some unspoken words, and Harry gave a small sigh, looking a bit steadier. Seeing him feeling a little better helped her to feel better. It still wasn't all right, but a lot of the tension between them leaked away. Harry was even looking around the table a little bit instead of keeping his eyes locked on his breakfast. "How about after breakfast, you children decorate the tree?" said Mrs. Weasley. "I brought over our decorations." "That sounds like a good idea," said Hermione, apparently trying to lighten the mood. "All right, that will be fun," said Ginny. Maybe a bit of decorating would help restore some normality between them. After breakfast, the four went into the living room where the tree was set up, along with several boxes of decorations. Harry still hadn't said a word all morning, but he came in dutifully with everyone, looking as though he really wanted to find a place to hide. Ginny still felt embarrassed herself, but was determined not to make Harry more uncomfortable in the house. Ginny carried out a box of paper and glue that her mother had brought for garlands. "Here, Ron, why don't you start making paper chains?" she said, handing the box to Ron. "All right," Ron said, plopping down on a sofa. "Why don't I help you, Ron?" Hermione said, sitting down next to him. Harry and Ginny glanced at each other and then at the boxes of ornaments that needed to be added to the tree. Ginny sighed as she realized what Hermione was up to. They would be hanging the ornaments together. Ginny tried desperately to put a natural expression on her face as she opened up the box of ornaments. She pulled out a glass bulb and walked over to hang it on the tree. Harry waited for her to finish as he moved over to get an ornament as well. "Ron, you're not doing it right," Hermione said authoritatively. Harry sneaked a look at Ginny before turning away, grinning, trying to hide the expression from Hermione. "What?" Ron said peevishly. "How the bloody hell can I do it wrong?" "Watch your language, Ron," Hermione said primly. "So what am I doing wrong?" "You're putting on too much glue. You need to do it carefully," Hermione said. Ron looked at her incredulously. "What difference does it make? If you put on too much glue, it slops over the side. The rings might stick together," Hermione said. "Did you read this in a book somewhere?" Ron said, annoyed. "No, it's common sense," Hermione said, growing heated. "Well, my way is easier. Who cares if the rings stick a bit?" Ron said, putting a large glob of glue on a strip of paper. "It will look nicer. Then you won't have glue all over the rings," Hermione said, carefully putting a small amount of glue perfectly placed in the center on the end of the strip. Barking mad, Ron mumbled under his breath. Ginny was trying desperately not to break out in laughter at the two of them. She picked up another ornament as she and Harry continued placing them on the tree. Listening to Ron and Hermione go on about paper chains had distracted her from Harry, but as a silence descended on the room, she could feel some tension between them. The continued pulling ornaments out, Harry seeming to try and avoid hanging them in the same area as Ginny. Ginny, feeling distracted, reached into the box and pulled out a doll ornament. She was carrying it to the tree when she suddenly realized what she had. She stopped and looked at it wide-eyed as a betraying blush formed on her face. She was holding a princess doll. She suddenly remembered that they had a set of Sleeping Beauty tree ornaments. Harry was moving back from the tree to the box when he halted, blinking at what Ginny was holding. They looked at each other, Harry appearing intensely embarrassed as he abruptly looked away. Ginny felt mortified at the painful reminder in her hand. Ginny forced herself to walk to the tree to hang the ornament. They went back to hanging ornaments, the tension growing palpable. She was moving back to the box when she noticed Harry stop with an ornament in his hand. He glanced at her, then quickly away, looking like he wanted to throw the ornament back in the box. Ginny looked down at what he was holding. It was the matching prince ornament to the princess. Harry's hand shook a bit as he sighed resignedly and walked to the tree to hang it, as Ginny felt even more embarrassed, if such a thing was possible. "This is going to kill me," she thought. "There is no way I'll survive this day." They went back to hanging ornaments, carefully avoiding the other's glance. She could see Hermione out of the corner of her eye looking worriedly at them. Ginny pulled another ornament out of the box and felt another blush rising from her cheeks. It was a fairy castle ornament. She had a sudden urge to violently fling it away, but managed to control herself. Just when she was about to force herself to hang the ornament on the tree, she heard an odd sound, one that she couldn't identify at first. She suddenly realized with shock what the sound was. Harry had made a tiny snickering sound. Ginny looked at Harry incredulously. Did he just laugh at the most embarrassing moment of my life? She thought. Ginny glared dangerously at Harry, causing him to look down with a small smile while he walked over to the box. She hung the ornament on the tree, her anger with Harry nicely replacing the embarrassment she had been feeling. She was walking back to the box when she saw Harry pull out another ornament, a white horse, which made him blush in embarrassment again. Ginny felt powerless as a snort of laughter escaped. Harry glared back at her, but finally chuckled a bit himself. Ron looked at the two of them. What's so funny? He asked curiously. Harry and Ginny looked at each other. Nothing, they said together. Ron shrugged as he went back to his paper chain. They hung a few more ornaments until Ginny pulled out a dragon ornament that had belonged to Charlie. This time she held it up to Harry and they both gave a laugh that they tried to stifle, causing Ron to give them another fishy eye. As they continued hanging ornaments, Ginny and Harry exchanged a few more glances, giggles seeming to escape of their own accord. She was hanging one of the last ornaments on the tree, opposite from Ron and Hermione, as Harry walked around next to her, blushing furiously. No room left on the other side, he mumbled. He looked like he was trying to hide the ornament as he looked to find a place to hang it on the crowded tree. Ginny pointed to a spot near her. It can go there. Harry hesitated, but finally hung the ornament, a four-poster Sleeping Beauty princess bed. Ginny felt herself blushing deeply as the bed seemed to trigger the whole thing to finally burst out of her. Oh, Harry, I'm so sorry about what happened, Ginny whispered to him, looking like she wanted to cry again. Harry looked startled, like he didn't expect her to say anything that overt. It's all right, he whispered back. There was a long pause, and then Harry spoke again. And, it was better than the nightmare, that's for sure, he said with a small smile. I'm not so certain, Ginny said, with a small smile of her own. It wasn't that bad, Harry said, still in a low voice so that Ron and Hermione couldn't hear them. Yes, it was, Ginny said, nodding at him forcefully. Well, maybe a little bad, Harry said, snickering. Ginny giggled back at him, the whole thing feeling so awful that laughing seemed her only option. Harry paused and said, But, what? Ginny said suspiciously. It was kind of fun slaying the dragon, Harry said quietly, with a grin. Thanks for saving me, Ginny said, quiet giggles bursting out of her uncontrollably. I like the dress, he said, laughing again. Ginny hit his arm with a playful glare. You dance pretty well, too, Ginny said, outright laughing now. Well, I do when you move my feet, Harry said, trying desperately to keep his voice down. Wait a minute, how do you know that song anyway? It's from a Muggle movie. Well, Dad got it for me. You know him, he's always bringing home Muggle stuff. I used to love that song, Ginny said, laughing, but blushing a bit. Hey, what's going on back there? Ron yelled from the sofa. Nothing, Harry and Ginny shouted back, laughing. Is everyone going nutters this morning? He grumbled. I'm almost done with the garland. Of course, with Hermione's method, she's only half done. Harry and Ginny exchanged a suppressed laugh as they could almost hear Hermione's glare. They stood for a minute in silence while they both looked at the tree. Ginny felt a bit relieved that the incident was out in the open, but still very embarrassed. Harry turned to her and gave her a serious look. He leaned over and whispered in her ear, causing a shiver to go down Ginny's spine as he stood very close. Seriously, your dream was much nicer than the nightmare, Harry said in her ear. He backed up a bit, and Ginny felt herself turning to mush as his green eyes looked into hers. Thank you, he whispered with a very sincere look. Ginny flushed, feeling very pleased. Harry then hesitantly touched her arm slightly, before pulling his hand back and turning away, apparently embarrassed at opening up so much. Ginny stood stunned as goosebumps rose from where Harry had touched her. She almost couldn't believe it had really happened. Harry had never touched her deliberately like that in his life. Although the whole episode still felt incredibly humiliating, suddenly it felt very, very worth it. Harry walked alone through the halls of Grimmauld Place, feeling like being by himself for a while. It was quite different from what it was when they had first arrived, when the house had been dusty and dirty from years of neglect. If he were objective, he even had to admit it was a pleasant place now. But he didn't feel particularly objective at the moment. The walls seemed to whisper to him words of despair, as the reality of Sirius's death was brought home to him. How could he really be dead? Harry thought. It almost felt like the house should cease to exist along with Sirius, as if everything in the world tied to him died as well. Yet, the house continued on somehow, a huge vacuum of absence seeming to draw out all the air. It seemed odd to imagine Sirius as a young boy, wandering through these hallways, running up the stairs, playing with toys like any child. The Sirius he knew had spent so much time at Azkaban that it was difficult to imagine him as anything but the worn, world-weary person that he had known. He was very grateful to have seen Remus's memory of Sirius, which gave him a better perspective about his earlier life, particularly considering that his only other pensive experience of Sirius had been with Snape. He wandered upstairs, and stopped, looking at a closed door. It was the door to Sirius's bedroom. He stared at the door for several minutes, feeling an urge to go in and find some remnant of Sirius. He finally reached out and turned the doorknob, pushing the door open gently. The door gave a creak as it swung open. Harry peeked through the door, and finally went in, closing the door behind him. It was a very large room, apparently the master bedroom of the house. It looked as though it hadn't been disturbed since Sirius's death, since he could see many personal items still around the room. The bed was unmade, and several robes were casually strewn across several chairs. Several pairs of shoes laid at the foot of the bed, along with several pairs of unwashed socks that apparently never made it to the clothes basket. An opened book was set face down on the night table. It was rather dark in the room, so Harry walked over to the windows and opened up the curtains, allowing gray light to come in from the cloudy sky outside. The room contained a large four-poster bed, along with several large dressers and a writing desk. Off in the corner was a sitting area containing several large chairs and a sofa, with several well-stocked bookcases. Harry noticed some items on the desk, so he went over to take a look. He choked up a bit as he noticed that it held several pictures of himself alone, as well as several pictures with Sirius. There were also pictures of his parents, plus one of Sirius, Harry's father and Lupin. One picture of Harry was taken at Christmas last year. He and Sirius were laughing by the fireplace. Another picture had Harry on his firebolt during a Quidditch match, and still another was Harry playing chess with Ron, with Hermione reading in the background. Harry sat down at the desk, contemplating the fact that Sirius had sat in the very chair only months before. What had he been thinking about? He undoubtedly would have been angry about being confined to Grimmauld Place. He opened up a desk drawer, seeing various quills, ink bottles and some blank writing parchment. He closed the drawer, and opened another one, and noticed a letter in Sirius's handwriting. His heart sank as he read the partially written letter. Dear Harry, we didn't have much time to talk about your father today. I feel like there's so much more that should be said, to make you understand about what he was, and what he became later. Please don't judge him too harshly. He would be the first to tell you that Snape's memory was not his finest hour. We all have incidents in our lives that we wish we could take back, as I'm certain you do. James was. The letter ended there. Harry wondered what Sirius was going to tell him about his father. Or perhaps he couldn't think of what to write, and that's why he stopped. Harry didn't know. He read the first part of the letter again, and tried to appreciate what Sirius was trying to say. Pondering it for several minutes, he folded the letter and put it in his pocket. Harry got up, walked over to the bed and noticed another picture of himself sat on the night table, this time a simple portrait. Harry sat on the bed and picked up the picture, looking at it closely. He idly wondered why Sirius had this picture next to the bed, but he had to admit he was oddly drawn to it as well as the picture. Harry smiled at him. It suddenly struck him what was so odd about the picture. His image looked surprisingly peaceful. He was so used to seeing a stressed self looking back in the mirror that he hardly knew what he looked like at peace anymore. He put the picture back down and noticed a door across the room. He moved over to the door and opened it up, revealing a rather large walk-in wardrobe. As he entered, some lamps flared into life, illuminating the interior. There were many fine robes hanging on hooks, as well as many Muggle-style clothes. Toward the back, he noticed a number of large boxes. Curious, he walked over and opened up one of the boxes, which contained a large pile of unsorted photographs. Most of the pictures contained people he didn't know, but then he grinned as he saw a picture of Sirius as a young boy. He looked to be about 8 years old as the image made faces at Harry with a goofy grin. Even as a boy, Sirius seemed to radiate a sort of mischievous charm. Harry continued digging through the pictures, and then stopped as he saw a familiar face, Bellatrix. She looked to be about 15, young and beautiful. Harry peered closely at the picture, trying to see the evil that she was to become, but he found her oddly innocent looking. Bellatrix smiled out of the picture, looking almost shy at having her picture taken. How does this happen? He thought. It was as if he were looking at an entirely different person, yet there was no doubt it was her. Was she already corrupted when this picture was taken, or did it come later? Did she conceal her true self beneath a veneer of innocence? The Sorting Hat's words came back to Harry. Anywhere among you, evil can hide. Harry dropped the picture of Bellatrix into the box, but kept a couple of Sirius. He closed up the box, and opened another one, which contained a large number of handwritten letters and notes. He pulled one out and began reading, a shiver going down his spine when he saw who it was from. Padfoot. Snape fell for it. He thinks he's up for a special potions award. I have to give you credit, that fake letter was brilliant. I think he'll be on his way to Dumbledore's office to pick up the letter of recognition right after class. Meet me in the hall outside the office. Maybe we can catch Snape coming back out. Prongs. Harry ran his fingers over the letter, somehow feeling his father in the words. He picked up the box of letters and carried it out of the wardrobe, and over to the sitting area. He started pulling notes out of the box one at a time. Most of the notes were trivial complaints about various school assignments, but they all felt special to Harry. He was particularly amused by ones from his father complaining about his mother and how she didn't give him the time of day. Harry also read some amusing letters from Lupin, who occasionally scolded Sirius for various pranks that had gone too far. He felt a chill when he saw a letter from Peter, but there weren't many of those. Harry wasn't certain if Peter just didn't write a lot, or that Sirius didn't keep many of them. Harry was reading more letters as he came to a particularly interesting one. Sirius, I think I've found a place to do the transformation. I asked the house elves, and they told me about a place called the Room of Requirement. I've already been there, and it's brilliant. Meet me today at 3 o'clock by the library. I think this will give us all the privacy we need. We're almost there. James. Harry felt extremely odd, thinking that the place where they held their DA meetings was exactly the same place where his father and Sirius had performed the animagus transformation for the first time. Finally Harry was about to put the box away and perhaps read some more letters later when he came to one that made him very curious. Padfoot, you need to be more careful. I was sitting with Lily and saw you writing in your diary down the lake. When you got up to talk with those girls, you left it open, and I saw Snape sniffing around. I don't think he saw anything before you came back, but he tried. Prongs. A thrill of excitement ran through Harry as he wondered if the diary still existed. He could read first-hand accounts of Sirius's thoughts about his father and maybe even his mother. He wondered briefly if he should read Sirius's diary even if he found it, but then figured it probably didn't matter anymore. He began searching the room, starting with the bookshelves. He saw a number of interesting books that he mentally marked to come back and look at, but no sign of the diary. He looked through the desk once again, as well as through the wardrobe. He even looked under the mattress of the bed and behind some pictures on the wall, but still didn't see it. Feeling a bit depressed, he sat down on the bed, thinking. He wasn't certain why, but his need to see the diary was growing the more he thought about it. It would be an extremely personal link to Sirius, one that he never got a chance to share with him in person. It occurred to him that maybe Lupin knew where it was. Excited, he jumped off the bed and exited the room to find him. Harry ran down the stairs into the living room, and then into the kitchen, where he saw Lupin preparing a cup of tea. Remus, Harry said breathlessly. Harry, what's up? Lupin said curiously, raising his eyebrows. Harry started, feeling a bit shy about mentioning that he'd been searching Sirius's room. Well, I looked at Sirius's bedroom. Lupin nodded. I thought you might do that, when you were ready. As you may have noticed, I haven't moved anything in there. Harry felt grateful that Lupin understood. Yeah, I found a box of letters from Hogwarts, that my dad, you and Peter wrote to Sirius. Lupin looked amused. I'm certain those were entertaining. If your dad wrote down as much as he said verbally, I bet there was a lot of complaining about Lily. Harry smiled. Yes, a lot of that. So why so fired up to find me? Asked Lupin. Well, one of the letters mentioned a diary Sirius used to keep at Hogwarts. I wondered if you knew where it was. Lupin frowned, searching his memory. Yes, I remember. He did have a diary that he used to write in. To be honest, Harry, I haven't even thought about that diary since Hogwarts. I'm certain it's around somewhere, but I haven't seen it anywhere here. Oh, Harry said, disappointed. I suppose you might try the attic. Lupin said doubtfully. I can't say that I've gone through every box up there. A bit of hope came back into Harry, but then felt apprehensive. Creature is up there, isn't he? Lupin nodded. Yes, but like I said before, he keeps to himself. He just mumbles most of the time. I believe that he is quite mad, now. Harry frowned. I guess it's worth a try. Lupin clapped him on the shoulder, then looked at Harry hesitantly. You know, Harry, I'll quite understand if you don't, but if you ever want to talk about Sirius, he said, his voice trailing off. Harry nodded, forcing a smile. Talking about it wasn't something he was ready for yet. Thanks, he said. Lupin nodded and smiled gently, as he seemed to understand Harry's frame of mind. I understand perfectly, Harry. Harry walked out of the kitchen and saw Ron, Hermione and Ginny through the open doorway into the living room. He was tempted to fetch someone to come up with him to the attic and help him deal with Creature, but he just didn't feel up to sharing the question of the diary yet. He slowly climbed the stairs, feeling excited about the possibility, but also dreading seeing Creature. He finally reached the door of the attic and eased it open with a loud creak. The stairs were very dark, so he pulled out his wand and mumbled Lumos to light his way. He reached the top and entered a large loft in the room of the house. There was just enough room to stand as he peered around the room, looking for Creature. Some gray sunlight was coming in through several dirty windows, giving enough light to see, so Harry extinguished his wand. He started slowly walking around. There were many large trunks about, but no sign of Creature. Just as he was about to give up looking for him, he noticed a pair of very large eyes watching him from a dimly lit corner. He moved slowly over to Creature, who started muttering words that Harry couldn't quite make out, although he thought he heard, "Scar-headed freak." As Harry got a better look, he noticed that Creature looked truly awful. Creature had never been the most well-groomed house elf, but he had fallen far beyond even that low standard. He was extremely dirty, looking as if he hadn't cleaned himself in many months. He tried to muster some anger toward Creature, but it was obvious that whatever punishment he might think of didn't compare to what Creature already had. He barely seemed aware of Harry's presence as he listlessly sat against the wall, staring into empty space as he mumbled to himself quietly. Harry thought about asking if he knew about the diary, but then dismissed the idea. For all he knew, Creature might try to destroy it if he knew that Harry was looking for it. He began searching through various trunks and boxes for the diary. There was an enormous amount of junk around the attic, but very few books, so it wasn't hard to figure out that the diary was nowhere to be seen. Harry was about to give up and leave when he looked over at Creature curiously. He knew that it was pointless, but he suddenly felt a strong desire to ask him a question. "Creature," Harry asked. He didn't move, so Harry said his name a bit louder. Finally Creature turned toward him slightly, although his eyes still looked lifeless. All the previous mumbling appeared to have sapped whatever energy he had, as he was very quiet now. Harry walked over and stooped down in front of him. "Why did you do it?" Harry asked quietly. Creature mumbled some unintelligible words. "Foul. Unnatural." Harry sighed in frustration. He felt stupid for even expecting an answer, but he felt he had needed to try, to somehow make sense of what had happened. He got up to leave. Abruptly Creature spoke. "He'll win, you know," he said, quite clearly. Harry stopped, the hairs on his neck standing up. He turned back around, and said, "Who?" Creature looked Harry in the eye. "Him." Harry knew he was talking about Voldemort. "He won't," Harry said quietly. "I did it for him, and my mistress, who would have wanted me to do it," Creature said. "My loyalty lies with the true Black family, not the traitorous, foul members." Harry felt himself growing very angry. "Shut up," he said furiously. "When the Dark Lord finishes you off, he will kill all your friends, too," Creature said, cackling madly. Harry pulled his wand out, gripping it tightly, feeling an overwhelming desire to hurt him. Creature looked at his wand contemptuously. "Kill me. What does it matter? I'm happy to die as a martyr to the true Lord of the world." "You'll see, you'll all see, foul creatures, traitors." Creature began mumbling again, his eyes glazing over, descending back into madness. Harry pushed down his anger and shoved his wand back into his pocket as he turned around and stalked out of the attic. He threw open the door and slammed it shut, stomping down the hall, trying to regain control over himself. He walked into the nearest room, the library of the house. The room was filled with books, with a comfortable sitting space for reading. He briefly wondered if the diary was here, but it seemed likely that it wouldn't be in as public a place as this. To calm himself more than anything, he started looking through the books for the diary. He was just reaching the end without success when he heard a small knock on the open door. He looked over and Ginny was at the door, looking hesitant. "Hi, Harry, I heard a door slam before, would you rather be alone?" she asked quietly. "It's all right," Harry said, sitting down in a chair heavily. Ginny walked over and sat down in a chair, waiting patiently for him to say something. "I saw Creature," Harry said, not totally over his anger. "I see," Ginny said, with a small nod. "Yeah, it wasn't a happy reunion," Harry said. He looked away and said, "I'm just not certain I'm ready to be here." There was a long silence. Harry was grateful that Ginny seemed to sense not to try and pry his feelings out of him. It helped to just have her sit with him quietly. "I found some things," Harry said finally. "What did you find?" Ginny said curiously. "I went into Sirius's bedroom. I found some old letters and stuff, a lot of them from my dad," he said. Ginny smiled. "That must have been nice to read," she said. "Yeah, but then I found something really interesting. My dad mentioned a diary that Sirius used to keep," Harry said. "I've been looking around for it. I asked Remus about it, but he didn't know what happened to it. That's why I went to the attic. But it wasn't there, either." Ginny frowned as she gave the matter some thought. "Well, I don't remember seeing Sirius ever writing in a diary during the summer, although he might have done it at night. I would have thought it would have been in his desk or something, but it wasn't there." "No, I checked," Harry said, feeling dejected. "Well, I'll keep an eye out, too," she said. "I'm sure it'll turn up somewhere." Harry nodded, not feeling very confident about the whole thing. Another silence grew between them as Harry felt the weight of the house on his shoulders once again. "It's so hard being here," Harry said in a low voice. "I know," Ginny said. "I know it doesn't compare to your pain, Harry, but we all miss him, too. I think it would have made it easier if there had been a funeral for him, along with a clearing of the charges. I think it makes it harder when there is so little, well, recognition. It was nice that Dumbledore gave that little speech on the first day." Harry nodded. "Yeah, I have so little to remember him by. I suppose our memories of him are what's most important, in the end," Ginny said. "I'm glad we got to see the Professor Lupin's memory." Harry gave a ghost of a smile. "Yeah, they were something in those days, weren't they?" Ginny giggled a bit. "Good looking, too," she said mischievously. Harry's jaw dropped. "Ginny," he said, shocked, before he couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, I'm not a good judge of that sort of thing." "Good thing they didn't go to Hogwarts at the same time as Fred and George, the place would have exploded," Ginny said. Harry laughed. "Now there's a frightening thought." Ginny suddenly cocked her head, as a thought entered her mind. She looked at Harry, but then bit her lip, like she wasn't certain she should say it. "What?" Harry said, curious. "Well, I just had a thought. but you'll probably think it's stupid, she said. No, it's all right, tell me, Harry said. I was just thinking of a way to sort of honor Sirius, the way he might want to be honored. Ginny said, a bit reluctantly. How? Harry said, intrigued. Well, I heard that Fred and George are going to be coming here for Christmas, and staying overnight, and you owe them for those tricks they pulled on you over the summer. Ginny said. Harry's face grew into a wide smile. And what better way to honor Sirius than playing a prank on the pranksters in Sirius's own house? That's the idea, although I didn't know if you thought it was too silly or frivolous, Ginny said. No. It's perfect. That's a brilliant idea, Ginny. That's exactly what Sirius would want, Harry said, growing excited by the possibility. But what should we do? Let me think, Ginny said musingly. Suddenly she smirked. I have an idea. We'll need Hermione's help, and Ron will certainly want in. Ginny grinned widely at Harry as Harry grinned back, and then she explained her plan. Harry woke up Christmas morning, greeted by a large pile of presents at the foot of his bed. As was normal, Ron's pile was a bit larger, and as last year, Ron was already halfway through his pile. Ron grinned at him, pulled a gift off Harry's pile and tossed it over. Harry caught it automatically and saw it was from Ron. He began unwrapping it, noticing that Ron had an odd smirk on his face. Harry pulled out the package and glared at Ron. It was a big sack full of grasshopper gummies. Ron began laughing loudly. Unfortunately, Harry had told Ron about his trip to Hogsmeade with Parvati. He took one out and threw it hard at Ron. It hit Ron square in the head and then began jumping about the room. Very funny, Harry said, trying to be angry, but not really succeeding as he popped a few of the treats into his mouth. Hermione had given him a big jar of Dangerous Days magic broom polish, which was supposed to make the broom frictionless. She had given Ron a beautiful new silver captain's whistle, which he immediately put around his neck and admired himself in the mirror, causing Harry to suppress a few chuckles. Hagrid had sent along a model dragon that breathed real fire, which almost set Harry's bed ablaze. Opening his present from Ginny, he pulled out a very nice green shirt. Harry appreciated receiving clothes more than the average teenage boy, seeing as how the Dursleys always gave him hand-me-downs 5 sizes too big. Harry got dressed, putting on the new shirt. Harry then opened up a badly wrapped present from Dobby. He pulled it out and stared at a framed picture in horror. It was a picture of himself and Ginny, from the first night they had gone down to the kitchens. They both had silly grins on their faces as they fed each other the chocolate strawberries. Harry glanced over at Ron and quickly hid the picture back in the paper, blushing furiously. If Ron, or God help me, Fred and George ever see that picture, the teasing will be merciless, he thought with dread. Fortunately, Ron didn't seem to notice him hiding the gift. Harry blew out a long breath, trying to forget the embarrassing picture. They got dressed and headed downstairs to breakfast. They met Hermione and Ginny down in the living room, where they all exchanged, "Happy Christmas." Harry noticed Ginny giving him a very pleased smile at him wearing her gift. "Oh, Ron, that gift was wonderful," Hermione said, causing Ron's ears to grow a bit red. Ginny smirked a bit at him. "What did you get?" Harry said curiously. "He gave me a framed certificate listing all my owl scores," Hermione said happily. Ron shuffled his feet. "Well, it's not every day that someone gets 13 owls. I mean, you should have something to mark it, right?" he said, embarrassed. Hermione gave him a big hug and a key on the cheek. "Thank you so much, Ron. And thank you for the book, Harry," Hermione said, giving him an embrace as well, as if she didn't want to leave him out of the hug action. "Thank you for the broom tuning kit, Harry," Ginny said, with a warm smile. "That will come in handy." "You're welcome," Harry said, hoping that she really liked it and wasn't just humoring him. Later in the morning, Fred, George, Bill and Charlie also showed up with gifts, which they decided to open before the Christmas lunch. Harry began opening up his present from the twins, feeling a bit of disquiet. One never knew what to expect from them. "No worries, Harry," said Fred, grinning at him. "It's our latest product. In fact, we owe you for this idea." "Indeed, Harry," said George. "We think it'll be a big seller." Curious now, Harry began opening the gift a bit more confidently. He opened up a box and pulled out a very odd-looking hat. Everyone was looking over, wondering what the gift was. "Let's show him, Fred," said George, pulling out a couple of mirrors and handing one to Fred. "Turn around, Harry, so everyone can see." "Turn around. What for?" Harry said. "You'll see," said Fred. Harry turned around slowly. Fred handed Harry one of the mirrors, and held his own up so that Harry could see the back of Harry's head. "Well, put it on," Fred said. Reluctantly, Harry put on the hat. He felt an odd sensation on the back of his head as a shocked silence descended on the room. He looked into the mirror, and saw a distorted face of Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, growing out the back of his head, similar to how Voldemort had grown out the back of Quirrell's head. "You know who has not returned," Fudge said sternly, out of the back of Harry's head. "Everything is fine. Have I told you how great a job I'm doing?" said Fudge winningly. "I'm the Minister of Magic, for now," said Fudge, looking scared. "Fred, George," roared Mrs. Weasley, leaping to her feet. "How could you? You've gone too far this time." Fred and George's faces fell as they looked at each other with fear. The whole room was looking in horror between the twins and Harry, obviously wondering what Harry's reaction would be. Harry snorted, laughter forcing its way out. The whole thing was so absurd, so Fred and George, that he couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Mrs. Weasley's outrage, Ginny and Hermione's concern, and general shock everywhere else just caused him to laugh louder. Finally everyone joined in, Harry laughing even harder until his sides hurt. "Only you blokes can take one of the worst experiences of my life and make it funny," Harry said, finally calming down. "I knew there was a reason I gave you that gold." "Is it ready?" asked Ron. "I unlatched their door so that all they'll have to do is push the door open." "Yes, I just added the magic storage potion," said Hermione, grinning. The four of them were meeting in the library. It was midnight, and everyone had long since gone to bed, including Fred and George. The house was extremely quiet. They had made 2 golems over the last few days to use with the prank. Harry had been a bit surprised that Hermione had gone along with it, but she had agreed enthusiastically. "I also added a little bonus," Hermione said. "I cast a specto charm on their heads. We'll be able to watch what they see in these mirrors." Hermione gestured toward a pair of mirrors she had propped up on some chairs. "This is brilliant," Ginny said, grinning. "What spells are they going to launch?" asked Harry. Ginny smirked. "Pinching hexes. They also cause the spot they hit to turn different shades of color. They'll chase them around until they drop their wands. And of course, they don't know that all they have to do is drop their wands," continued Ron. They all laughed quietly, trying to keep their voices down. "Agio," Hermione said, casting the spell quietly and holding her wand on the golem for 10 seconds. She then charged up the other golem. "You give the word, Harry." "Go," said Hermione. Harry grinned at everyone. "Go," he said to the golems. The golems leapt onto their feet and headed out the door. Harry noticed that someone had written, "Fred," and "George," across each golem's bottom. The four eagerly watched the mirrors. They could see the golems heading down the stairs, toward the Fred and George's room. The golems pushed the door open and ran in. They couldn't see anything in the dark, but suddenly saw hexes flying into the darkness and heard yelling coming up the stairs. "Ow, ow," yelled one of the twins. "What the bloody hell?" roared the other. "Ow, what's pinching me?" "Lumos," one of them shouted. The room lit up, and Harry could see the twins sitting up in each of their beds, holding their wands. Their eyes grew wide as they saw the golems attacking them. Fred was wearing bright orange pajamas, while George was wearing violent purple. They leapt out of bed and started launching hexes at the golems. "Stupefy," Fred shouted. Harry could see the spell hit the golem, but nothing happened. "Stupefy, stupefy, stupefy," George shouted. "Ouch, damn you," Fred shouted, touching his leg. "Ah, I'm bleeding to bloody death." There was a bright red splotch where the hex had hit him. "Wait," George shouted. "I've got green and yellow spots. Let's get out of here." They ran out of the room, pushing past the golems. The golems followed, launching pinching hexes all the way. Harry noticed that their aim was very well directed as Fred and George covered their bottoms with their hands and yelped every time the pinching hex hit them. The four of them were laughing loudly watching the twins running along and jumping up periodically. Ron and Ginny were laughing so hard that they were on the floor holding their stomachs. "It isn't aiming for their ass, is it?" asked Ron in disbelief. Hermione grinned. "Well, I thought it was a good fleshy spot. You are so wonderful. Have I told you that lately?" Ron said admiringly. Hermione couldn't help blushing as she laughed some more, looking at the mirror. Fred and George had reached the living room and apparently decided it was a good spot to defend themselves. They hid behind the furniture as they tried various spells and hexes to stop the golems. Suddenly they heard a noise out in the hallway and Mr. and Mrs. Weasley appeared in the door. They all abruptly stopped laughing, particularly Ron and Ginny, who looked very abashed. "What's going on here?" asked Mrs. Weasley sternly. Well, you see, Mum," Ron started. "All right," Ginny said, looking scared. "We're, playing a little prank on Fred and George." Mr. Weasley smirked, but then looked at Mrs. Weasley, as if wondering what his reaction should be. Mrs. Weasley looked at the four teenagers and paused for several long seconds. "I see," she said, with a slight smile. "Well, come along, Arthur. Let's go back to bed." The four looked at each other, and then started laughing again as they looked back at the mirror. Fred and George fought a pitched battle with the golems for several more minutes when it looked like Fred had an idea. He leapt up and Harry could hear him yell, "Abrumpo!" from down the stairs. It was a very strong cloth-severing charm, used for canvases. The view through one of the mirrors suddenly tumbled and then looked straight up. Apparently Fred had severed the head off the golem. Harry heard a few more Abrumpo charms and saw several pieces of golem flying through the room. Finally all was quiet. "Oh, God, my sides hurt," Ginny said, still laughing. "Shall we go down?" said Ron with a huge grin. "I'd say so," Ginny said. "But everyone go down with a straight face." They all tried to paste on a normal expression as they walked down the stairs. Entering the living room, they saw Fred and George sitting in chairs, looking exhausted. They were covered with splotches in various pastel colors, making them look like circus clowns after a particularly exhausting act. Pieces of golem were strewn about the room. "Fred, George, what happened?" Ginny said, with a concerned, straight face. "Bloody hell, these things attacked us," Fred said, stabbing his finger at the shards of cloth that were formerly golems. "It's the work of the Dark Lord, I tell you," George said, shaking his fist in the air. Ron nodded sagely. Dark magic was clearly involved, I'd say. "The darkest. No doubt that you know who specially targeted you blokes," said Ginny seriously. "He heard about the fudge hats. You can't expect to mock the Dark Lord without consequences." Fred and George both shot Ginny a very suspicious look. Harry couldn't take any more and let out a loud snort before he started laughing loudly. Ron, Hermione and Ginny followed suit. "You mean, you lot did this?" Fred said with outrage, his brother showing an identical expression. As everyone kept laughing at them, Fred and George looked at each other and finally started laughing as well. "All right," George said. "You got us good. We have to give credit where credit's due. That was a brilliant prank. In fact, I'll give it my highest compliment. It was worthy of us," said Fred with a grin. "Well done. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.